Hello, testing. Good morning, everybody. Just giving everyone a quick 5-minute warning. We're going to get rolling here in about 5 minutes. So get your hot coffee and get comfortable. Testing. All right, everybody, we're going to get rolling. Thank you for rolling on Dillingham time with us this morning. We'll catch up a bit in the day. Before we go into formal welcomes, we are honored to have one of Chilliwack's chiefs here to open us with a blessing. If you will please give a round of applause to Tommy Tilden.
Thank you, Alana. If we could please stand. Heavenly Father, we ask that you be with us these next 2 days as we make decisions and look forward to the future, dealing with our tribes, our villages, our municipal governments, so that we can create a good place for our participants and our village people and the community members, a good place to live, a future to look forward to. We ask that you guide each and every one of us so that we can come up with ideas, suggestions, speak our minds, so that our messages get across, that new messages be received. We thank you for this guidance, O Lord. And we look forward for you to be with us in the next 2 days. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
All right. Thank you so much, Tommy, for getting us started in such a good way. Good morning, everybody. For those who I have not had the pleasure of meeting, my Yupik name is Achuk. My Irish name is Alana Hurley. I'm the executive director of the United Tribes of Bristol Bay. I'm originally from Clark's Point, and my parents are Desmond and Andrea Hurley, and my grandma was Manchok, the late Manchok. And I'm so happy to welcome you all today to the 2023 Sustainability Summit. Thank you all for coming. Just to kick us off, we have quite a few folks who are going to welcome you this morning. But I'll start with a few housekeeping announcements just before we kind of jump into the meat and potatoes of the summit. Just a few notes about the venue. We really want to be respectful. We're so thankful that the school has lent us this space, but there actually are classes in session today. And so if we could please keep all of our folks on this end and not venture out into the school to be as least disruptive to the students as possible, they would really appreciate it. For those that haven't seen them yet, there are bathrooms right outside the doors in this hallway. There's also a water fountain with a water bottle refiller that you can refill your water bottles at. A couple other notes. Many of you may have already noticed, but I would just walk, especially folks who are elderly, please be very careful walking on the mats because they are kind of bubbly and could be a fall hazard. So please just walk with caution and care around the space. And then lastly, there are a few things at the vendor table or at the registration table. We have COVID tests and masks and gloves. Hand sanitizers, please help yourself to all of those things. And to be respectful of folks, many people have probably already seen in the agenda packets, if you're not feeling well, please stay home. If you are a visiting participant and you're not feeling well, please make sure you contact some of the staff so we can support you in your time here. We really want to make sure that all our visitors are taken care of. A couple last housekeeping announcements. In your agenda packets, you will see the full agenda, the speaker and presentation details, and there are also some logistics information or pieces of logistical information in there. The shuttle schedule. We'll have continental breakfast every day as well as lunch. And we're also having a cultural celebration tonight with a catered dinner and that we're inviting everyone to come back to. And you can see that on the agenda as well. Lastly, about the agenda, or the bags. If you run out of any of those things, please just feel free to talk to the ladies at the registration table and they can get happen. And they're also good contacts if you have any needs while you're here, or you have any questions. Excuse me. Great. With that, I will jump into my welcome on behalf of United Tribes of Bristol Bay. Good morning. We are so thankful that all of you are spending your time and your energy and putting your attention into these really critical discussions to help our communities and region thrive. We have over 100 folks signed up to join us in person. Many were weathered out yesterday, so we're anticipating quite a few more folks as they make it in today. The weather is going to cooperate and they're going to make it in, joining us as well. We have folks virtually streaming in, so welcome to the folks who are Zooming in as well today and tomorrow. We are just so thankful. I keep saying that, but we really are, because we have a really exciting agenda for the next 2 days together that will be tackling these really important topics that are going to help chart the future for our people and our communities and our region. A little bit of background about the spirit of this gathering before I turn it over to a few folks to share welcomes as well. When our organization started planning this gathering, we really started from a place of what is it really going to take to help our communities thrive? What does that look like? What does that feel like? And what topics or pieces of our communities should be included in that discussion? In the past, you've seen the Sustainability Summit, if you attended, really focus on economics And as you can see from the agenda that has been built for the next 2 days, there's a much more holistic approach this time, tackling 4 key pretty big areas. The first being community economics and quality of life. The second today, workforce development and training, really growing our own in our region. And tomorrow, community and cultural well-being and our lands and waters. And so I'm just really excited to have these really holistic conversations about how do we make it affordable to live in our communities? How do we address renewable energy needs? How do we work to save our native languages? How do we work on cultural revitalization? How do we tackle the opioid epidemic? We know that our communities can't thrive if we are not spiritually and culturally well. How do we protect our lands and waters so that our ways of life can thrive for generations to come? And so this approach in the next 2 days, we hope that everybody engages in all the different different category areas in these really important discussions. We know that we all need each other to move forward and to thrive in all of these different aspects of our communities and our region. So with that, I will stop talking. Please, again, feel free to reach out to any staff with any questions, and I'm really honored to turn it over to Chilliwack First Chief JJ Larson and Mayor Alice Ruby to welcome you on behalf of Chilliwack.
Thank you, Alana. As Alana said, my name is JJ Larson. I'm the first chief of the Chilliwack tribe, and that's why I was asked to do this welcome today, because I'm the first chief of the tribe of this area. And as I think about the sustainability of Bristol Bay, I think about how I got to be in this position. I wrote a letter to our tribal council and asked to be one of our council members, and they took me on. And they didn't expect me to know everything and to have all of the answers. When I first showed up, I was 26 years old. I didn't know what I was doing, and they expected that. And they taught me and they showed me what I needed to do to get myself into this position. And as I keep thinking about sustainability of Bristol Bay, I think about how I feel like we're in this transition time right now. Our leaders are getting to the point where they need to retire, or they want to retire. And our younger generation needs to step up and take that torch and continue on. And I'd like our whole region to take a point from our tribe. When they took me on, they made a point to teach me to be into this position, grow me into this position, and not expect me to know everything right away. And I'm still learning. I've been the first chief for just over a year now, and this is like the second or third time I've been asked to do something like this because of my position. And so I'm still learning, and I really appreciate the leaders in our tribal council for guiding me along the way and allowing me to grow in this position and learn as I go. So as we move forward to these next couple of days, I really hope that you can take that thought in your mind, that look for the next generation. Find them, grab them, teach them, mentor them, and show them how to grow into those positions. And if you are that next generation, do the exact opposite. Grab those leaders, hold on to them, ask them as many questions as you can. I ask so many dumb questions. I don't know. I always feel like I'm asking really stupid questions, but that's how you get the answers, and that's how you learn. So if you're that next generation, grab one of those leaders and grab their coattails and hang on, because they move fast.
It's difficult to follow JJ. That was a really inspiring presentation. And he doesn't even require notes. He just speaks from the heart. So my name's Alice Ruby. I'm the mayor of the city of Dillingham. I wanted to welcome you to Dillingham, welcome you to the summit, and thank you for coming. And I want to give a big shout to UTBB and their staff. They've been partners with every organization in the region and representing us and doing a great job. we all have a huge debt to UTBB. So, and it's especially nice to be here after years of avoiding gatherings. It feels good to be together. It feels good to get to talk to people face to face. I mean, Zoom, we've all gotten a little proficient with Zoom, a little, I'll say. I'm not an expert by any means. There's plenty of times when there's no picture of me because I don't know how to turn the picture on. So I want to repeat what JJ said and encourage everyone to take this opportunity to talk to the professionals, the consultants, the agencies that are here. And I guess I want to even encourage even more that we talk to and work with each other. You know, our best teachers are each other. There are communities out here in our region doing some really marvelous things. I can think of several that are working on, you know, recycling projects, infrastructure projects, projects to employ residents. And the best way we can learn is by talking from each other, borrowing their ideas, borrowing their information. After all, we are neighbors, we are friends, and ultimately we are family in so many ways. And so welcome to Dillingham again. And please, if I can help with anything, just let me know. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to Alice and JJ for those wonderful words of welcome. Next up, I don't know if Brenda is here yet. Brenda, she may be a bit delayed. So with that, we actually have a couple virtual welcomes today. We'll start with Garvin Fedorenko from Bristol Bay Native Association. And thank you in advance to everyone for your patience with the tech. We were here pretty late last night trying to make sure it would work. There we go. If anyone is used to rural internet, it's people in Bristol Bay. So thank you so much for bearing with us. Garvin, I think we've got you up on screen and we'll
Thank you.
see and hear you.
Good morning. My name is Garvin Fedorenko. I am the President CEO of Bristol Bay Native Association. On behalf of Bristol Bay Native Association, I would like to welcome you to the United Tribes of Bristol Bay Sustainability Summit. Alana and the team put together a diverse agenda of topics to talk about sustainability. I am looking forward to the discussions over the next couple of days. I have a lot to learn about the region. I'm fairly new, just started in July of 23, and I'm hopeful this will add to my understanding of all that happens out in Bristol Bay. I am disappointed I'm not there in person, but plan to listen in on the various sessions. So thank you to Alana and her team for coordinating this summit. There's a lot of work. I know that putting together these events takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, and a lot of effort. So I applaud you for doing this. It's well received and welcomed and much needed. And also thank you for having the hosting event in Dillingham. I've been out there and really would appreciate seeing the Dillingham thrive, and events like this will only serve to make that happen. So thank you very much. And to all of you participants, enjoy the sessions. I know I will. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Garvin. Thank you, Garvin. And next up, we have the CEO of Bristol Bay Native Corporation, Jason Matrokin.
Thanks, Alana. Thanks, United Tribes of Bristol Bay, for hosting this Bristol Bay Sustainability Summit, and all the sponsors and speakers and organizers. I know it's a tremendous amount of work, as Garvin said, to pull off a conference like this, and to have it in person, obviously there in Dillingham, is very, very meaningful. And I apologize, I can't be there in person. BBNC has an interesting fiscal year end, which is next week at the end of the month of March. And there's just a tremendous amount of work to be done to close out our fiscal year, and some other issues to take care of here at BBNC. We do have a number of staff members that are there, as well as board members, and I encourage you all to reach out and speak to them. Some of them are on the agenda, which is a wonderful agenda this year. Congratulations again for pulling this off. economic development, healthy communities, sustainable resources, all extremely important topics for the region and to BBNC. And we know we have a part to play in each of those areas. The agenda talks about a number of important areas for the region, for our villages and tribes, cities, boroughs, other local governments, as well as the other regional partners. And I'm looking forward to this year, not only because we're getting out and exploring and looking for new opportunities, but we're engaging with people again. As Mayor Alice Ruby just said, and JJ, you know, it's great to interact with folks and pass on the learnings that we've all been able to appreciate in our careers, but to talk to young folks, to talk to people who are looking for new opportunities, and to really to engage a growing workforce and getting back to great employment opportunities again throughout the region. We know BBNC has a tremendous role in supporting our communities. We don't have all the answers. We're looking forward to hearing suggestions that come out of this summit so that we can participate and go beyond just providing wonderful quality benefits to our shareholders, be it dividends, employment opportunities, or educational opportunities, but also supporting those important community-based ideas, regionally based ideas, whether they're economic, socially, or otherwise. And again, thanks for allowing BBNC to participate. We're glad to be a sponsor. And I know this conference will be a huge success. So I'm looking forward to participating over the next couple of days as well. So thanks again, Alana.
Great. Give it up for that great welcome from Jason and Garvin. Thanks so much, you guys, for tuning in. Next up, we have a really special treat. I think they're out in the hallway and they can come in now if they can hear me. The Dillingham Middle School, High School Yupik Dance Group is going to perform a blessing song for the summit. Can someone, they're just right out there, tell them we're ready for them, I think. Yeah, here they are. All right, and their leader, I'm going to turn it over to her to get started. Give it up for the Dillingham Middle School, High School Dance Group. Their fearless leader, Katarina. Woohoo! Turn it over to you.
Hello, everyone. It's great to see a beautiful turnout today. We're very lucky to be dancing for you this morning. A lot of these are my students. Some of them are not, but they're all really excited to be here and dancing for us. My name's Katerina, by the way. Yeah, we have a bunch of them today. We'll be starting off with Tava Nagamkin, a very prominent Bamya song, blessing song known throughout the regions. We'll be playing it on a speaker because I'm not fully comfortable singing it myself. And we'll be doing a series of songs after that. Koyana.
Bác na gom ca ni yu ga ya ha tang bác na gom ca ni yu ga ya ha Dungang na gom ka pikani gani ya tutan ka Đang bạc na gam ca ni yêu ai ya đang bạc na gam ca ni yêu ai ya Hãy subscribe cho kênh Ghiền Mì Gõ để không bỏ lỡ
Hello. Hey, you could hear. Next one's a porcupine song. And when I learned it from Serena MacArthur, she had told me she learned it from, I think Mark Karachka composed it back in 1984, somewhere in there for the school district. And it's a song about how Porcupine got his quills. And the short part of the story, my version is that Porcupine was walking through the forest. He was making fun of all the other animals and they got really mad at him, so they beat him up. And Raven came flying around and he saw Porcupine walking down the trail, really pitiful and sad and feeling really bad for himself because he was all beat up. So Raven came down and he talked to Porcupine about it. Porcupine's like, well, I was really mean to everybody and they hurt me. And Raven, even though he felt bad and Porcupine shouldn't have been mean to all the other animals, he gave Porcupine his quills to help protect him. Let's try.
Let's do ich bin ein. Ja.
Ich bin ein. Ich bin ein, sagma, sagtu maya guma, aniana, aniana, da kapam patawa, da kapam patawa. You gonna do it twice?
Sure. Yeah, ready?
Ich bin ein, sagma, sagtu maya guma, aniana.
Okay, let's do Raven. This one was. Yeah.
This one's Raven song. We learned it from Margie and Aaron Frost last year. They came and shared it with us.
Okay, ready?
Buku buku umpichika chikpulaina chika chikot. Akaliu nagali shua ashmakochi. Akaliu nagali shua ashmakochi. Ilachi iakaka. Buku buku umpichika chikpulaina chika chikot. Good job. Rihanna. I don't know the mic too.
Thank you guys so much. That was so awesome. Is everybody's blood circulating a little better now? A little more awake? Give it up one more time for the high school, middle school dancers. Woo-hoo! We will also get to see a few more performances from them and another group tonight at the Cultural Celebration Feast at 6:30 in this room. So you'll definitely not want to miss that tonight as well. Now that we're all more awake after that amazing performance, we are very excited to introduce our keynote speaker for the summit. She does not need much of an introduction. I think most in the room know her, but I am going to give a little bit of flavor for those who have not had the honor and blessing to meet Alexana Salmon from Igiugig Village Council. She is the president of Igiugig Village Council, is of Yupik and Aleut descent, and was raised in the village of Igiugig, Alaska on Lake Iliamna. In 2008, Alexana graduated from Dartmouth College with a dual Bachelor of Arts degree in Native American Studies and Anthropology. After graduating, she returned to work for the Igiugig Tribal Village Council, where she was elected president and until 2016 also held the role of administrator. Alexana serves as a member of the Igiugig Native Corporation Board, which is responsible for the stewardship of 66,000 tribal acres. She also serves on the Nilavina Tribal Health Consortium and is a member of the Smithsonian Museum of Natural History's Advisory Board. She received her master's degree. Sorry about that. The beauty of having it in a school, we'll have to just pause during those announcements. Alexana received her master's degree in rural development from the University of Alaska Fairbanks in 2021. In her work as president of Igiugig Village Council, Alexana has been a driving force behind the community's efforts to generate its own energy from renewable sources. Alexana loves raising her kids in the subsistence way of life, revitalizing Indigenous languages, and traveling. So without further ado, we will turn it over, and please help me welcome our keynote speaker, Alexana Salmon.
Alexana also has no script, so this is going to be very interesting. This is my very first time that I'm just going to honestly wing it and have a conversation. So let me introduce myself in a more traditional manner. Apaugaluka anamkun John Olympic was angatwarak kahunagmu Magaluka Mary Gregory was ungalak kukak ligmu Apaugaluka atamkun Robert Salmon Marjorie Jones New York Agmuk Panikagana Dan Salmon, Julia Olympic was Makuchik, Iriagagmiunga, Ababi Gainak was Kasagatstun Alexana Salmon. So do we have anybody from Nustu here today? Nustu Yahak? Guyana, I'm from Nustu, Ababi. That's where my native name comes from. I'm talking today about Wita Vichtaituk Nunamstun. There's no place like home. And I speak for Igiugig and I come from Igiugig, but today I would like to extend that to all of Bristol Bay, because we all belong to the most beautiful place on the entire planet, which is Bristol Bay. And I'm just going to talk to you as a person, because I look at every table. And every single table in here, I've either done a project with you, worked with you, or went to school with you. So it's really comforting. I have a ton of slides here. When I say I belong to the place of Iriagak, it's like water down the throat, where Lake Iliamna is swallowed by the Kwijak River. And I'm not here to talk. It's called preaching to the choir when you're asked to speak about sustainability to a predominantly native audience. Someone quoted me once when I was presenting. I said I was invited to a sustainability conference and I got tired of it. You know, that's the buzzword of today, sustainability. Tomorrow, the buzzword is resilience. All these are buzzwords to like get more funding. But when you're of the people and of the culture, it's like, this is not a new concept. This is what we are. So someone actually wrote this down when I said it. Everything we want to be today, our ancestors already were. What we're trying to achieve isn't impossible. It already was. We come from perfection. And I say we have perfected ourselves for thousands and thousands and thousands of years in our homeland. And it wasn't, just for recent colonial constructs that have disrupted us, but we're beginning to find ourselves again. So let us not strive for something that we think is not achievable. They often say Igiagig is going back to the future. Really corny, but I get the privilege of serving on this Smithsonian Natural History Museum board, which I didn't know has the greatest collection in the entire world. I got here because of my ancestors. I wanted them home. They were at Washington, D.C. in their archives. Our ancestors from Bristol Bay, they're still there. I wanted my ancestors home, so I worked very hard and I got a degree in anthropology and Native American studies, and I brought them home. And because of that experience, I am now serving on this board. And I share this right now because a lot of you are representing villages where your ancestors are still there. And I would love for all of Bristol Bay ancestors to be brought home. But in the meantime, that's what landed me at the Smithsonian, and I get to hear really amazing presentations. So I've taken this presentation and I'm going to share it today. This is from the director himself. So I got to thinking, Indigenous people always think 7 generations, and we talk about this, and we have this relationship with the land and all of our cultural values that keep us grounded. But oftentimes I have found that it's very hard to talk to a non-native audience with that. They just don't have that. They don't have thousands of years in a same place. What I have come to understand, and I'm really excited to see some real partners in the room, is that you don't have to be from Bristol Bay to know what a special place this is on the planet. You do not have to be Indigenous to understand why it is we wake up every day to fight the good fight, to have these convenings. And honestly, I'm here today because Alana invited me, and I don't say no to Alana because I know that she wakes up every day with a supercharge in her heart. I met her in a Alaska Federation of Natives room, and she was standing up and she said, "We need to be speaking our Yupik language in the classroom." Damn straight. Guess what? Today, I'm still fighting that fight. Let us speak Yupik in the classroom. So I met her there. I never knew my path was going to come here, but here I am. So I want to share my personal time shadow. This was something shared with me. Again, you don't have to be Indigenous. You do not have to belong to a place to understand your own personal time shadow. So guess what? I was born in 1985. I was born here at Kanaknak. I was named after Alexi Gregory, my great-grandfather. No matter if I was a boy or a girl, I was going to be named Alex. Thank God Igiagig's health aide was a lady named Annie Wilson, and she got flown over to help deliver me in a blizzard in December. And she said, "Just Alex? No middle name, no nothing. You should name her Alexana." And so because of her, and she turned out to be my godmother here in Dillingham, I was born. She helped with all of that. I carry the name. I didn't know why it needed to be capitalized, but I'm named after my great-grandfather, Alexi, who's a Pakpak, and after my godmother, who happened to be the health aide, Annie Wilson. Anyway, here's my personal time shadow. We have our grandparents, then parents, then me. Then I have 6 children, and I'm really excited about having grandchildren. So I'm 37 years old. Here's my time shadow. We take 1985 and you minus your age. You take the year you were born, you minus your age. And then you take the year it is today, which is 2023, and you add your age. So that's my time shadow. It goes from 1948 to 2060. So generation one, that's Alexi Gregory, who I was named after. A lot of elders would know him because he traveled around with the church. But anyway, my grandmother, Mary Olympic here, her generation, the last generation to live freely on the land as they needed and wanted. She comes from a place called Kukaklik Lake. It's the largest lake in North America without any serious development, I've been told. Anyway, it's part of Katmai Preserve now, but she was a reindeer herder. A lot of my degree, my anthropology degree, was actually just taking my gram to her homeland and documenting every single place that they used. Anyway, how phenomenal is that? To come from the last generation who lived before Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, before allotment era, before anything. When she grew up at Kukaklik, she says, we were the only people in the world. Anyway, she's no longer alive, but she's a huge guiding influence in my life. And a lot of us are close to our grandparents and our family, and we can all relate. And also just recognizing that all of us in this room, we're standing on the shoulders of some really amazing giants that come from Bristol Bay. Anyway, that's generation one. Generation two, my mother, she was sent away to boarding school. She actually studied here. She studied in Naknek. She studied in Anchorage. And then she said she just got old and took her GED. Because they kept sending her away to school. When I look at this picture, my heart is filled with so much love. My mother is the only one still alive. Her generation was hit so hard from having to leave home for school that none of them are alive. None of her peers are alive. But because my mom chose recovery, I'm here today to share this story. And it's the most beautiful story of love. And it's taken a long time for me to develop that relationship with my mother, to love her, to realize what she gave up. And it did not hit me until I got asked to sit on this international language council. And they had found 215 children at boarding school who had been buried. And I thought to myself, of all the interviews I did with our elders, our Igiugig elders, you know what they said? We moved to Igiugig, we stayed in Igiugig, we stayed here year round so we could have a school. I thought, well, that was amazing. When those 215 children were unearthed and the realization that there are thousands out there at boarding school whose tribes have no idea where they are. The world doesn't even know that they were taken and died. Our elders somehow, without internet, without cell phone, without television, they knew the single most important thing for us was to build a school and keep our kids at home. That was the ultimate realization of love. My grandmother, when I talk about that for, last generation to live out on the land freely, she gave that up so that our kids could be at Igiugig school. And I graduated solo class of 2004. I had no idea. I had no idea that my entire community reorganized and settled so that I could have that education at home, so that I could love and live Igiugig. That is a sacrifice. We're talking sacrifices here today with this Sustainability Summit. I collected this photograph. It didn't work its magic until very recently. when we unearthed these stolen children. And I thought, oh, my mom was the last generation to have to leave for school. I got to live in my village. My auntie's not alive. This is an uncle. I see his niece in the audience. These people never got to live to have children or grandchildren. So generation 3. I took this quote from the Dalai Lama, who is quoted in this book called Ancient Futures. If we can take our enduring treasure, our natural sense of responsibility to each other and our environment can be maintained and reapplied to new situations, we can be optimistic about our future. I am ever the optimist. I live and breathe optimism. I wake up every day and be like, what? We need $1 million for this cultural center? I'm on it. What? You know, like, but anyway, what I'm here to share is my generation, generation 3, there are our young who have completed modern education and are prepared to help their own people. I look across the room at all my fellow classmates. Igiagig is a home of 70 residents. We have 13 college degrees. We could easily be the most educated village, educated community in all of America. No one is screaming that success. No one expects to come to a village and find a highly educated population. So we play that to our advantage. But when you have people, agencies, federal government, when they want to hear from experts, that we are the experts. Not only are we the experts by virtue of living thousands of years in a place, we're experts in the Western education system as well. So double verified, double validated. I am very proud of all of our young people who have degrees and be able to bring them home and have jobs for them to do what they love. The other thing I love is beyond the actual degrees, we have at least 6 other older people who are vocational specialists. They're either a mechanic specialist or a carpenter. They have a trade. So most of the people that I grew up with either got a Western education or a super trade, and they just, you know, build houses, go commercial fishing. They just do these things. And then we have generation 4, which are my children. And I'm really excited to see some of the young ones in the crowd. I have 6 children, 2 I adopted. These little twins are now almost 7. Think about it, in 2100, in year 2100, which is just hard for me to think about. I mean, 2023 is hard to think about. 2100, my twins will be 84. When I share this personal time shadow, we just buried my grandmother yesterday. She would live to be 93. So I no longer have anyone except for my mother in this personal time shadow. And that's partly why I'm just sharing from the heart today. I know a lot of us are coming from a place of deep hurt and loss. So I'm just here to share my own story too. So these twins will be 84. Now, the world population, look what has happened to this planet. We're at 8 billion people. What does that population look like? 2023, we're there. My children were at 7 billion. I was just about at 5 billion. My mom was at 3 billion. My grand was at 2 billion. That's what's happened in my personal time shadow. We went from a place where my grandmother thought she was the only person on their family, were the only people on the planet. And today, if you think about Bristol Bay and you think about our land and our bounty and how much clean water we have, we're going to be a climate refuge. This overpopulated world is going to be looking for habitable places. And we're one of the last places on the planet where virtually it's untouched. They're going to be coming to our backyard. So before, when we lived and we didn't care what the dominant society was doing, we were sheltered from that, isolated from that. My children are not going to be. So these are reasons why I care right now, because what I feel like is I've been given the greatest gifts on earth. How can I re-gift that? And then I'm going to let these images really speak for themselves. There's my mom and my children. This is Igiagig, our little sign if you get lost in our community, which actually happens. There was a feeling when I was growing up. It was like you learn English and you go off because there's a big wide world out there and you go do something amazing. That's what you do. No one said amazing can be at my front door when I grew up in the village. No one said, learn your Yupik language. It will be it is who you are. It'll be how you can communicate with the land around you. I thought if I went far, and I did, I traveled thousands of miles. I got that education. I looked for amazing. Amazing was right at my front door where I was growing up. We're growing up in a world today where our elders can finally say, "Yuhduchlainak," only in Yupik. With tears in my eyes and a broken tongue, I asked my grandma, why? Why didn't you teach me? And she said, that's our fault. They lived in a time where it was beat out of them, and they thought the only way to survive was the English way. What we're finding in this globe is the only way to sustain human civilization is from our ways, from knowing our languages, from knowing our relationship with the land. Yuhduchlainak. We can say it now. Your language holds the key to our survival in the future. You come from a way of life that was sustainable, and the rest of the world is trying to catch up. You may have been called savage. Actually, you come from the most highly civilized societies. You figured it out. And so we live. We live off of our lands and our waters. From our moose and caribou. I see Annette in the room. I have to show my glusna, who I'm named after. Annie, that's her. She was teaching our young ones speaking in Yupik, Yuhduchlainak. You want to talk to the grass? You want to talk to the bears? Our Yupik language is number one. And that goes for any indigenous culture, no matter where you come from. I know my best friend here, Chasmak Libov, he couldn't be here today to hear this presentation, but I thought he would be really proud if you happen to see him, you can call him and let him know. These are images of our Bristol Bay that we can fashion the most efficient energy systems from 8,000 years ago, and we can use that indigenuity, and we can take emerging technology and bring it to a proven technology. That's what our villages can do. This is a river generator harnessing energy from our river. It's time for Bristol Bay to take its sunshine, its wind, its water power, and make that transition. And we can do that. Our villages, our leaders, we can do that. In Alaska, we're not talking about restoring, what was. When we gather with our lower 48 colleagues, they're talking about restoration. We're talking about protecting in place. We're talking about, we hope to not get to the point of restoring. When I look at my landscape, I think, oh my God, this has sustained 8,000 years of continuous occupation. Let's sustain for 8,000 more, leaving the littlest footprint. In Alaska, we have the opportunity to do it right, to get it right. It matters who we elect. Your voice matters. They need to hear from the villages. Here's what happened to Alaska. In my personal time shadow, Alaska went from this to that. Look how that has been carved up. Little tiny parcels. Fish and Wildlife Services in the green, nearly 30%. Bureau of Land Management, 31%. That little piece of pie, not even 10%, that's our pie. This is our state. We're the only people with an inherent right to our lands and waters. We have a proven track record. We have never diminished our resources. We have stood the test of time. Look what has happened in my personal time shadow. Alaska went from this to carved up to that. My grandmother, last generation to live freely out on the land. To me, raised in Bristol Bay, this is what our map looks like. That's what the pie looks like. Not even 20% in our control. I'm not here to talk about sustainability. We've got that figured out. I'm here to ask you to find your voice, to speak for our nations. We have 33 federally recognized nations. There are only 574 in the United States. We hail from the greatest place on the planet. And that pie belongs to us. I'm not here to talk about sustainability because that is our sustainability. Take our land back, you have it. Those jobs with the fish and wildlife, those are our jobs. We're the only people who have never nearly fished ourselves to extinction, hunted species to extinction. These are things that we have never done. If we could move towards co-management, look at that piece of pie that we can have. So when I talk about being sent off to school and being told, go find the big wide world and go and do it, not knowing that it was at my front door, I've done a 180. In my personal time shadow, I'm sharing I'm 37. I guess I was thinking about it when I was born here. I had to do the math. I guess I'm 37. We're at a time where we are finally educated in the Western world. We have our own experts who live on the land and know the land and our waters and can speak for us. If we can put that back together and do land back or co-management, that our sustainability will come. Indigenous people are very scientific. It's just that our science includes the heart. Let us not forget we're feeding the globe. If they say you need arguing points, I don't know of any greater arguing point than that. Excuse me, we're feeding the globe. These are our villages. Ancient, today. The opportunity is right there at our doorstep. We have community, we have culture. When we came together, we were able to stop large-scale development in our backyard when we came together. We have all the solutions. Food security. You can't tell 8,000 years since time immemorial existence right there. These pictures are here to remind you what we have. Our home, there's no place like home. There's no place left on the planet like Bristol Bay. Dumaglit, Danrachit, Atsaluchbak. I hope these are making you hungry. Duntuvak, Buksut. We're one of the last intact salmon cultures in the world. We have our subsistence fish. We're home of the greatest sport fishing on the planet for those that benefit from the sport fishery. Fish stocks are crashing in every river, north and south. Right now, we're having historic runs in our Bristol Bay. When I talked about having these grandiose plans that were planted in my mind that you had to go somewhere and be someone, not knowing that opportunity and being needed right at home, that was where I was needed the most. I got invited by Alaska Federation of Natives to go talk to the Secretary of Interior. For the first time, we have a Native, Auntie Deb Holland, serving. And I got asked to go to Anchorage when she was coming. And her chief of Alaska is from Pedro Bay on Lake Iliamna. She hails from Bristol Bay. If we ever had a chance at the federal government, it is now. Anyway, I went to the room with her, and everyone at the table were talking about their fish populations crashing. It was the most powerful experience I've ever had. They had empty Ziploc bags and said, "This is my business card. I have nothing to give." And I thought of what I was told growing up in our Native way. They said, there will be more before there's nothing. And when I think about those historic runs we've had, I think there will be more before there is nothing. And I have watched my friends to the north and my friends to the south as we've had to ship them fish. And I thought, what can we do here in Bristol Bay? We're not concerned about the now. This federal funding that's coming down, that's talking legacy funding, this point in time you'll never see again, that's not my concern. I wake up every morning thinking, oh, 40 years from now, in my personal time shadow, what are my children going to have? We need to put away today what they're going to need tomorrow. When I am working around the clock over and over and over for things like the broadband, road, port access, infrastructure, housing, it's so we have a future in 40 years. The funding is now and the famine is coming. We come from a culture that understands that all too well. We also come from ancestors, and I'm in the homelands of Harvey Samuelson, and this is my favorite quote: "Land is the gift of our ancestors and the guarantee of our right to continue our subsistence lifestyle. Land is the heart of our culture. Without land, we are nothing." I wake up every day, land back, land back. Co-management, then management. No one deserves to be speaking for Bristol Bay except for people from Bristol Bay. Annie Fritzy, are you in the crowd? Oh, yes. Beautiful. Our people are beautiful. Our cultures are beautiful. Yugak, we may have nearly, Igiagig brought Yugak back after we nearly died in the 1919 pandemic. We dance today. These youth dance today. We're bringing it back. It can be brought back. Culture camps, Bristol Bay Native Corporation's annual culture camp. And I'm ending with this. The state of Alaska, in their very constitutional convention, adopted this for the youth. It says, "We bequeath to you a state that will be glorious in her achievements, a homeland filled with opportunities for living, a land where you can worship and pray, a country where ambitions will be bright and real, an Alaska that will grow with you as you grow. We trust you. You are our future. We ask you to take tomorrow and dream. We know that you will see visions we do not see. We are certain that in capturing today for you, you can plan and build. You are Alaska's children." The most important thing that I do is raise those children. The most important thing that I do is get in the classroom. The most important thing that I do is give those children an education that our public education system will not. And you will learn this over UTBB. We have different presentations. I know Christina is scheduled to speak about geolistic. All of our emerging leaders. As soon as I got my education, I came home and the president of our tribe said, "With your education, you can talk to people from the outside." And she made me the president. I literally went to a meeting and got elected and then was appointed the president. And I went back into the meeting and they're like, "Okay, now you chair that." That's how it happened. This is our succession planning. This is our sustainability. It's in our children. I get very frustrated when I think about Bristol Bay. For example, Lake and Peninsula Borough, we might have 1,500 people. How many graduates is that really? What if we gave each child full tuition to wherever they needed to go? What if we gave them an internship from 8th grade? What if we did all of that? Igiagig is proof that the model works. I don't need to sell anything. The sustainability is there. It's in our children. We were a culture that praised, and that's directly in our control. Not only that, a state of Alaska recognized that in their very own constitutional convention. So it's our job to remind the state of Alaska the why. This is why we're here. It's not for us. It's not for me. It's for the grandchildren. I went from that grandiose, like, you must leave in order to become somebody. And the new Alexandra here today, the new Ababi is, I am the best elder in training. I am training like an Olympian athlete. I want to be an elder. I want to be one of those elders that is wise. I want to share how to sow, where the best berry patches are, how to make all the traditional foods. That's what I want to be, is that elder. So going back to when I met the secretary, they warned me, you will be starstruck. When you see your auntie in the, at the table, you will be starstruck. And I was like, okay, celebrity, whatever. I got to the table and I couldn't speak. When I met Secretary Holland, I was like, the words were just fumbling. When I gave my traditional introduction, Anna Hoffman was there. And I said, I'm an elder trainer. She still, when she sees me to this day, she says, hi, elder trainer. I had to go back and say, no, secretary, I'm not an elder trainer. Nobody trains the elders. I'm an elder in training. That's all I want to be. So I leave that with you, to think about our children, to think about what we're gifting to them, and also to think about your own personal time shadow in what that means to be Bristol Bay. And that we, in this room and together and as a region, we have all the answers. We just need to be heard. So Guyana for inviting me. Guyana Kalakalua.
Wow. What a way to kick off this gathering. Thank you so much. Give it up one more time for Alexana. Thank you so much for such powerful words to kick us off. I could not imagine a better way to start this gathering. Before I turn it over to the first track, community economics and quality of life, I just want to make a couple really quick announcements. For those that may have seen Nels Yuri from Bristol Bay Media, if you could stand up and wave, Nels. He is here documenting the summit for us. He's going to be doing video interviews with folks. So if he comes and asks you if you're willing to do an interview, he's not some stranger. He's looking to get video of folks. He's with the summit and doing an amazing job to help us document this gathering. Also, we'll be doing some door prizes throughout the day. I just wanted to throw that out there as well. And with that, I'm going to start our first track and turn it over to the moderator for that track, our Deputy Director, Dolores Larson.
Thank you, Alana. And I just wanted to say thank you, Alexana. You are wonderful. Chmai, welcome everyone. For those that don't know, my name is Dolores Larson. My Yupik name is Mayok. I am the daughter of Herman and Elena Johnson, wife and mother of 3. And I am from Kuliginik. I've been very fortunate to live and work remotely for United Tribes of Bristol Bay. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for joining us for the second Bristol Bay Sustainability Summit. It's amazing. We are finally here and we get to hear from a lot of interesting speakers, both virtually and in person this week. I will be moderating the Community Economics and Quality of Life track. And I'd like to just give a quick overview before we get started. But first, I'd like to thank Alice, Ruby, and Christina Andrew for helping develop the track. When we started thinking about this, we thought long and hard about what our communities needed and how we can help build on our quality of life by just providing a space where we can come together and share ideas and knowledge, valuable knowledge we all can learn from. So we really hope you enjoy the summit. Real quickly, from now until 11, we have 2 presentations. The first one will be on the community development through community planning. And the second presentation will be on resources for tribal and municipal governments, and that one will be via Zoom. And then we will go into a break, and then after the break, we'll go into the first breakout sessions. There will be 2 breakouts this morning. One will be here in the gym. That will be on the community infrastructure and housing session, and the other session will be on the infrastructure funding sources, and that's located in the Chugyung Tribal Building. For those that don't know, if you just walk out the parking lot here and you turn left at the road, and it's that first building on the left there. With that, I'll hand it over to Shanna Cuspin and Tanya Eden, principal owners of Agnoon Beck Consulting, and they will be presenting on community development through community planning.
As we walk up, if folks want to stand up and get the blood flowing, I know we've all been kind of sitting, please feel free.
Yeah, please feel free to move around after that amazing presentation from Alexana. I don't know you, Alexana, but I personally feel starstruck in the same way you maybe felt with Deb Holland. That was such a powerful presentation, and selfishly, I'm sad that I have to go after it. So thank you for that. maybe I need to take this out of here. Oops. Oh, and I'm dropping and breaking things. So yeah, literally, I feel shaky. That was really powerful. Thank you so much for inviting us here. We have this very literal presentation, community planning, needs assessment, and grant writing that we're excited to share with you. And actually to borrow words from Alexana's presentation, I would just encourage all of you to apply your indigenuity to the tools that we're going to share here today in our presentation. And just first, we would like to do a land acknowledgement. We'd like to acknowledge the original Yupik, Dena'ina, and Alutiiq custodians of the land on which we are meeting today. And we would like to pay our respects to the elders of this area, the past, the present, and emerging. And maybe this is us. My name's Tanya Iden, and actually maybe to borrow from the local way of introducing oneself, I'm the granddaughter of Fred and Lydia Selcraig. I'm the daughter of Alicia Iden and Robert Iden. I'm the wife of John Driscoll, and I'm the mother of Luca and Lydia. And I'm from Anchorage. And Shanna, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, everybody. I'm Shanna Zespan, also from Anchorage, Alaska, originally from McCarthy, Alaska. Grandparents from New York City, and honored to be here today.
And just a little bit about Agnew-Beck. Our firm, we're 2 of the 5 owners of our firm, and our firm's vision really matches with the theme of this sustainability conference. We work alongside our clients and partners to help build thriving, equitable, and healthy communities. So that's the vision of our firm, and really the thread throughout all of the work that we do with communities across Alaska. Oh, thank you. So today we are going to talk a little bit about community planning, and really, the kind of impetus for this conversation is to think about how you can be well positioned to take advantage of all of the funding, this once in a lifetime funding opportunities, and kind of put up your funding for future generations, or store your nuts so that you have all of that funding available for your projects and dreams and things you want to do for your community. So we'll talk a little bit about community planning, kind of where your community is headed and what are your priorities and how to go about doing that together as a community. We'll talk about needs assessments and feasibility studies, which are really kind of gathering data to support your projects and how you can get them funded, and then really talk about funding opportunities and grant writing.
And just for folks, I know I was standing in the back and it's kind of hard to see the slides. And so if you all want to come forward, there's plenty of spots and it's maybe easier to see. So thank you.
So I'll talk about community planning, and Shanna's going to talk about needs assessments and grant writing. And actually, we're part of our trip here last night. We were in Alegnagic because we're working alongside the community of Alegnagic to help them update their comprehensive plan. So if any of you were in Alegnagic last night, you might recognize a couple of these slides. But really, I guess first off, maybe we could do a raise your hand. How many of you have participated in a community planning process or a planning process in your communities, right? So you're probably more of the experts than us. So we'll just kind of walk through this quickly. But of course, a community plan really helps you to kind of guide your decision making and come together as a community and really identify your priorities and the things that you want to work on. And it's really important to have that common set of priorities, for pursuing your grant applications and funding for your community. So that's kind of course, the need for a community plan. Oh, wait, move me forward. Sorry. And so, what is a community plan really? typically community plans have, your vision, your mission, your goals and your long-term practical strategies, and really kind of sets out your policy direction that you would like to go, and, kind of building all of that so that you can enhance quality of life for current and future residents. And this next slide is kind of a lot of information, and I'm realizing you're probably not even able to see it, but I guess the theme of this is not to overwhelm and be like, oh my gosh, there's so many different types of plans, but just to talk about, kind of, there are a lot of different ways to develop a plan and kind of how you might focus on them. But, they're kind of this long-term planning horizon of comprehensive plans is kind of this 10 to 20 years. But really today, we kind of want to focus more on thinking about being strategic and strategic plans, particularly related to these funding opportunities that are coming forward, because it's going to be really important to kind of create your priorities for the year ahead. And you needn't really kind of get too overwhelmed by these longer processes. But we also, have there's functional plans that you might do related to housing studies, transportation plans, human services. There's also kind of area specific plans that communities do, and you might come together with regional or sub-regional organizations to do those. And then project specific plans related to kind of business plans for whether it's maybe say an elder facility or a assisted living facility or something like that, kind of project specific. And then strategic plan really is kind of those 1 to 2 year timelines and getting really focused and thinking, okay, what are we going to do in the near term as a community? Oh, sorry. We've got too many things going on here. And then also just for cities and boroughs, it's required by law to do community plan or to do some sort of community plan or comprehensive plan. So this is just the statute from our state statutes that, remind that cities and boroughs, in order to have their planning authority, do need to do comprehensive plans. So just kind of walking through the components of a community plan. First, of course, so we'll kind of walk through this and then we'll give some examples of how you might do this as a community. So, kind of high level, you're going to have vision, what you're working towards, where do you want to be in 10 years? Mission is more kind of about like, what do you do and who do you serve as a community? And values are what do you care about and what's important to us? And then from that, once you kind of come together as a community to talk about that, you move into your goals, strategies, and outcome measures. That's more, kind of specific and focused. Goals are pretty broad. Strategies are how we're going to make progress specifically on the goals that we've outlined. And outcome measures are like, how are we going to know we achieved it? I feel like I'm speaking to the choir on this. So, and then of course, action plan and timeline. When we think more about strategic plans, this is a really important piece, developing those action plans and the timeline. So how do we make progress on our priority strategies and what's our timeline for implementation? And so, Shanna and I, our firm, we work with a lot of different communities through these processes. And so here's just a kind of a sample process. And one could work with a consultant, but you can absolutely do this all without a consultant. And actually, we're going to hear from our colleague, Erin, from the Alaska Municipal League about some technical assistance that they have available to communities to do this type of work. So, but this is just kind of a sample process. So of course, first you're gathering your background information. You could be doing that through interviews, talking with folks, having small community gatherings and meetings. Then you're going to be looking at all of the kind of data and information that's been presented before. So looking at existing plans and other policy statements and documents. And then oftentimes we work with groups to do community surveys. So designing a survey to get feedback from folks in your community about what's important, what are the priorities, and what do they want to see moving forward. Then you kind of take all of that and synthesize it together. You might, do something where you identify the strengths and the weaknesses, the opportunities and threats. And then you, from that, you kind of pull together your initial list of goals and strategies. And then usually you kind of present that back to the community and kind of, did we hit it right? Are these the goals and strategies we want to move forward on? And then kind of use that input with community to refine those and then finalize and build your action plan. If at any point somebody wants to ask a question or raise your hand, please feel free. So I'm just going to walk very quickly through some of those steps and give you some examples of how you might go about doing it. But again, we talked about mission and vision. The main difference is, mission kind of answers who are we? And then vision is what are we trying to achieve? What's that big picture that we want to achieve? And so I have a sample from Alegnagik. This is from their 2013 plan that they're working to update. And we talked through this last night, but here's an example of Alegnagik's vision. Alegnagik is a healthy and family-oriented community that continues to develop by improving infrastructure, diversifying the local economy, training the workforce, while protecting social and cultural values, including a positive environment for families, opportunities for subsistence, preservation of natural resources, and a pristine environment. So from that, you can kind of say, it states this is who we are and who we want to continue to become and preserve. So a lot of times when we're working with different communities, this is just one fun example of something we sometimes do. And you could use this, and all of this is in the slides that'll be shared after this presentation. But we sometimes do this. Imagine it's 20 years from now and you're reading the newspaper and you have achieved the vision that you desire for your community. What would be the headline? And so people write these headlines and then they share them together as a group. And so the next slide gives some examples of that. Lots of small words, but I'll just read a couple of them. Alaska shines as a vibrant, diverse, richest, and happiest state. So these are from doing this exercise with a different group of folks. Alaska's #1 in workforce housing and economic development. Average housing cost becomes affordable on a medium household income. So you can tell we were doing some different types of planning, like some housing plans and some broader plans for organizations. But and that was all done through that generative process of pretending you're writing your newspaper article. And then another just really important part of a plan, of course, is to outline and identify core values and fold those into your planning process. And that can be a really obviously powerful thing to do as a community, where you share together what it is you value about your community and what you're trying to preserve and protect through your planning process. So, what do we stand for? What are our underlying beliefs and the principles that guide us? So we have another example from Alegnagik, and actually last night we worked with them on this and we did make some changes. This is not inclusive of the changes to their values, but Alegnagik values are subsistence, way of life, understanding community, planning for the future, traditional activities, and they list some of those. That's actually, we updated that list last night, but it's not on this slide. Education, clean, healthy, and natural environment, family, children, parents, elders. And doing that process together as a community and stating those values can be a really powerful thing to do. And this, oftentimes we do an exercise where everybody just writes down the values that are important to them for the community on kind of sticky tabs, and then everyone presents them and you group them together and you can kind of come up with, broad categories and big values. And I think those end up being really important in a planning process, because you just can keep returning to them and you can kind of filter your goals and priorities through those values. Like, does this goal statement and does this strategy really match our values and what we've described are important to us? And then, getting to goals and strategies is often, in our experience, somebody kind of digs in and takes that away and does the majority of that work. You kind of talk about it as a community, but really somebody needs to write it down and kind of make it clear. And so you might have like a team member, a planning team member who does that, or, have support from your technical assistance provider, but kind of defining those goals and strategies. Here is an example of a project that we were working on in another community where they were defining their, health and wellness goals. So residents are healthy, safe, and self-sufficient. So that's the big goal. And then example of some of their strategies are promote healthy lifestyles and support efforts to address substance abuse, behavioral health needs, suicide prevention. So you can see it gets a little more specific. So you have your broad goal, and then your strategy is kind of the action that you're going to do. And you might measure something like that or create an action step as, an awareness campaign or something like that from the strategy. And then, of course, super important to prioritize your strategies. And we have two different methods that we're just sharing here as examples. In this kind of grid method, you as a community would kind of list all the different things you want to work on and then organize them in this grid. So is it a high impact? Like, will it, make a lot of change? Yes. But is it a really hard thing to do? You put some strategies there, but some of them may be lower effort. And so like kind of the sweet spot is high impact strategy, but low effort, because then you can kind of get things done fast. But you can also, as a community, decide if you want to do some, low effort, lower impact, but still might get us like energized and working forward. And, but high effort, low impact, obviously ones that you probably won't pursue. So that's just kind of a simple, quick way to prioritize strategies. Here's an example of a more complex way, is kind of thinking about all these different criteria that you want to meet and working. You might do this in small groups type of situations where you're, do these strategies have high regional need, are most likely to address an area for improvement and take advantage of strengths and opportunities. You can develop your own list of the criteria that you're trying to meet, but that's just an example of how you might go either through a simple process or a more complex process. And then lastly, I'll just leave you, is my last slide? I think so. With an action plan. This is kind of like in the spirit of thinking about these more strategic community plans. Getting down to this level of detail can actually be really helpful. And, thinking about all the folks who are going to work on the plan together and who needs to do what. This is just a sample of kind of how you might set up an action plan. But, what is the concrete activity that needs to take place? What are the costs? What are the resources? What do you need to bring to bear on that? And then I think this who column is really important because lots of great ideas can happen in community meetings and working through a community planning process, but really identifying who's going to do the work is an important part of it. And so kind of checking in on that and making sure there's people assigned to make progress. And then, putting a timeline, when will it happen? And then how do we know we're successful is kind of that last category. And I guess before we move on to the needs assessment, does anybody want to ask any questions? We'll also be here all afternoon and happy to chat with people just more independently. Okay, I think we'll go ahead. Go, Shannon.
Thank you, Tanya. Hi, everybody. Okay, so I want to kind of segue into two pieces. Once you have your community plan, and actually maybe while you're doing your community plan, I mean, this work doesn't have to be linear. It has to just kind of happen to achieve your goals. You might want to dive deep into a needs assessment or a feasibility study for a project or program. While within your community, it might feel like a particular project or program is going to work. It's always helpful to see how the details line up in terms of the financials or the organizational capacity. And that's really, really important for funders, right? To be able to see that potential feasibility and that all of that homework has been done. So really this phase in sort of fundraising and project development is about being really clear about the size of your project, what you're trying to create, testing that financial piece. Are there revenues to support the project? What is the gap? From there, how do you plan to fill that gap? What's your funding plan? And really, again, showing those funders how you're, doing your homework and bringing more detail to your ideas. There's lots of different examples of this. A lot of focus these days and over the last last decade really is around housing. And so really looking within your community at your housing need, whether it's affordability, elders, young families, and documenting that need. New program or project feasibility, a business plan, maybe it's for a new community center. Those are all really helpful tools to share with funders and share within your community. Feasibility planning is not like, again, a very linear process. It's actually very iterative, right? So you might start out with your market study or your needs assessment that says, gosh, we need 75 new housing units in our community. And that gives you enough information to start doing some concept design, and it's going to be duplexes or it's going to be single family homes. You're also coming up with your rents and figuring out that this is going to bring in a certain amount of funding, but it's not quite enough to cover operating expenses. So you might go back and adjust your design or adjust your program. And you're kind of doing all of this with that end goal of really bringing impact to your community, but also lining yourself up to be able to secure a wide range of funding. This is an example of kind of a housing needs assessment that we often help communities conduct. And so again, this is just one example. You could be working on a health clinic or something related to community wellness, but for housing, this Excel model really gives you a few different options. So it shows that you might need housing for population growth, but you might also need housing to address overcrowding in your community, right? So maybe your community members are choosing to live in a multi-generational situation, or maybe there's folks that really want to live on their own. So when we look at this, we're bringing in that overcrowding component. And then there's a lot of need for rehab and improvements to existing housing. So that's a kind of can be a very major process in documenting housing rehab. But what this feasibility level testing does is says, you know, how many houses were built before 1950, or how many housing units have no indoor plumbing? That might be a proxy for the amount of rehab that needs to happen, so that you can go to your funders and you can go to your community partners and say, actually, a big amount of the housing need is in rehab, and we really need to generate funding for that. So in this community, it's about 60 units over the next 20 years that are needed. And that really helps, again, give specifics to funders to help them provide that funding. Okay, kind of segueing into grant writing. This is a graphic, and the slides are available for folks so you can actually like see the smaller text. But this is like a cycle here. So a lot of what Tanya shared and what I just went through is this pre-development phase of grant writing, where you're doing your community plans, you're doing that next level needs assessment and feasibility testing, and you're doing really targeted grant research to kind of find those funding opportunities for those particular projects. And then all of a sudden one pops up. You get an email about a particular notice of funding, and you're ready to either maybe build those duplexes or, implement a new wellness program. And you're kind of right in that grant writing, grant development phase. And so a lot of the detailed slides in this presentation kind of talk through best practices around how to pull your grant together. But it's really not, it's not surprising to folks. It's kind of organization and time, right? Getting people in the room together, creating a checklist of who's doing what, staying on track, really trying to do the grant writing at 4 to 6 weeks before the application is due, so that there's plenty of time for rewriting and adding to your application. And then if you're awarded, you are able to add that to your funding plan. Hopefully that's the last piece that you need for your project, but it may be just the first. And so you're still on a process to bring more funding into your community. But then you're still in that phase of having to manage the award and make sure all of the documentation is kept up. You might also not be successful in an application, but it's really just an opportunity to renew and to adjust your project and your ideas and then resubmit in another round. It's, I think, really important to think about how your organization, your community, and your project is well positioned to go after funding. And I don't think you have to have yeses across the board, but you should go into it knowing where you need to build more capacity and where you can really shine and you can really say, this is how strong we are. Again, this planning document piece is actually really important and in some ways can be overwhelming. I think what Tanya was sharing was it's great to try to create a strategic vision for your community that you can really document the key priorities. Again, maybe it's the 2 duplexes, the new bridge, and a wellness program, and update that regularly because funders want to see that it's up to date and that the communities are organizations are aligned. But there may be other specific kinds of plans that have to be prepared for a certain kind of funding opportunity, like a wildfire plan or a hazard mitigation plan. And so just being aware and saving space in your organizational capacity to bring those forward as well. Staff experience and capacity is super important. And that's, you know, kind of writing your resume in a really positive way, sharing with funders, all the different people and your histories and your background and your skills to make it clear that you're able to implement the ideas that are being proposed. Partnerships, I think, are one of the main ways that we get this work done and one of the most critical parts of being successful in grant writing. Really, the partnerships probably need to be in place through that planning process, and they're kind of organically knitted together, but then they have to actually be documented with MOUs and resolutions and that everybody's kind of done their procedural part to show that we support this project. And that is hugely important to be successful with grants. The match funds are also necessary and hard. More and more funding opportunities require that match. And so again, if your partnerships are strong and you're building from that community plan, then there's maybe many options to bring in that local funding match. But it's, you know, important to make sure that that piece is nailed down. We help folks with lots of different funding applications, and organizations are more and more needing to go after different types of funding. So 2 general categories are more that private and then that public funding. The foundations, you know, a lot of communities here today have probably submitted applications to Rasmussen and other types of foundations. They tend to be less technical in terms of what has to be submitted, which means they can maybe be turned around more quickly, but they also require the deep relationships that have been developed over many years and kind of selling your story and your ideas to those foundations way before you submit your application. The public funds are usually your state and federal grants, and then sometimes municipal grants if that municipality has extra funding. This is a funny cartoon. Okay. You know, just a few things that we've observed, and it's changing as the different funding comes into place. But a lot of times communities are trying to decide whether they should go after a state grant or federal grant or both. The federal grants tend to be more complex. They also have higher award ceilings. So kind of like what Tanya talked about, high reward, but high effort in a lot of cases. But maybe a little bit more strenuous reporting requirements. State grants have in the past been less competitive, although we're seeing that change as state funds become more and more scarce and federal funds become, more and more available. But, as hard as it is, our strategy is always to go after all of them, right? Because then you have a higher probability. This is a list, and when you get the PowerPoint, you can kind of peruse it, but it's just some opportunities for folks to see where you can look for funding opportunities, grants.gov, getting on listservs. One of the tricks that our grant writers use is making sure that their email inbox has folders that, automatically send those grant NOFAs into that folder so they don't get lost in your junk mail or lost in your other mail. A lot of times that's really the best way to find out when opportunities are available. And then, like I said, with the foundations, I think it is really building those relationships, inviting funders into your community and sharing your ideas early. I think, a key part of this work is getting the right funding opportunity to match the right project. I think it's a little bit hard to kind of make sure that your project is exactly what the funding says it needs to be from day one. So there's always that iterative process. But at the same time, that eligibility piece is really important. I know this is always an issue with our housing authorities. They are not-for-profit entities, but they're not 501c3s. So they may think they're eligible for a certain kind of grant, but because they don't have the 501c3 status, they can't actually apply. But then they can find their partner and they can also be successful. And I think the last bullet is actually one of the most important, is one of our newer grant writers, Curtis Fincher, who has been working with a lot of communities. He is really good about just calling the agencies themselves, and you can really learn a lot from doing that instead of, guessing to what all the federal language and state language actually means. So, yeah. We've been talking about sustainability. We've heard that term is used in some ways as a buzzword, lots of different measures of sustainability. But I think when you're writing the grant, really thinking about that sustainability of the budget itself. And specifically, what else you need to bring to the table to fill what we call that capital stack to get the project funded. And, I think the main difference in sustainability when you're showing your budget is, are you talking about a capital project that's going to be a one-time situation? Or again, let's take that example of a new wellness program. How are you going to sustain that over time when, say, it's a 3-year grant? On year 4, what happens, right? And I think that also can become overwhelming. You don't have to say to the funders that we're going to be able to raise this $500,000 in year 4 from these 5 sources. But what you can say is that we're going to meet these performance measures and meet this impact. And then our local organizations are going to step in and provide more funding. And we actually might be back asking for more funding from you because you'll be very excited to keep funding this project. So really being creative about how you demonstrate that sustainability. We talked about the partnership piece and the groups needing to show support for your project or your program through the grant writing process. And again, this is important as you get started and also important when you're submitting the actual documentation. But I think from a, how do you get this work done perspective, just making sure you build enough time in. We have a lot of examples of communities where we find the right fit for the project that they're considering and everybody gets really excited and we start diving in. But there's, a certain number of days that things have to be noticed for approval of the resolutions, and we can't meet those timelines. So really just building that whole process of approval by your partners into your plan is really important. Let's see. I think we talked about this again. There's a lot more detail in the PowerPoint, but this gives you specific examples of the kinds of documentation that you would want to show for organizational capacity. Again, it's those resumes, the audits, all the financial reporting piece. This slide is really kind of a guide to how to manage the grant writing process. And so if you're in charge of maybe going after, say, an ICDBG grant, how would you keep people aligned? And so really you want to start with a tracking tool and begin working collectively with your partners and assigning roles and using that tool to guide everybody. This item 5 and 6, I think, are really important. We're often fitting grant writing in between our real jobs and our real roles. And so, you know, having these regular check-ins where people are reserving time to say to the grant writer, whether it's someone on your staff or it's someone that you've hired, what else do you need from us? How can we help you get this over the finish line? And then the forms, there's so many examples that I have of the forms actually weren't fillable. They weren't what the agency said they were going to be. There's kind of errors in how you can submit them. So do them at the very beginning, and then you can check that off your list and it feels really good. And this is an example of a tracker that you could use. And you know, the part that's a lot of times not so fun is that award management piece. And again, each grant's different in terms of how you have to keep documentation, show reports, but you know, building that into your organization and creating a system to manage grants. And I've seen some communities share that requirement amongst organizations, so you might have one staff person supporting multiple organizations to manage those grant awards, which is great. And then I think this is our last slide. I think, you know, again, if you're not awarded, it's not the end. Funders are often very excited to share their thoughts about how things could be different, or how their own mission, and especially with foundations, what they're trying to see happen, that the narrative didn't quite hit the mark, but here's some other words that really mean something to our board. And then the next round can be very successful. So I think that's the end of our slides. I know Erin's going to pop in and talk more specifically about AML's grant writing services and their, you know, their process as well. But before we do that, does anybody have any questions or anything you want to share that around grant writing or community planning that we didn't touch on? Great. Okay, do we want to bring Erin up?
Thanks. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanna and Tanya, for your presentation. Next up, we have Erin Reinders with the Alaska Municipal League, and she will be presenting virtually. Erin, like I said, she's with the Alaska Municipal League. She'll be presenting on resources for tribal and municipal governments. The Alaska Municipal League provides multiple forms of technical resources and assistance to local governments with grant writing. And we just wanted to give you a reminder too that we will have all the PowerPoint presentations available to you on our website post-summit. And one last reminder as well, we are providing a space for the action planning and support session this evening after the summit, or day one is over. It's totally optional for our speakers and participants. We just wanted to provide a space for more one-on-one time or discussions and answer or address questions that you may want to ask. It'll be here in the gym from 5:30 to 6:15, and then following that, we'll have the cultural celebration after that. With that, I'll hand it over to Erin.
All right. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I am sorry to be not there in person. I am joining you here from Anchorage, Alaska. And in keeping with the other introductions, My family and I are currently splitting time between Anchorage and Unalaska, where we've lived over 10 years now out in Unalaska, but now we are kind of transitioning over to Anchorage. My family, my parents and grandparents are all from Illinois. So again, I am Erin Reinders, and I'm with the Infrastructure Program Director with the Alaska Municipal League, and AML, otherwise called AML. And AML is a nonprofit, nonpartisan statewide organization with the purpose of really strengthening Alaskans' local governments. We're committed to supporting Alaska's 165 cities and boroughs and in maximizing the benefit to Alaska and fostering statewide collaborations, especially with the coming opportunities with the bipartisan infrastructure law, which we'll talk about today. So today, as I said, we'll talk a little bit about AML's response to that bipartisan infrastructure law, which is also called IJA, and various resources that are available to folks, and then share some kind of closing thoughts to ponder as we all participate in this once in a generation opportunity. So let's go ahead and get started. So the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or IJA, or otherwise called Bill, the bipartisan infrastructure law, was signed into law last year in 2 years ago now, in 21 in November. It authorized $1.2 trillion for transportation and other infrastructure spending. About 550 billion of that figure really goes toward new investments and programs. So that remaining dollar amount really just kind of increased existing programs. And then that $550 billion figure really went toward new programs and investments. And that's a combination of formula funds and then also competitively awarded funds, which gets into your grant applications. And IJA is projected to bring about $18 billion to the state of Alaska. And as of this month, I just double checked, it looks like we have brought in as a state $3.7 billion since the start of IJA. So we are on track for that goal of bringing in the $3 billion a year, which is quite incredible. This is my attempt to try to turn cylinders into buckets. So please use your imagination. So IJA funding falls primarily into 5 broad buckets or categories: internet and cybersecurity, energy and power, transportation systems, which include your docks, your airports, your bridges, road improvements, and the like. Then water and sewer is another bucket. And then you have resilience, which includes things such as wildfire management and a whole bunch more. We'll get into that in the following slides. So, and all of these buckets really have a huge impact on Alaskan communities. So with all of this increased funds and efforts to support local governments, AML has responded and increased our efforts in order to support communities in identifying resources, funding opportunities, potential partnerships, and really trying to foster some of those partnerships. So we developed this logic model to kind of help outline AML's response to IJA or Bill. Our overarching goal is to maximize the benefit to Alaska and foster statewide collaboration, especially with all these opportunities coming down with Bill. And we are trying to help position local governments for success by being a resource for partnerships, information, and guidance. And we really recognize that capacity might be a big hurdle for many to really engage in these opportunities. And so fundamentally, our goal is to help augment that. And so we strive to do that through doing our own research and learning, hosting networking and learning events. For example, we helped put on the infrastructure symposium in April of 2022 and the following September of 22. We tried to collaborate with partners, looking to identify opportunities for shared services, which we'll talk about in momentarily. And we also try to engage with our members and have regular emails going out. And we have weekly infrastructure office hours. And we'll touch on that here in a few moments as well. And then, as always, we try to be flexible and responsive to the changing needs of our members and the changing environment that we find ourselves in. So a little bit about partnerships. AML back in June of 2022, AML signed a memorandum of agreement with the State Department of Transportation. So we can really share some resources in support of local and tribal governments in order to really capture competitive discretionary grants for local transportation projects. So this partnership has resulted in many things. One of those things is the development of, and this is a mouthful, the Alaska Transportation Funding Opportunity Hub. And on this page, you can find a variety of different resources, from a project intake form, information about state funding opportunities for transportation, federal funding opportunities for transportation, as well as a project map. So I really encourage folks to check this out. The submit a project, the intake form is open to all local governments and tribes and schools. And filling out this form really helps to communicate project needs. And it might result in some support from the state or AML in identifying funding opportunities, or with some assistance from DOT with the actual application for the project itself. You will have to have some basic information about the project in order to complete the form. So once you click on that, you do have the opportunity to look at a PDF form of the questions. It's an online form, but you can also look at a PDF form of those questions, so you can have those ahead of time. The state program slide, that state program section really has information about different state programs that are underway, and you can get some details on those, as well as a schedule of deadlines and various evaluation criteria. And that's just kind of mirrored over on the federal side. And in both of these situations, more information will be added as different programs are developed and funding notifications are released. And then finally, we have that project map portion of the hub. When you submit that project intake form, you'll be asked to kind of identify the location of your project. And we use that information to evaluate different eligibility issues and competitiveness of your project, but it also then gets added on to this project map. And not all of the information that you're putting in that intake form will show on that map, but basic information about the project will. And the reason for that is that then it helps folks really have a visual representation of the need for transportation infrastructure throughout the state. And it also provides some opportunity for folks to look at it and see where there might be some potential for bundling projects, or to allow for potential partners to seek each other out. And that website has this link to it, which is very long. So I'm going to take you to this next slide, akfederalfunding.org. Which is a much easier website to be able to remember and to access. So if you go onto this website, you'd be able to get to that state and an AML co-shared website that we just reviewed. So AK Federal Funding website, which is another resource, had its beginning with ARPA and continues to be available. So this website serves as a clearinghouse for information and resources to help Alaskan organizations make the most of federal funding available under the bill or IJA. And I imagine we'll be expanding that to include funding that's associated with the Inflation Reduction Act as well. So this website is a shared effort with the Alaska Infrastructure Coordinating Committee, which is an informal network of various Alaskan organizations to share information and collaboration to really maximize Alaska's potential for these opportunities. And so that group includes AFN, University of Alaska, ANTHC, Denali Commission, and other representatives from the state of Alaska. So here you can find information, news and grant information, resource links, resources by topic, by ARPA or IJA and Bill. We're trying to add more information on training and events on that website. There's also, as I mentioned, the link to the transportation hub that we just reviewed. And there's a match requirement form on there. So we talked a little bit earlier about capacity being a concern with some of these grant opportunities that are coming along. We also recognize that the match requirement is also a hurdle. And so we're trying to measure that and be able to communicate that with the state and other entities to see if we can develop some solutions around that. I will say that we continue to try to improve akfederalfunding.org. So if you see areas that or you have ideas on how that might be benefited, how that might be improved, please reach out and let us know. We are open to feedback. Another thing that we do every week, open to members and their friends and family, we get lots of different folks on. We have weekly office hours focused in on infrastructure. And this is really a time together to talk about questions that folks might have, to share information regarding infrastructure grants and implementation, and also help to identify partnerships and collaboration ideas. And we just kind of discuss various potentials for coordinated approaches. And then as always, it's a time for AML to learn about member needs and how we might help. So it's really just a time for colleagues throughout the state to come and learn together. Oftentimes we try to have guest speakers come to talk about various infrastructure topics or funding opportunities. As an example, just this week, we had representatives from HDR come and talk about PIDP, which is a port improvement development program funding for ports. And next week, we'll have a representative from the US DOT to discuss their ROOTS program, which is focused on transportation opportunities for rural communities. So we try to keep those topics timely and definitely applicable to folks. And that's every Tuesday at 9 to 10. And I believe if you go on to AK Federal Funding and sign up for some informational emails, you'll kind of get on that information list to sign up for those calls. If it's easier, just feel free to email me and we can forward you an invite. And those are on Zoom, so you should be able to, if your internet connection allows, you can Zoom in or you can dial in with your telephone landline and join us that way. So we do offer some grant writing assistance, as was mentioned earlier, and some are free to members. Others, we can develop a contractual relationship with folks tailored to your needs. So some things that we continue to offer as a free service. We have a grant writing hotline that continues. We've got a pool of grant writers that can contract with you. But basically, if you wanted the hotline and just to talk to somebody about figuring out what your next steps are, you can reach out to us and we can connect you. Something that several of our members have been doing is a desk review. We have a relationship with HDR and they'll take applications and give you feedback on that. I will say folks have done that in a couple of different ways. They've taken their grant applications that they've done previously that were not successful, and in advance of working on their next round of application, they'll ask for a desk review to get additional feedback. And oftentimes that's in addition to and in complement, complementary with the review that you get with the agency, with the funding agency. I think that was mentioned earlier, and that's a great idea. And I encourage folks to participate in that. That feedback is quite valuable. So this in complement with that, I think hopefully is setting folks up for success in the future. Others use the desk review to review a draft of their current application that they're about to submit. We certainly encourage folks as you're kind of mapping out your schedule as you're working on your grant applications to work those desk reviews in and the time that's required into that. The other thing that AML is working on is working on templates. So if there's a really popular grant program that lots of folks are applying for, mostly recently the RAISE grant program, we kind of dug into the NOFO and put together a template for application documents, just to help members, just to kind of give you a jump start on that. Certainly you still have to flip back to the notice of funding for more details, but that is something that we've gotten good feedback on. So again, we'll do that for the more kind of widely eligible grants. We are now looking into exploring some contract services for actual grant application assistance to support the application, to create more detailed templates, drafting the application itself, aiding with submitting the application. And if you're interested in that, you can let us know. And those contracts are very much tailored to the specific needs of the members. So that's our grant writing assistance. There's a lot there, and that's keeping us awfully busy these days. So some general resources that I wanted to share, and again, this will go out to folks, and then you can just kind of look those links up. But grants.gov is great. National League of Cities has a really, I think, a user-friendly interface for infrastructure grant opportunities. So that's a great search tool. United States Department of Transportation has a very user-friendly listing of their key funding opportunities. And then there's also a link here for that rural program, which is Rural Opportunity to Use Transportation for Economic Success. And that there's different technical assistance programs and funding programs specifically tailored to rural communities. And that's where next Tuesday during the office hour, we'll have a representative from that program on the call. And then some general, I think, really good resources. The Bill Rural Playbook from the White House. They've got the IRA guidebook from the White House. And then there's also a PDF that the White House has put out with upcoming funding opportunities for the coming year. It's just a nice long list that I refer to quite often. So I encourage you to check that out. Some reoccurring themes. So with all of that in mind, and we're looking at all these opportunities, I'm trying to kind of take a step back and look at general points that can be made about Bill or IJA, and some of which really, I think, put Alaska at a competitive advantage. So many of the programs encourage partnerships. So additionally, I think that's often a way that you can reduce some match requirements and increases the competitiveness if you can really highlight some of those partnerships. Many of these programs allow for bundled projects, which might be worth exploring as a way to help with your MOB and DMOB costs and to increase competitiveness, and as a way to, again, to approach some of those partnerships. Some of the funds have rural set-asides for funding and no match or reduced match for tribal or rural communities. So that's something to be aware of. And on that, rural playbook for Bill, there's actually a link there that provides, and there's actually a link on this slide that's embedded, but there's a link there that kind of lays out some of those programs that are specifically tailored to rural communities or tribal communities with the match requirements having been reduced. Again, there's a heavy emphasis on the rural communities. Program criteria is typically focused on safety, state of repair, and economic impact, but they're seeming to also now, well, they are also now incorporating equity issues, sustainability, climate change issues, and integrating new technologies or innovative approaches. And oftentimes that innovative approach is innovative to you in your current environment. So it doesn't have to be this groundbreaking change, but if it's a different and innovative way for your community, for how you're approaching things, oftentimes that is definitely worth highlighting. And other things to ponder, this isn't my last slide, other things to ponder, we found that, you know, competitive applications often have clearly defined scopes and phases and rationale. And they outline, they're able to outline a clear schedule and have their environmental design work really understood and the economics worked out. So if your project isn't quite ready yet for an application, for a grant application, these are some things you might want to focus on. Reference to, and this was talked about earlier, but I really want to echo it. So reference, as you're working on those grant applications, reference existing plans as much as possible. And the more connections you can make, the better. So those are comprehensive plans, special studies that you might have, state transportation plans, your local economic development plans are some ideas to consider. Also kind of wanted to get on your radar, many grant applications are now asking, especially in the Department of Energy, they're asking for community benefits plans, and those include issues like dealing with workforce housing, with workforce development and jobs, as well as public participation plans, really stressing a plan for meaningful engagement. So those are some things to keep in mind. And also with some grant opportunities, it really might be beneficial or even required to apply for a planning grant or a design grant one cycle that will then make you more competitive that next cycle for a construction grant to follow. So that might be something too to consider, planning or project phasing to be a little bit more competitive in some of these applications. So that is all I have for you. Feel free to reach out if any questions have come up, or I'm happy to entertain questions if we have time right now. I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing my screen so I can see more of you. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Erin. We'll pause just for a sec to see if folks have questions for Erin. I am filling in for Dolores, so thank you so much for taking the time, Erin. She'll also be in one of the breakout sessions this afternoon. That was a lot of really great information, so we really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. So just a few notes. As you may notice, we're on Dillingham time. We're operating under a bit of a delay. We're hoping we'll catch up over the lunch hour. I just wanted to reiterate the locations of the breakout sessions. We are actually going to ensure people get a break because we know that that is critical. So at about 11:15, we'll start the community infrastructure housing breakout here in the high school gym. And then the second option at 11:15 is the infrastructure funding sources breakout. And as Dolores had said, it's at the Dillingham Tribal Center, which is literally, if you go out the doors you came in and just go straight across the parking lot, it's the building just right across the parking lot. And they have a nice setup in there for the breakout. For those who are attending virtually, please make sure you use the updated links that were sent to you yesterday for the breakouts. If you're attending the breakout virtually in the gym, you can just stay on this link. The streaming will be kept open. You don't need a separate link for those that are attending virtually for the breakouts that are in the high school gym. I also just wanted to remind folks that in the agenda packets, you have speaker contact information. So in the event that you couldn't get a question asked after a presentation, you can reach out directly to speakers. Their information is included in the packet. And as Dolores stated earlier, after there's an optional portion of the summit from 5:30 to 6:15 tonight. And some of the in-person folks will be at tables, so participants can come and get one-on-one time with presenters from today, ask any questions they may have, any follow-up. We really just wanted to give folks time to have some one-on-one time with all the expertise that's at the summit so that they can move forward in a lot of their planning as well. Lastly, please enjoy your break. And we will get started with the breakout sessions at about 11:15. Again, the bathrooms are just outside the door in the hallway. And please try to keep our summit folks within this area and the hallway as school is happening. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and we'll get started at 11:15 in the breakout that's happening here in the gym. If you have any questions about where the Chilliwack Tribal Center is, please help or just get with one of our staff and we'll point you in the right direction.
Morning again, everyone. We'd like to get started here. If you can please trickle back to your seats. We are running a little bit behind schedule for this next breakout session. We will be presenting on community infrastructure and housing. We have 4 speakers lined up for this session. The first presenter we have coming up is Brenda Ackelcock. She's with the Bristol Bay Housing Authority, and she'll be presenting on housing and urban development. Next, after Alice, we will have Daniel Delfino with the Alaska Housing Finance, and he'll be presenting on access to safe quality affordable housing in Alaska. George Larson with the Bristol Bay Area Health Corporation Environmental Health Program will present on water and sewer infrastructure planning. And lastly, for this breakout session, we'll have Victoria Gelderks with ANTHC, and she'll be presenting on the sanitation infrastructure and ANTHC community assistance. The other breakout session going on right now at the Chugyung Tribal Building, which is the old courthouse building. Their session is on the infrastructure and funding sources. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to Brenda Ackelcock. Brenda? Okay. Oh, she stepped out for a sec. Make sure she gets her presentation set up too.
Can you hear me okay? All right. I'm Brenda Ackelcock with Bristol Bay Housing Authority, and it is an honor and a privilege to be here. A lot of you made a sacrifice to get here, left your families back home, and I'm hoping this pays off in great dividends. I'd like to recognize Alana and the planning committee for the awesome job they did in pulling things together. We've lost leaders like Ralph Anderson, who were part of the original visioning effort. And it's thanks to people like Alana and her level of commitment to make sure we're all working together for our common vision. So with that said, I also have with me today our Deputy Director, Emil Larson. You're going to see when we go through the presentation, we've got a number of projects in your villages And Emil has brought some employment applications. If you'd like to bring some back, if you think you have some people in the community who might be interested in working on housing and renovation projects. Oh, am I supposed to do that? Okay. Let's see if I go in the right direction. I'm left-handed, you know. Okay. So Senator Mikowski has introduced a very good version of the bill to reauthorize NAHASDA. And please thank her and ask Representative Peltola to help get it passed. It's been over 10 years since the appropriations law for NAHASDA has expired. And the primary reason it's been held up, believe it or not, is Congresswoman Maxine Waters in California is concerned about an issue in Oklahoma. They're referred to as the freedmen, former slaves of some of the tribes in Oklahoma. And that's been the major reason that it hasn't been passed. So HUD is getting really close to giving us our contract for 2023. After that, we'll be implementing the memorandums of agreement with your tribes. And we're building in Manicotah right now. There were 53 moderate to low income families on the waiting list for housing. The stars all lined up for Manicotah. There was American Rescue Plan money that also came in and some CARES Act money. And we're up to building 10 homes. I don't know when we're going to see that level of federal funding available again, but considering the number of families in Manicotah, it worked out really well for them. So the Bristol Bay region used to receive about $2 million a year for weatherization funding. And it's actually called the Lyman Weatherization Program after Senator Hoffman. And he has a very deep commitment. We all know that we need quality housing in the villages. A lot of our younger families that are we're trying to hold the schools open for oftentimes live in some of the worst housing. So if they can save money on their heat and utilities by getting their homes weatherized, then that might make the difference and stem some of the out-migration in the region. Now, both Representative Edgman and Senator Hoffman are very busy right now negotiating with the governor. There is a lot of discussion over what the size of the permanent fund will be. I'd just like to let you know, the state did get some federal funding from the U.S. Department of Energy, but that is a very bad fit for rural Alaska. We still need the state to put money into that program. The amount of money in that federal energy program is only a couple of thousand per house. And from what we see, the housing is usually in such bad condition, it takes about $75,000 per house. So when you have a chance to talk to our state representatives, be sure to let them know rural Alaska still needs that larger weatherization program provided by the state contribution. And the reason why it matters is millions and millions of dollars went into urban Alaska to put in large hydroelectric projects. And there was a commitment from those urban parts of the state that they would not forget rural Alaska and there would be equity for them. It's time to hold them accountable and remember that promise. They had their 4-dam pool. They had their large hydroelectric projects. We need to let them know that our people are suffering and we need this. So in 2022, We had 2 ICDBG grants. We're working in both Twin Hills and Port Hayden. We did not anticipate they would both get funded, so our crew has been split between both villages. We're getting close to wrapping up in Twin Hills. But we found when we started blowing in insulation up in the top that some of the power distribution issues in that village and a lot of the villages can cause problems with wiring. So thankfully, Twin Hills as leverage contacted BBEDC in order to bring in that federal grant. They had a community seed grant from BBEDC. So there's going to be enough money. Emil and Kevin are working to secure a journeyman level electrician so we could take care of those electrical issues in the village as well. 5 families got moved into new homes in Kokanock. We're a little bit off schedule from what the commissioners originally planned because of the pandemic. The staff were needing to get COVID tested before they got into the village. At times, everybody on the crew in the village came down with COVID, but the homes turned out really well and they blower door tested. When we build a home, we have money from the state of Alaska Housing Finance Corporation. They call it the supplemental grant. And that requires us to meet the state's building energy efficiency standards. So those families are in super energy efficient homes. Again, the 10 homes, we're hoping that we can have the families moved in by April of 2024. We have 2 homes being rehabbed in Levelock and 2 in Non-Dalton. And then after they're rehabbed, we will make them available to new home buyers. We are using insurance to rebuild a home that burned down in Levelock. There are tribal flow-through dollars available for tribal programs for rehab, crime prevention, and youth programs. Some of the tribes, especially Kaliganik, which owns and operates its own utility, use their funding for utility vouchers, and that helps make it more affordable to live in the village if you have help with your electricity. The families that receive that voucher, they do need to be income eligible according to the NAHASDA guidelines. There was also tenant-based rental assistance at the 9 multifamily properties. Meal that hasn't happened anymore. You'll see in a later slide that the meal board is looking at options to sell that building. I'll talk a little bit more about that. And we did last summer have a fire in South Naknek. It burned down an 8-plex. We have $1 million in insurance. We're raising another $3 million. The tribe is interested, instead of building another 8-plex, which is very inefficient because they only get 1 fuel barge a year. We're gonna build 4 duplexes instead. It'll be more home-like, cost less fuel, and that's actually it was called a tax credit program that originally constructed that 20-year-old duplex. And in another 9 years, those requirements will be gone, so we can convert those units to home ownership after 9 years is up. So we do have some American Rescue Plan money. It's not just here, it's everywhere. I'm hearing it from the BBNA full board, and I'm meeting with them next week. Housing is on everybody's mind, and it's a tremendous need. There aren't a lot of resources, but there is a way. The congressional formula for the Bureau of Indian Affairs Housing Improvement Program to bring more money into Bristol Bay is for families. I know they've been discouraged over the years to fill out a BIA Housing Improvement Program application. And that is the formula that brings more money into Alaska. And when I meet with the BB&A full board next week, there's going to be a representative from the Bureau of Indian Affairs letting your directors know the villages have not been having tribal members apply to that program and uploading in December. So what we're hoping to do is hire 10 village-based workers to help get these BIA HIP applications done and a housing needs survey. I can provide a resolution if the village doesn't feel they have the staff or capacity to upload into, and I'm sorry, I got over a virus a week ago, and every now and then I go on a coughing jag. But if we get a resolution from the tribe, and I will send that out to the villages, my staff can upload the applications into the taper, and then we can re-upload them for 3 years without the family doing additional paperwork. But if you, sometimes I've seen Kaliganik had a volunteer, a lady who was really nice and did it. The next year, nobody uploaded it again. So all those people fell out of the system. We're willing to help you keep your people in the system if we get a resolution from the tribe. We're also going to be purchasing 5 acres in Dillingham with American Rescue Plan money because they're in line for new development. It does assist with operating costs region-wide at the low-income apartments. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we did have at least 1 death recently back in October in one of our apartments, and law enforcement came and visited with us and let us know that the people living in the apartment did tell them there was fentanyl, and that is a game changer. I don't know if you saw it in the news about 3 weeks ago. There's a condo association that is being sued because they rented out a unit to a family that had a toddler. It doesn't take much fentanyl to kill a baby, and it did kill the toddler. It was like, I don't know if they were renting it out like an Airbnb, but I can tell you, every single one of our rental units, we test for both meth and fentanyl before we move anybody in. And we send the results out to a certified lab in Utah. We don't move anybody in unless we are positive there's no meth and fentanyl in the unit. But it costs over $70,000 per unit to remediate. And it's dangerous enough. My staff have to go in with a Narcan kit in case one of them get into it heavy, and Emil's working on getting CPR training as well. I'm about to send a letter to the Anchorage Daily News. We need to have the governor keep fentanyl from coming into the region. The meth is bad, it causes property damage. The fentanyl is literally killing people, and it will kill a baby faster than most people. So when you have the opportunity to talk to people, let them know how bad fentanyl is. And we need to keep it from coming into the state, but we need to keep it from coming into Bristol Bay because we are finding it in the units, even in some of our smaller villages. Again, the meal board is reviewing options for the sale of the building and to dissolve as a nonprofit. Pardon me. Just so you know, I did test negative for COVID. I tested negative for influenza A and B. What happened was my granddaughter started daycare, so I got the daycare crud. So home construction through 2027, 28, We're going to be finishing up in Manicotuck. Then we're going to Naknek, Chignik Lagoon, Chugyun here in Dillingham, Clark's Point, Koliganek. So it's really important to start letting your families know they need to fill out a housing application so they can get on the waiting list and be considered for a home. Because when people are on the waiting list, I use that information, how many people who say they need housing and don't have it, and they're living in substandard or overcrowded conditions. I put that to the grant application. It's a competitive grant process, and it does help in the funding points. So we did have a visit by Senator Dan Sullivan. He toured both the Dave McClure subdivision on Wasky Road, and he also toured the Forest View low-income housing tax credit apartments. I know last fall, both Representative Peltola and Senator Murkowski were here. And likewise, Senator Murkowski did say the villages she flew to are also asking for housing. So this is more particular, this really won't be relevant for Igigik is a self-governance tribe. Pedro Bay has their own contract with HUD, and Non-Dalton has their own contract with HUD. BBHA still coordinates closely with Non-Dalton because we do have some homes there that we own that we're preparing for new home buyers, but it's older housing stock. So what's mostly pertinent to people right now is I just got notified today that one of our villages, they got sent a letter by HUD asking back in February, did you spend $750,000 or more from any funds, federal funds, that would require you to get an audit? And a lot of the villages did get a lot of money from the US Treasury Department. Some of the tribes probably didn't have enough money to get an audit for 10, 15 years. So I don't know if staff were traveling. They didn't copy me. Then the village got a warning letter for failing to respond. We can help them fix it real fast, but you need to be aware when you get a letter and they're asking, did you expend $750,000 or more? You need to get your audit preparation going, because you have to have an audit if you spent more than that from all federal sources. So when the tribe submits for reimbursement, they're giving us general ledger detail to back up their reimbursement request. And there was one change that came. It didn't come from HUD. It came from the Office of Management and Budget. They put in more requirements on subrecipients. So that means that a tribe, if they're expending the funds through a memorandum of agreement, they need to go through the same self-monitoring that we do. And it's not really that hard. It's basically going through a checklist, answering questions. Usually with money from HUD, if you're really conscientious when you're spending the money to get at least 3 bids before you spend the money, you're usually pretty good on procurement with HUD because they even wrote up their own director, Ben Carson. He bought about $50,000 worth of office furniture and he didn't put out to bid. It was in all the national newspapers. HUD, his subordinate staff, wrote him up and sent a news release to the Washington Post that he broke the procurement rules. Yeah. Oh, okay. Anyway, if your village was one of the villages that are in the window for new development in particular, We've got a new website, bristolbayhousingauthority.org. You can download that housing application. There's also an application for the apartments. Again, we're going to be in Naknek, Chignik Lagoon, then Dillingham, Clark's Point, and Kiliganik. In about 2026, I'll contact your villages. In addition to the data that HUD publishes every year that puts your tribe on the priority list to get new housing built, you can get some bonus points that might help you move up ahead of another village if you've identified land, if you have the ability to connect to water and sewer, if you have electrical distribution nearby. So it is possible to get some bonus points. Oh, I think I turned it off. Anyway, that's it. I will let you know that the window just closed to Senator Murkowski to get an earmark request. We did have a request from Togiak. They're seeing a lot of children being removed by the Office of Children's Services, and there is not enough larger housing there. You usually have a family of 8, and if they're in the apartments, they can't take in another 5 kids. So we helped Togiak put in a request to build 4 homes that would be large enough to accommodate a family with foster children of about 15 people. And it'll be basically a model project. It'll be a home ownership opportunity. That's all I have basically, unless there are questions. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Every year.
That is true. You will lose your place on the waiting list for housing. Basically, if you file your taxes every year, contact us to document what your income is on a yearly basis. That is a very good point, Debbie. I appreciate that. And I will be here from about 5 o'clock to 6:15 if somebody wants to get one-on-one with me. And I'm not too hard to find. Ilya keeps me anchored in the region. So again, it's an honor and a privilege to be here with all of you. I appreciate the good work you all do. And if you want a job, there's Emil, go get him. Or if you have a son-in-law or daughter-in-law, we've had some really good female construction workers.
Thank you, Brenda, and apologies for rushing you through your PowerPoint there. I'll just give very brief introductions to help us keep us on track so we can enjoy some lunch after these next 3 presenters. Next up, we have Daniel Delfino. He is with the Alaska Housing Finance Corporation. He is presenting today on access to safe, quality, and affordable housing in Alaska. The Alaska Housing Finance Corporation's mission is to provide Alaskans access to safe, quality, and affordable housing. And he will be presenting virtually in a minute.
So just real quick, can you hear me all right? Can't see.
Apologies, tech issues. Oh, we can hear him, but we can't see him.
Okay, so the audio is coming through though, at least?
It's, please give it a minute to load back up.
No worries.
Daniel, could you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're ready for you now. Thank you.
Great. Is my screen sharing or is someone else driving the PowerPoint?
If you can please share your screen. Or yes, it's sharing.
Okay, great. Well, hi, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. I first want to apologize for not being there in person. This is the middle of the session and two of my key people have just announced their retirement, so we're a bit short-staffed, but they did want to be there, and hopefully this won't be the last opportunity for us to get out there and actually meet you in person as opposed to virtually. What we do here at the planning department that I work in is we administer a number of programs. There are about 20 of them that sort of merge between state and federal and foundation resources. So we try really not to talk about specific programs or acronyms. And one of the challenges for the work that our department does is to try and make sure that our programs and the resources that we have to help Alaskans are accessible. So things like making sure that the application system is actually usable by a person that doesn't have 10 years of experience in the system. You don't have to be a professional grant writer to use a lot of these things. So I put a couple of links and contact information in throughout this document. But as you see things on the website or you're going in and trying to find out more about our programs, if there are things that don't make sense or if they're confusing, please reach out to us. And we have a really good communications team. If there's a way that we can make these systems and the information available, if there's a way that we can simplify these things and make them more approachable, we really want to do that. We don't want the programs to be something that a person needs a secret decoder ring to make sense of. These programs are statewide and they're supposed to be available for everyone all throughout the state, and that's our goal. So if they're not doing a good job of that, please let us know. And if there's a modification that we can make, we'll fire up whatever team we need to try and make that happen. So just generally, what the department does with the housing programs falls along two different lines. There are what we call the sticks and bricks programs, where we actually build or renovate housing. And that housing will be for something that has a mission component of Alaska housing. This will be affordable units that we develop for families or singles, seniors, homeless Alaskans, Alaskans affected by disabilities, or in the program started in 2004. Programs for housing for rural professionals, for communities that need essential professionals to continue existing, like schools, like teachers, healthcare professionals, public safety, things like that, to make sure that housing isn't a barrier to recruiting those essential staff in those communities. And then the other half of what we do largely falls along the homeless and supportive housing program line, service line. This can be things to help operate shelter, homeless prevention costs. If there's someone gets a big medical bill and it's a choice between paying that or the rent, giving them some short-term stabilization to make sure that they don't fall into homelessness. Or for people who are already in homelessness, finding ways to get them back out of homelessness. All of these programs I'm talking about are supposed to be statewide. So whatever you read about these things in Anchorage, they should apply to your communities too. Nothing that we do is off limits to any part of the state. So that's not primarily what I was asked to speak about, but if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me about those homeless or supportive housing programs, and I'd be happy to follow up with you. And then the other part is we have a lot of information that comes in by virtue of the different programs that we operate that has to do with development costs, what lending activities taking place across the state. I mention this because as some of you may be going and trying to figure out like a scope of a project, we might have data that might be useful to you that can save you spending money on a consultant to try and figure out what are interest rates, like what are the different lenders, what are operating costs. We might be able to help you. And it breaks my heart every time I see that anyone spends a lot of money on a consultant, not bashing consultants, but spends money to acquire information that we would gladly give them for free. We have a lot of information that could be useful to you. So I just encourage you, if you do have a question about data, development costs, operating costs, please reach out to us. If we have any information that can be helpful to you as you're trying to put together a housing proposal, reach out to us. We want to be able to help you if we can with any of the data that we have. So with regards to the specific things that build housing units in communities across the state, we have two primary drivers. The first is what we refer to as the Greater Opportunities for Affordable Living Program, which is a mouthful. It's an acronym. We don't really like acronyms because they tend to be confusing, but it's an acronym that bundles up 5 to 6 different housing resources into one program. And basically what we do is we try and make sure that you just need to know that there's something out there called the GOLD program that has a lot of different resources that go into fund it. And we try and make it so it's a one-stop shop for communities to submit an application to develop rental housing. And then if we can find a combination of resources within that program that will make your project viable, we'll try and do the work behind the scenes to give you the optimal resources that we can to make sure that applicant gets delivered in your community. To give you an example, sometimes we'll see a proposal come in to request a bunch of tax credit funding. Well, the upper projects may have taken out the tax credit funding and there isn't enough on the table, but we can reshuffle grant funds that we have under different programs into that project and continue to make that viable. We do that every year. So it's like back when I was poor, looking through the couch cushions to make sure that you have enough money to go get something for Friday night or whatever. We do something similar every year when we have the funding rounds. We look at all of our programs in their totality and say, how can we bring all of these things together to make the most housing happen in Alaska? And that's effectively, in a nutshell, what the GOLD program does. It takes a lot of resources together and tries to make sure that they all work together as well as possible to deliver the most housing. That program has been around since the early 90s. It's funded in large part by the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program, which Bristol Bay Housing Authority used prolifically, especially when Dave McClure was there. And I recognize a couple of the proposals or properties from Brenda's slides. So those developments are all over the state. They tend to be bigger in, I want to say, the 8 to 20 unit development. So it creates a little bit of a challenge if we're talking about a smaller community that has maybe 200 to 300 households. Is that community big enough for a large multi-family property? The other program that we have that has really gone gangbuster since it was developed in 2004 is what's been known as the Teacher Health and Public Safety program. It's been introduced into the legislation this year as the Rural Housing Professional Program. So it's basically housing for essential professionals in rural communities. This is only, like all of our programs are statewide. This program is specifically for small communities. So Anchorage, Juneau, Fairbanks, none of the larger communities are even eligible for this program. It's specifically grant funds to nonprofits, health organizations, whatever it is, to make sure that they work for teachers, public safety professionals, healthcare professionals, whatever. We usually see a lot of duplexes, triplexes, and things like that out of that program. What both of these programs do, I'm not going to get too mathy into this because that usually makes people check their iPhones and go, when is this guy going to shut up? But I put a couple of things up here and I'm not going to go through the math on it. But it basically, we assume that housing costs a lot to build. And in this example, that assumes $480,000 a door to develop a unit. We assume that if you were going to do that with 80% debt and 20% of your own equity, you have to charge over $4,000 a month to be able to pay the loan that you would need to take out to develop that property. What our programs do is we take that same $480,000 development, and in this example, we will allocate $330,000 towards that unit in a development grant. So you're able to drop that rent down to $1,200 a month. That's in a nutshell, that's what all of our affordable construction programs do. We take whatever the rent would have to be to make development happen and cover the expenses without any subsidy. We try and bring that rent level down to something that's actually affordable for whoever it is that's going to be living there. There are developments where we fund 100% of the development, but our money doesn't go very far if that happens. So there's almost always a match requirement to any of the proposals that we have. It can be debt, it can be contributions, it can be anything, but there's usually we're not 100% of a funding budget. Our resources just don't go that far with the levels that we have. There's a lot of math behind that. If any of you want to go into that, I'm happy to, but this might not be the best venue for that. With the rental development program I mentioned for rural professionals, we have this for all of our programs. And the link to this map is actually up on our website, provided a slide. We're in 94 communities since 2004 with the Rural Professional Housing Program. You can click on that map when you go to our website and you can zoom in on any one of those houses. That stands for a property that we funded through this program, and you'll be able to see how many units were funded and who the development sponsor was. So any of units a Brenda's organization has developed, any of the school districts, health clinics, you'll be able to zoom in and see that. So that may help you if you know folks, if you recognize the name of the project sponsor, you can talk to them, or you can reach out to us, and we still have relationships with a lot of the folks that are on this map, and we can help put you in touch with people who've already traveled the path that you're thinking about going down if you're going to develop housing. This program has had a lot of support from partners. We have the Denali Commission support us for a very long time. In the 2000s, the funding levels changed. They came back in 2019, and we'd love it if they come back, but no pressure. I think Eric O'Brien, I saw his name on the attendee list. He was our point of contact there. Even if we're not a funding partner on a housing development, the Denali Commission does a lot of infrastructure work. They do a lot of activities in the community. So if they're doing something under one of their programs that maybe isn't related to housing, but the housing can share a barge with the activities that they're funding, these are the things that if there are ways that we can encourage partnership, they really do lower the cost of the developments that we see. And I just want to mention the Rasmussen Foundation. They were a critical partner for us when the program initially got zeroed out in 2015. And they help breathe life back into the program. They're not an active funder anymore, but I think they do still consider requests to fund individual developments outside the program. But this program has enjoyed a lot of support, and most recently, I believe Markowski's office was able to help secure earmarks for the teacher housing program. The funding level, we had $2 million in federal money come into that. So this program, it started out as an HFC program, and it's generated a lot of broad-based support from multiple funding partners. Just a note on how far this money goes. These are development cost trends that we've seen in our programs. We were doing a great job. This is for the GOLD program, not the Rural Professional program. There was a great job on cost containment that was happening until the pandemic hit. And then the supply chain and inflation just blew things through the roof. So these are the urban low-cost developments. The numbers are pretty chaotic when we get off the road system, and the trick on telling you that. If you're seeing crazy numbers or things that would have seemed crazy 3 years ago, we are too, and we understand that. We do track this data to make sure that whatever numbers that we have are realistic performance targets for you. And these, to mention these things, these are the types of numbers on operating data and development cost data that we have available for you. If that could be helpful, we're happy to share that with you. So project funding considerations. Until recently, we've been in a sort of austere budget environment, and the rural professional program dropped down to $2 million a year. Oil prices changed, our funding partners, the levels all dried up. So we went from a program that was $8 million down to $2 million a year. Because of that, we imposed a funding cap that said no more than $500,000 per development under that program. So we can make sure that when we did our annual allocations, even though 4 isn't like a huge number, it's at least better than 1 or 2 for a statewide program. We've been very blessed by our state leadership and our federal leadership. There's increased funding in the program this year, so we are going to be increasing that. That $500,000 limit is going up this year. We haven't settled on a final number, but we can go considerably higher than that this year. So I did want to make that point, as I know a lot of folks are aware of that, and that has been a limiting factor on their program participation. Other things that can usually impact these are folks maybe don't have a development team, they don't know who to reach out to, and the proposal for some housing that's needed in a community gets mired in consultant world for 5 years, and it doesn't go anywhere. We can put you in touch with the people who develop properties all across the state. We can't recommend anyone, but everything we do is public. So we can give you a list of who's developed, who the contractors are. We can give you information on who's been developing under our programs. And we may be able to help save you a lot of effort that you'd have to go through hiring a consultant just by sending us an email. We can give you that information. So that's something that we can offer you. And then HFC does have the ability to enter into financing for mixed use development. So if you're in a village where there's a health clinic that's going to be developed, or there's going to be some sort of commercial facility and then a residential facility, we have the ability to do the financing on all of it. We can't use grant funds for the commercial element or a health clinic or anything like that, but we can help build a housing unit that's associated with that. And we have that legislative authority now. I forget the year that it was introduced, but it was a recent development. And then we also have a lot of information on alternative energy. As Brenda was mentioning, the cost can be quite high out there. There's a way that some of the energy can be used for geothermal that works in your community, or solar works in your community. I know it doesn't work all year round, but it might help out on some of the summer months. There are things that we can show you about what's worked in other communities and what hasn't worked. So all that information is available to you. I'm not going to go through the development cost factors. You all know these things, but I'll just say that consistently, one of the biggest things that I confront that maybe is a misperception is that expense equals quality. And sometimes it really is just, it's that expensive and you have to pay to make things happen. A lot of times I've seen developments where the budget spiraled out of control and the quality didn't really follow what you would expect for the price tag. So I would encourage you, if you're new to housing, you already know housing, I don't need to tell you anything, but if you're new to the housing development and someone's handing you numbers that don't really seem to make sense, please talk to someone, talk to us, talk to one of your peers, and kick the tires on it to see if it is realistic. Because we've seen a lot of developments that were really needed get way out of control. And there was the cost equals quality argument that someone bought into that required a strong execution component that wasn't actually there. And then the other thing is on the development cost factors. One of the things that we do, which may or may not be similar to what you encounter with other agencies, is we do trend the developments that we see when we're getting a proposal. We don't want to fund a development and just say, okay, great, but we have enough money to build the facility. We do try and look at the operating expenses and then do some sort of long-term trending based on the assumption that we're not fortune tellers, we can't see the future, but we do try and factor in how sustainable the development is going to be over a 10 or a 15-year period when we're under these programs, to make sure that the numbers don't just work in year one and then they spiral out of control in 5 years. And that's an awkward conversation for some folks, because we have seen developments that were viable in year one, but we could see that they were going to blow up in year 5, and we've held off on funding those developments. All that stuff that we do, it's transparent. We're happy to walk you through the assumptions that we use on that, but we're trying to make sure that we don't set someone up for failure in 5 years. And that's one of the things that we do that may be a little bit unique, depending on who you may be used to working with. I included the timelines and contact information for our other programs, but I know I'm in between you and lunch and I've been talking for a bit. I'm happy to answer any questions. If you don't have any, that's okay too. I just wanted to make sure that you hear that I'm personally apologize that we weren't able to be there. I don't like that we weren't able to make that trip. And if there is anything in the future, we're going to make every effort to get out there in person, to be there in the room with you. And number two, just to make sure that you know that these programs that we have at HFC, they are entirely statewide. Anything that we can do to help you, just ask. If there's information that we have available for you, we'll try and get it to you. If there's a modification that we can make to our program, just let us know. And if it's in our power, we're going to try and do that to make sure that the housing actually gets out into every community in the state. So with that, I can take any questions, or I can quietly go into the background. And just to let you know, I couldn't hear anyone in the room unless there was a microphone in front of them. And I have really poor eyesight, so I can see the people in the gym, but I can't see hands or any of that stuff.
Thank you, Daniel. I don't know if you can hear me, but thank you for your virtual presentation. We're sorry that you couldn't be here in person as well, but grateful that you're still able to share your knowledge. The next two presenters, we have George Larson and Victoria Gelderks. They work closely together and have agreed to quickly go through their part or their programs, and then we will break for lunch. So I'll just have them introduce themselves with the interest of time.
Hello. No. Test. So my name is George Larson. I'm with the U.S. Public Health Service, and I am the current manager of the BBAHC, Bristol Bay Area Health Corporation Environmental Health Department. And so we work closely together with a lot of partners, but one of our major partners, probably our biggest partner, is standing next to me here. So it's good that we can be here together to help our communities here in Bristol Bay plan, maintain, operate their basic sanitary infrastructure, mainly focused on water systems, public water systems, wastewater systems, and landfills. And so we are going to greatly condense what we have put together. I'm not going to force you to look through my slides. And both of us are going to make ourselves available tonight for at the celebration. I can't remember exactly what that's called on the agenda, so that if there's anyone who would like to approach us and learn a little more, we'll be there and be available. But I will just say this in summary of what I intended to share with you. BBAHC Environmental Health is not a funder of sanitation projects, but we are an advisor and a collaborator with the entities that do project planning, prioritization, design, implementation, etc. We do our work primarily through field visits, surveys of systems, reports of those surveys, and then an extensive amount of offsite consultation with all of our partners, including the villages, the leadership of the tribes, the planning agencies and groups that help get sanitation projects. So what's really important to us in that process is having good, solid working relationships with all of our players. And so communication is key. And I look forward to working with these communities in Bristol Bay even more. I've been here about 1.5 years. I'm just starting to get comfortable that I know our programs. I do have here with me, I want to introduce Melanie Stumpner. If you would raise your hand, Melanie. She is like my right hand in our program. She's our lead environmental health specialist. She's very familiar with all of our communities, projects, infrastructure needs, etc. And so please reach out to her if you have any questions for her. And with that, I am going to turn this over to Victoria Gelderts to say just a few words.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. And I'm Victoria Gelderts. I'm a senior project manager with ANTHC in our DHE group, Department of Environmental Health and Engineering. And my coworkers are Cy Tuelk and Joelle Acuna. We cover the Bristol Bay region. And so hopefully you'll know one of us, because our job is to make sure that we reached out to every one of your communities and to assist you with the water and wastewater infrastructure and solid waste. So if you have on-site issues, you want to put in a well or a septic tank, please talk to us. If you have any issues with your water, sewer, or landfills, please reach out to us. I will also be here tonight at 5:30 to answer any questions, provide you my information. Joelle Acuna prepared a wonderful slideshow that we just are out of time, and so I will not be presenting it today, but it will be available to everyone. And it shows our schedules, when we need to get our applications in so that we can work with you and your communities effectively and get applications in on a timely basis. So again, thank you for this time, and I hope you all have a wonderful lunch and day.
I just wanted to quickly say my slides will also be available to you. I'm going to leave a few business cards here too. If somebody needs or wants to reach out to us, please pick up a card.
Great reminder. Thank you, George and Victoria, especially for condensing your presentation and also being available during the action planning and support session. Again, that will be here in the gym, 5:30 to 6:15. So with that, we're gonna break out for lunch. We'd just like to ask if we can have the elders line up first, and then, of course, everyone else. And then we'll start back here on time at 1 p.m. The food is ready here in the back. So elders first, and then everyone else, please, can line up.
Quick housekeeping announcement while people are dishing up. It sounds like folks may have parked a little too close to the main road near the entrance when you turn into the school. Whoever's cars may be parked just a little too close to the actual road, we just got a request from the school to please have those cars moved because the buses won't be able to come into the school at 3 o'clock when it's time for kids to be picked up. So if you parked close to the road near the entrance into the school parking lot, please move your car. And if you have a question, like you think it may be you, I have a picture and I'm happy to show you if you want to make sure. Thank you.
Hello, can I get your attention, please? Mary Magdalene Orthodox Sisterhood in back there with the pink can has some raffle tickets for sale. $50 will give you a chance to win a Honda Quiet generator, chainsaw, round trip ticket on Alaska Airlines, or $1,000. There's only 250 tickets sold. So she's back there in the corner.
All right, everybody. I was just wanting to give folks a 10-minute heads up. We are going to try and start the breakout sessions on time. And so just a reminder that the post-lunch breakout sessions are slated to happen between 1 and 2. And there are 3 options. The first on your agenda is small business funding sources and opportunities, and that's across the parking lot at the Chilliwack Tribal Center. The second option is the small business panel, and that'll be happening in the middle school gym. And that, if you go down this hallway and hang a left, you will see it. Just go all the way down the hallway till you see it on the right. We'll have some staff out here as well, kind of pointing people in the right direction. Lastly, the third option is on energy, and we have 3 presenters for that. That'll be happening here in the high school gym. So if you're attending the energy breakout, that'll be here. Small business panel, middle school gym, small business funding sources and opportunities across the parking lot at Chilliwack Tribal Council. We are going to start on time if possible. So try to finish up your lunch and mosey to your breakout session of choice in the next 10 minutes. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to get started. Apologies for the shortened lunch break. But we do have three breakout sessions going on from 1 to 2 p.m. The first, or the session in here in the gym, will be on energy and renewable energy resources. The small business panel is happening right now in the middle school gym, and the small business funding sources and opportunities session is happening at the Chugyong Tribal Council Center. Sorry. Just for brief introductions to keep us on time, I'm going to introduce our first presenter, Eric Goddard and Chandler Kemp, sorry. They're with the UAF Bristol Bay campus. Do I get this one to them?
And good afternoon, and thank you, everybody, and thanks for the organizers of this conference. Thank you, Alana, and everybody else for all your hard efforts to have us here today. I know that it is a lot of work putting something like this together. My name is Eric Goddard. I am an assistant professor with the Sustainable Energy Program and Environmental Studies here at the Bristol Bay campus. I came to Dillingham back in 2019 and have worked extensively on promotion and workforce development and educational initiatives around sustainable energy and some other environmental studies in the region. And with me is Chandler Kemp, and I'll let him introduce himself.
Hi, thank you. So my name is Chandler Kemp. I moved to Dillingham in August. Prior to that, I lived in Trinket, Ani. I grew up in Haines near Juneau, and I'm also an assistant professor of sustainable energy here. This conference has been fantastic so far. I appreciated Alexana's presentation kicking us off this morning, and the expertise that you all have in sustainability here that she highlighted so well. But I see my role here as trying to provide opportunities for people to learn about some sustainable energy technologies that are relevant to the region.
Yeah, we're gonna open up just talking a little bit about the program and what makes sustainable energy. Like what are the components of sustainable energy? And a lot of the things that people first think about is renewable energy. You might think of solar or hydroelectric or wind are usually the first thoughts, and sustainable energy is really covering the gamut of efficiency, how we make our structures more efficient to where they hold the energy, hold the dollars, and all of that effort that we put into creating electricity and heat to run the functions and be comfortable within our homes and businesses. And then also how we incorporate or integrate renewable energies into that system. Because if something is very inefficient and it's leaking out all of your heat and you're using the same amount, or using a larger amount of energy to get the same exact amount of work or product out of it, then you have to have a much larger renewable energy system in order to produce the amount of effort, which is more expensive. So we're looking at efficiency, economics, and production, and how to put those together under one envelope without exhausting our resources and depleting the environment, because that's kind of what we're really good at as humans right now. That's we're doing a fantastic job of depleting our resources and affecting the environment that we live in. So, and energy is one of the biggest hurdles that we have to get over. Unfortunately, we're right at the bottom of a hockey stick of an exponential curve of renewable energy and efficiency technology that is not only becoming more deployable, more accessible, but the cost is coming down and it's becoming more efficient. So I'm going to hand it over to Chandler to talk a little bit about energy consumption.
Yes, like Eric said, we're just launching into this energy transition right now. And this is federal data. So it's showing that the vast majority of the energy that we rely on today is coming from oil, natural gas, or coal, so fossil fuels. And today, the 12% of the energy in the country is coming from renewable energy like solar, wind, hydropower. But we're seeing these renewable resources grow exponentially. And we're seeing that within Alaska specifically and in rural communities where renewable energy technologies are becoming more and more popular. So we're trying to help facilitate that transition here in the Bristol Bay region.
Okay, and as you see, solar energy is really taking a giant leap in hydroelectric, and people talk a lot about, you know, it's really tough to get out of fossil fuel because fossil fuel is a firm power source. And what do we mean by firm? It's dispatchable. It's when you want power and you need power, it's got power right now because it has a very high energy density, which is, it's a big number, 20 quadrillion times more energy dense than solar energy, which feeds us at about 1,000 watts per meter squared on a perfect day in a perfect condition, right? And it's an intermittent resource like wind or intermittent resources. We can't just say, hey, we want power right now and just get that right from a photovoltaic or from the wind, but we can store that energy and we can harness it in a whole number of different ways to help integrate that into firm dispatchable resources, such as hydroelectric. So that's why the really like a successful place like Kodiak is able to be 99% off of the grid right now, or off of fossil fuel production, because they've got that firm dispatchable hydroelectric that feeds into their wind and solar energy, and included in that is storage and a whole bunch of systems that help soften the burden of ramps and spikes and intermittency that take place with solar and wind. So hydroelectric is a really important part of that pie and of that wheel as we slowly and assuredly make progress towards getting off of petroleum, natural gas, even nuclear power, coal, things that are not infinite resources, such as solar and wind, right? And hydroelectric, as long as we utilize it properly. There's only so much fossil fuel that on Earth. And a good fact for you is that every 20 days, the sun produces more energy and has sent it to the Earth than what has been in all the fossil fuel that we've ever used and all the fossil fuel that is contained within the Earth for us to use within our lifetime. Gets delivered every 20 days by the sun. So figuring out that technology and harnessing that is going to be a really big part of our future, and that drives wind and all those other things. So it is doable. We just need technology, and storage is one of our big things right now that we're working on. And we're going to talk a little bit about efficiency and renewable energy. I'll give that to Chandler for a second.
Yeah, so today, I want to share some of the programs that we're offering at the campus and some of the classes that we're putting together. So we offer classes that are both in energy efficiency and in renewable energy. And both those are important aspects of sustainable energy systems. So when we talk about efficiency, we're talking about technologies that allow you to do the same things, but using less electricity or less energy. So light bulbs are a classic example where in 10 years or 2 decades ago, we had to rely on incandescent light bulbs, and then we had compact fluorescent lights, and now we have LEDs, and all of them are providing the same service of providing light. But as the technology has progressed, it's taken less and less electricity to provide the same amount of light. So one of our objectives at the campus is to provide opportunities to learn about efficiency measures that can be taken in homes and commercial buildings both. And we also offer classes in renewable energy. So these are the wind, the solar, the hydropower that we've mentioned earlier, alternatives to fossil fuel combustion.
Great. Yeah. So we have a lot of options that are technology specific, from home efficiency. And, in school systems, we go through and we have to get literacy and math and in English and all of these things and social skills and everything. But the one thing that they kind of leave out for us that we're really trying to ramp up education on and say, hey, this is not just for people that are interested in energy, but this is technology and information that's good for everybody, because energy rules our lives, and understanding energy management for budget and home and business and running in everything that we do in life, even from the materials that we buy and wear, are all connected to energy. And I think that it's important to keep spreading that message. So right now, with the sustainable energy education, we have the occupational endorsement. It's 12 credits minimum, so it's easy enough to obtain. There's just 6 credits required. 3 of those are college equivalent math with a minimum of algebra, and then our introduction to sustainable energy program, and then any number of technology specific or we've got a climate change class, an introduction to environmental studies, and a whole number of other special topics classes that will count towards the occupational endorsement. And you might say, well, what good is an occupational endorsement? It's really good in terms of it can set up a lot of different academic pathways towards engineering and different sciences. It's relevant in biological sciences. And there's always a way to spin this endorsement with whatever your future goals are, whether they're as a technician towards solar energy or as a grant manager of a tribe organization or a school or whatever the case may be. There is a way to use this occupational endorsement as part of your education. So we got a whole myriad of things. We won't go through the whole list, but you can see we have a lot of energy specific. And then our special topics courses, we have one right now that's getting ready to take place. So you might have seen us last spring replacing a bunch of the entire solar array on the Bristol Bay campus, and we were able to do a cost analysis and model that. And we've got some good research that's coming out of that, and basically able to show through students that took our special topics class and learned to install with solar energy and international recognized international curriculum, that not only did they learn to install a system, but they were able to get credit for it and gain certification through that. And we've got more opportunities coming up like that in the very, very near future. And so if there's a special topics course that you're interested in, or you've got an idea in your community on something that you want to do, whether it's solar, wind, heat pumps, or something else related, let us know and we can work with you and we can create a class for that benefits your community, your students, and or yourself, internships. So let's see, there's us that are doing a solar training with some of our wonderful students. I think you might even see a Mark Leasick in there somewhere. He's sitting out there in the audience. And but yeah, energy efficient construction. And Chandler's got a little bit maybe you can say about school energy audits.
Yeah, so as an example of the type of program we're trying to put together, I'll share a short story here. Where last fall, Superintendent Amy Brower, I'm not sure if she's here now, she was a bit earlier, approached me and said, hey, we're looking to make some efficiency improvements in our school. We'd love for our students to have an opportunity to learn about how that can happen as well. Is that something you can work with us on? And so for this semester, I've been meeting with 11 students twice a week, and we've been climbing all over the school, looking at the boilers and the ventilation systems and reading through utility bills. And just now are starting to work together as a team to enter some of that data into a model of energy use within the school so we can quantify the value of adding insulation or making efficiency improvements to lighting or other electrical systems. So a really fun class getting to work with high school students here in Dillingham to better understand how their own school is working. And along those, another opportunity we're putting together is working with an intern this summer who's living in Dillingham, grew up here, and we're working together to measure energy use at mariculture sites. Actually, Eric O'Brien's involved in that project as well as a mariculture site owner. So really trying to put together opportunities for students in Dillingham to find exceptional opportunities here. Like Alexandra was saying, at the beginning of today, we're trying to make, there's extraordinary things that people can do right here in Dillingham, and we're trying to create some of those opportunities.
Yeah, so Chandler might not have mentioned earlier, but he's got a really good track record in boat efficiency and understanding management of that and integrating of different technologies and to try to make boats more energy efficient. And so please reach out and talk to him about some possibilities with that for your boat or maybe somebody else that you work with, and how we might be able to get a class together and or some type of a program to help you out with that as well. So yeah, installing the solar array up there to the passive house, which was the model for the world's, whether you might not know this, but there was a world record set in Dillingham by Dr. Tom Marsick, the founder of the Sustainable Energy Program, where he made the world's most airtight house. So air movement did not really flow in and out of that house under a door blower pressure test, where they're able to test that efficiency. And it used about $150 worth of electric a year with an air source heat pump here in Dillingham, which is just absolutely remarkable. And our passive house was a model for that. So that's an example of what you can do just right here. You can build an airtight, highly efficient structure that uses very little electric. And then you can integrate that with various technology from solar to wind and heat pumps and make that a very affordable, efficient structure that, yes, does take a little bit more to build it. Sometimes a good bit more to build it in the beginning, but you got to calculate your savings over time, what it does for you, what it does for your family, and what it does for the future of your community. And for us to be sustainable, we're here at the Sustainability Summit for a reason, right? And that's what the future that we're trying to build is, a sustainable future that's good for not just us, but for 6 generations, 10 generations down the line. And then if you were with us at AFE, it's a shame we don't have it here. And we had the bike generator. We had a load of fun, people pedaling that bike, trying to create the most amount of volts and feeling the difference between when we turn on the 100-watt bulb and then we turn on a second 100-watt bulb. And by the time you got to the third 100-watt bulb, it feels like you're pedaling up a hill. And that's the same exact thing that's happening in your energy demand. Every time you turn on a light, every time your refrigerator kicks on, every time anything goes on, you've got that work that must take place in order to make that function, even running this microphone that we're talking in right here. All right, so we've talked about the occupational endorsement. There's a whole bunch of things that we can do with current jobs and how to obtain new jobs. And we just got a couple minutes left. So we're gonna kind of jump right past this, but please reach out. There's a bunch of pathways, whether they're professionally or academically, that we can help you with out of the Sustainable Energy Program and environmental studies. Anything you want to say on this, Chandler?
Yeah, in interest of time, we'll move quick, but highlighting some of the topic areas that are included in the occupational endorsement. We're talking about building ventilation, energy efficiency of boats and buildings, lighting retrofits. So a broad spectrum of topics all related to sustainable energy that are included in that occupational endorsement.
Yeah, so we've got the ability to try to help you design what it is that you're looking for. And if you want to advance towards associates, our program is included as a minor across several disciplines right now, from travel governance to, environmental change. So we can help build a program that is right for you through a few different pathways. We can also help facilitate, relevant trainings that are good for you and your community. So make a request, say, and sometimes you might have a grant that you're working on. You say, hey, this is a good idea, or maybe you've got a grant that maybe we can work on together that might spawn some really good initiative and a good partnership. Reach out to us and let us know. We can help consult, or we can come into partnership. We can assist with community outreach, educational. We have the facility. We have the Bristol Bay campus. We like to use it. We love having people around. So please come and see us there for that. And we want to develop and implement more research in the region that's relevant to you and puts people here to work being scientists here in our region. And that's one of the toughest things that we're having a hard time finding. So come to us, say, I want to study science. I live in Dillingham and I don't really want to leave, or maybe I do want to leave for a little while. But still, there's a way for us to help you and work with us to help understand your region better. And so as you can do the science in your region, we don't have to bring people from the outside, because right now that's what we have to do. And we'd like to not have to. Any questions, comments?
Are you working with any other communities besides Dillingham?
Right now, we only have a class going with the Dillingham school, but I'd love to work with other schools if you're interested.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't think I've ever finished a presentation so exactly before on 20 minutes, but thank you. And if you have any other questions, please reach out. And I think we got one from Mark.
I was just going to ask you real quick, can you give us a rundown of how the solar system on the campus is performing?
It is performing fantastically. I'm glad you asked that question. The modeling, I don't know if you're familiar with PV Watts. It's a wonderful, just simple modeling system that looks at what your insolation value, how much energy you're getting from the sun in your particular region. And it's got an algorithm of the weather data included in it. And anyway, our system is performing just about perfectly on step with what that original analysis was, sometimes even better. And we have produced more power than what was originally anticipated. And there's design considerations and a whole bunch of things that you could produce more. And I will stand up here on a podium and say this: solar energy is 100% viable in Dillingham and 100% viable, and I'd say probably 98% of Alaska. And probably it's even viable if you plan properly in that other 2% category. So it can be done, and the price is going down, 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 and the efficiency is going up. And we need a workforce here in rural Alaska. That's what's going to help make it grow. So come see us for these trainings that we're putting on. We're leading Alaska right now in solar energy training. So please come be a part of that.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric and Chandler, for your presentation on the UAF Sustainable Energy Programs. Next up, we have Brian Hirsch, and he works for Deerstone Consulting. He will be presenting on clean energy development in Bristol Bay and beyond. His presentation will cover some energy initiatives and opportunities occurring in Bristol Bay and across Alaska. The focus will be on renewable energy projects, community utility efforts, and state and federal funding. And with that, I'll hand it over to Brian.
Good afternoon, and thanks everybody for being here, and UTBB for organizing and hosting this whole thing, and Christina Andrew in particular for roping me into this at the beginning. So here I am. And so our presentations were not necessarily directly coordinated in terms of what Eric and Chandler just shared and what I'm about to offer here, but actually they really go perfectly hand in hand. And if you notice here, in terms of clean energy, kind of along the lines of what was just mentioned with sustainable energy, where everybody focuses on the shiny solar panels, and that's certainly a goal down the road, but especially in rural communities, if you don't have your diesel power plant working properly, then you're going to really struggle, and your solar panels aren't going to really have anything to tie into. So really what we've been focusing on to a large degree is trying to get the baseline, the basic systems working properly. I've had the good fortune of working with many of the regional stakeholders in this area, BBNC, BBNA, Lake and Peninsula Borough, as well as many individual communities. One of the projects we have going is a grant award from the Bureau of Indian Affairs that BBNC was awarded, and now we're kind of in the beginning of phase 2 of this award. BIA liked what we did in round 1, and so they've funded the second phase of this effort. And I'm going to share some information here. But the big idea really is that when we look even just within the region of Bristol Bay, there's some pretty big differences between, say, Dillingham, Naknek, and maybe, what we call INEC, Iliamna, New Halen, and Nundalton, where they're all combined together. Those are much bigger utilities in terms of numbers of people, in terms of amount of energy that's used, compared to a lot of the smaller communities. And so what we were trying to do in this project was establish a baseline to compare across communities and see kind of where the opportunities are. Really, where can we save money? Where can we save fuel? How can we get to the point of using renewable energy effectively? Because if we don't have, again, this kind of the baseline working well, we're not going to get to where we want to go ultimately, which is save fuel, save money, and help save the planet. And so we've kind of been moving through this process, and I'm here, all 5'6" of me, to tell you that size does matter, right? And so if you look here, the top 2 lines up here are the amount of energy that is produced and essentially sold from Naknek and Nushagak. And it's, head and shoulders above all of the other communities. Right here, what we're looking at primarily are what we call kind of the independent standalone utilities. So Alaska Village Electric Cooperative is across the whole state of Alaska. They have 58 different power plants. Several of them are in Bristol Bay. We didn't count those folks here because they're kind of like a whole nother level for the most part, right? Although they're actually really more equivalent, as we did look at the data, they're more equivalent to Naknek and Nushagak. But so just on kind of a real basic level here, you see there's a huge difference in amount of energy produced. And that turns into some other interesting things that we've learned. And a lot of this is obvious, right? Communities that have commercial fishing, and commercial fish processing have a lot more energy demand in the summer, whereas most of rural Alaska and even the rest of Bristol Bay has more energy demand in the wintertime. It's cold, it's dark, right? We need fuel and energy for that sort of thing. So you see here, Naknek in particular is sort of the most extreme example of this. They have over 450% larger demand in the summer than they do in the winter. What that means is there's really kind of there's a big mismatch between kind of a steady state. So in the summer, they need to have all these generators, and in the winter, they barely have to have any. But as we were talking just earlier about things like solar energy, solar is a good fit for summertime demand. In a lot of places across Alaska, that isn't really a good match, right? Because there's not a lot of electricity demand in the summer in many places. But in the big communities here, Dillingham, Naknek, there is a good fit. So that's one kind of just indicator and kind of obvious. It's also starting to tell you things about like workforce. There's more need to manage these generators in the summer in, say, Naknek and Dillingham, and there's need in the smaller villages for maybe some diesel mechanics, for people working on the power lines or other things in the wintertime. So there's maybe like a good fit between when there's labor demand in the summer here and labor demand in the winter in some of the small villages. So you get to start thinking, well, is there a way we can start sharing some of this stuff? So costs. What we have here is kind of percentage of what goes into the cost of making electricity. So on the far left, that is the cost of diesel fuel, the black color. So again, what you see is Naknek and Nushagak, their diesel fuel costs are much lower percentage of the overall cost for producing electricity. Again, bigger is better in that way, right? But you can see there's some really big differences between, the far left black is fuel, the green is personnel, how you're paying your staff, your power plant operators, your utility clerks, your general managers, your non-fuel operating expenses, which could be like taking care of your power lines and even maintaining your diesel generators, things like that. And you see across villages, people are paying really different amounts or spending different amounts of money for things like that. That turns into also, of course, in the end, which is what really most people care about, how much do you pay for your electricity? And what we see here is, again, no surprise, Nushagak and Naknek are lower cost than just about everywhere else. This also, it gets distorted because of power cost equalization, because there's some subsidies for consuming diesel fuel that the state provides. So, you know, it's not a direct translation, but again, this is all sort of the background data that we've used to try to come up with some game plan for how can we really start to crack this nut, right? How can we start to save fuel, save money, create jobs along the lines of the sustainability that is really kind of the big picture and the goal. So what we found, obviously, are these things. Several small utilities could use immediate support. And there's money left on the table. If you don't file your power cost equalization report every month right now, you're missing out on money that the state is ready, willing, and able to give you. So if we could just help small communities that maybe don't have as many people or as much ability to file some of this paperwork, maybe you don't have good internet and you just got to get the report out the door. So there's challenges like that we're trying to just sort of meet the moment of. Same thing with, trained personnel for maintaining your diesel generators and for getting lower fuel prices. If you buy more fuel, you get it at a lower rate. So could some of the smaller utilities gang up with some of the bigger utilities? There's some challenges around that if you got to get your money lined up front, et cetera. But those are some of the things that we could do theoretically without really changing anything in terms of technology. And all of this is going to save money right now before you even get to your fancy solar panels and spinning wind turbines. And so again, if we can get people working together, that's what some of the regional efforts are about. So we're talking now about trying to do those very things: PCE reporting and bookkeeping training, infrastructure assessments to see what is really needed and how to get projects shovel ready and get them to the point of being ready to handle renewables. Power plant operator training, preventative maintenance support, things along those lines, and maybe bulk fuel purchasing. So what we're talking about now is trying to sort of formalize or at least get started on a lot of the communities in the region working together. And so talking about things like setting up memorandum of agreements, and really starting to dig into communities' books, and identifying trainers and people who can come out to communities and really start to, almost like the classes that Eric and Chandler were just talking about, but really doing it in the power plant, in people's individual local utilities. And so then getting to a point where you'd have like a membership. And so if this organization, for example, is maybe saving you $20,000 a year, would it be worth spending $500 a year to be a member, right? And so then you start to have a sustainable cash flow, and you start to really kind of show where and how the value of this organization is demonstrated. So I skipped one or two there. I don't know quite how that happened. Let's see. I think I jumped to the end. Yeah, this is where we were. So we looked, sort of stepped back and looked at the big picture. What could kind of a regional support organization do? And there's a lot of different things. I'm not going to get into all the details here, but I mean, there's every kind of the big picture that we looked at, these kind of 4 big categories: general administrative type things, financial, operation and maintenance, and then power supply. And again, all of these feed into money, feed into reducing your fuel consumption, feed into creating good jobs, feed into kind of a sustainable next step. So, I mean, there's a lot of places where I just got a text this morning from a community in this region where they're down to one diesel generator. And they thought they had some parts that were going to fix another one, but you know, they're any minute, they are completely out of power if something happens, and you know, you get into emergency situation quite quickly. So, and that's, you know, I think we've all kind of had our back up against that at times. Maybe you don't even know about it in your community, but it's, you know, it's pretty scary, especially in the wintertime, right? So, we've now moved into this kind of round 2 of this BIA grant, which is to create a pilot project. The concept is bigger is better, kind of get everybody together, and that's how we can save money. The challenge is that right now we are doing this with maybe 4 or 5 of the larger amount of communities, just because we don't have enough money to do it with everybody. So we're starting with the smaller group, and we're just really kind of figuring out who that's going to be at this point in time. And, but, you know, we are interested in sort of, you know, crawling before we walk, walking before we run, but really showing that this can work. So we're, you know, looking at communities that have some real challenges from maintaining their utilities and that have some real opportunities around renewables and that are maybe kind of relatively close together. So just from the logistics and costs and travel and stuff like that, in the short term, it's not going to break the bank. We have about $300,000, but you know, we're talking about even also using this as a an example to figure out how much would it cost on an annual basis to run an organization that's really providing added value to different communities. So that's kind of where we're at right now. And this is not in a vacuum. There are other kind of similar and sometimes different initiatives going on regionally across the state. And I've been fortunate enough to kind of be involved in, yeah, I guess just about every one of those up there. But, you know, this is kind of a sampling. And so up in the Northwest Arctic and the NANA region, they're been kind of working at this for a while, and they have some of these partnerships really well formed between the regional organizations and individual communities. In some of those places, like the villages of Shungnak and Kobuk right now, in the summertime are turning their diesel generators off for 13 hours a day because of the sun and the solar power and the batteries that they are using to store the energy. So basically in the month of July, you can pretty much count on half a day at a time, no diesel generators, and the whole village is still running. They don't have a peak load in the summer, right? They have much less of a load in the summer. The school's out, there's no fish processing, but the reality is that they're saving about 20% of their annual fuel burn. Annually, 20% of their diesel fuel consumption is now being provided by solar. And they fly fuel in, they're paying 12, 14 bucks a gallon for fuel. So that's been a real big initiative. And so now, and they've created what's called an independent power producer. So the tribe owns the solar panels and the batteries. They're selling electricity to the local electric utility. They're getting the power cost equalization subsidy from the state. They're not losing it because when you burn less diesel fuel, you get less diesel subsidy from the state. So they are holding on to that. They're reinvesting that money back into the community, into a bigger energy system, and creating jobs as a result of it. And now that's getting reproduced in other communities in that region. And they're creating a regional independent power producer support organization. So that's kind of a pretty interesting initiative that is probably worth paying attention to. Tanana Chiefs Conference is doing something sort of similar. They're tying it in with broadband. So they're doing renewable energy and broadband, and trying to kind of create this sort of revenue stream to support something across the region with multiple villages. New Vista Light and Electric Cooperative in the YK region is kind of starting with 1 or 2 independent power producers and doing the same kind of thing, more focused on wind than solar, just because that's what they have more of a resource of. And down in Southeast Conference, there's a Southeast Alaska, there's a group of organizations that are kind of doing just a different spin of the wheel. And we don't need to get into the details, but, happy to talk about that later. Just want to share that there's, a lot of other initiatives and people that are thinking along the same lines. Wanted to just briefly touch on the fact that there is a lot of federal funding out there right now. I think people are pretty aware of that. I'm not going to get into the details right now. I will say that with support in particular from Alaska Ventures Fund, we've been able to put together some white papers and some information summaries on a lot of the energy and some of the broadband funding opportunities that are out there that we're just now distributing electronically, and happy to share all that information. I think I'll be here this afternoon at the 5:30 session. So if anybody wants to get together at that point, happy to share some more information on that. But again, there's just a lot of federal and some state funding opportunities that really are worth paying attention to, because now is the time to develop that. And as far as federal funding opportunities, while we're focusing on energy here, from a sustainability and infrastructure standpoint, there is just a lot going on around the region. And I think a lot of you know about these things, but just kind of identifying them. And, I think UTBB has been bringing some of the people who are making these things happen and funding some of these things to this very summit. So the point is they all sort of, they all impact each other, right? Energy and transportation and broadband. There's sort of some pretty, sometimes obvious, sometimes more subtle links among them. But it's really worth kind of thinking through and getting your team together and really kind of figuring out how we can kind of channel all of this money into some useful, sustainable activities, because it's probably not going to be here for that long. It's kind of a blink of the eye in a way. So just as real brief summary, and this is, I think, my last slide, kind of road ahead, again, there's a lot of money out there. There's a lot of need that we all know. You all know that better than anybody. There's a lot of organizations with a lot of capability and a lot of reach. And I think, getting everybody working together and talking like this summit is really a valuable way to kind of channel some of that funding into real projects that are meaningful for people's lives. And that's what I got. Thank you. I don't know if anybody has any questions, but yeah, right on time.
Any questions? Mic drop? Yeah.
Thanks, Brian. That was great. Hey, so you mentioned there at one point that the PCE, the diesel PCE money, gets reinvested. If you're replacing that diesel with renewables, it can get reinvested into your community energy structure. How does that work?
Yeah, so I'll try to make this really brief and not too painful or mathematical, but basically the state of Alaska provides a subsidy to individual communities, electric utilities, that is based on two things, what they call their fuel costs and your non-fuel costs. All right, so if you burn, let's say you burn 1,000 gallons of diesel fuel one year and you get a subsidy based on that 1,000 gallons, the next year, if you burn 500 gallons instead of 1,000 gallons, that part of your PCE subsidy is reduced, right? Because you went from 1,000 gallons to 500 gallons. So if all the state sees is that as the utility, you burn less fuel, you get less subsidy. However, if you're a utility and you burn 500 less gallons, but you also turn around and you buy electricity from somebody else, in this case, an independent power producer that may be tribally owned in your community, then what happens is the utility says, well, we burned 500 less gallons, but we spent more money on our non-fuel costs. So one goes down, one goes up, right? So the utility then gets made whole by the state. So they get less money from their diesel side, but they get more money from the non-fuel side. And then what you now have is this independent power producer that sold electricity to the utility. So this independent power producer has money and the utility has the same amount that it had before. right? So the IPP now has money that they can invest into their system, into the community, into, into their water system, into a whole bunch of things that they can do. So the money goes to the IPP, and then you have to have controls on the IPP to invest that money properly in the community. So that's where a lot of the agreements and kind of the technical stuff comes in, but that's what we've really kind of actually been pretty successful at being able to figure out and how to start to make work if it's a locally owned, controlled, independent power producer, such as a tribe. So that's how it works. All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. And Brian will be available during the action planning and support session if you have more specific questions for him. Next up, we have our last presenter for this session and track, Will Cheney with Nushagak Cooperative. He'll be giving an update on the Nuyakuk Hydro concept, including the preliminary study season of 2022 and an update on the initial study season of 2023. I'll hand it over to Will. He does have a co-speaker, Corey Warnock with Macmillan Corporation, and he'll be presenting virtually.
All right, good afternoon. I'll give a lot of credit to Alana and Dolores and UTBB for putting this on. Until I walked through the door, I thought I was giving this to a group of high school students. So a little bit of a surprise, but it's good to see. Just to let everybody know, I've got my third son in the crowd, Graylin, and our board president. So if you hear any heckling, that's who it's going to come from. Okay. So this is a presentation. Honestly, this is the third time in 3 days I've delivered this presentation, and that is our intent, is to get this information out. It is a living document. The fresh information here is the study season, the preliminary study season from last year. I apologize there. I hope there are some folks in the room that have seen some of the early slides here. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to keep this in front of everybody, but keep it fresh. So, Nushagak Cooperative, who we are, and I'm going to read our mission statement, so bear with me. I mean, this was very important to me with this idea. Our mission: we exist to serve our members in a cooperative spirit, providing competitive, reliable, and safe services at a cost consistent with sound management. And this sentence really ties it all together. We will continually evaluate the needs of our members and take an active role in development of opportunities advantageous to our members. Diesel's been good to us for all the years we've been a cooperative, but that landscape is changing. And that's a realization, that more important sooner rather than later. And so as a cooperative, we looked into other wind resources over the years, as well as other hydro concepts in our area. For various reasons, at those times, they didn't pan out. Too small, not enough power. They weren't providing base load at the time. Things change, but the one we've identified with Nuyakuk, the one we'll go over today, has certainly got our attention. Nushagak Cooperative, local member-owned utility that has been providing power to Dillingham and Leknigik since the early 60s. Prior to that, we were a PUD, public utility district. Lost touch with funding, but we do have the PUD to thank for the tie line to Leknigik. And that tie line exists because they were reaching for one of the earlier hydro prospects that I mentioned. That tie line to Leknigik was built to access Lake Elva's hydro resource. It didn't work out in the end, but that's what we're still using today. Through substantial upgrades, we've been able to provide for all the salmon processing load, as well as our residential load out of our diesel power plant. And it's been mentioned earlier, Brian had some really interesting information. We've got neighboring utilities that have to bring in, they call them cat in a box, generators that they bring in a container van, tie into their system, plumb into a fuel system. It's not as efficient and it's not as safe as being able to do it within your four walls of your power plant. We're very lucky. Nushagak is very lucky that we are able to produce all of our electricity from within our power plant. But it does come at a cost. You know, and realizing that the load is going to grow. We're faced with the question, where do we expend that money? Do we spend the money on more diesel resources and figure that we're going to continue to burn that fossil fuel to provide for the load, or do we start to look at other opportunities? And that's where we're at. We're trying our best to identify a renewable source that is going to fit the bill for us. Concerning the Nuyukuk Hydro, our focus right now is to study this resource and utilize the results of those studies to determine whether or not the project is viable. What we realize, we're not in an energy crisis right now, which allows us to be objective in our assessment of the information we get from those studies. If diesel gets hard to get, and cost is one thing, but availability has entered the conversation over the last few years. And that's something we don't want to be confronted with. We realize right now that as long as we can pay for it, the diesel is available. If it gets to the point where we consume about 1.2, 1.3 million gallons annually. And we can split it up, we can get half in the front in the spring, half in the fall, we can get it all at one time. But if we place our order and come to find out we can get 70% of the fuel we request, we're in a situation because our energy resides in our storage tanks, and that's for the year. And the barge stops about October for us. So that's a realization that helped, you know, push our looking into the hydro. Genuine interest in exploring alternative energy sources. I mentioned we've looked into wind and a couple other hydro sites, and things change. You know, we look to guys like Brian for keeping us in touch with the development. Solar is making huge inroads. I know Kotzebue Electric, they doubled their solar array, and Brian may correct me here. I believe they had 500 kW online and went to a full meg of solar, which is fantastic news. Okay, so this is a layout of the site we're looking at, and I brought my pointer even. So the hydro site is at the outlet of Tikchik Lake in the Nuyukuk River. Nuyukuk flows down to the Nushagak, joins the Nushagak, and runs out past Dillingham. The Wood Tikchik split is right about there in the middle. Everything north up here is Tikchik Lake system, and everything south is the Wood River system. They're mirror images. The Tikchik Lake system has one outlet, runs into the Nushagak. The Wood River system has one outlet, the Wood River, and it runs into the Nushagak down here. Very important resource. We're a salmon region. You can see the black dotted line is the drainage, basically the reservoir. It's, if I remember right, it's about 1,500 square miles that drain into and out the Nuyukuk. We've got a depiction of a transmission line here, and these are the points we know we could connect theoretically. The lines are just there to connect dots. You know, if this were ever to come to pass, it could change. That will be a product of the studies, but for this purpose, we show lines to connect the dots. We've also got the Wood Tikchik State Park. That's the brown line that outlines. You can see we artfully avoided the park boundary there with our transmission line. Probably not going to be building a transmission line in the park. Here's a picture of the site, and it's flipped 180 from the last one, or I'm sorry, no. This is the upriver side, this is the downriver side. The idea we're looking at would have an intake on the upriver end and a tail race at the downriver end to reintroduce the water back into the river. So this section is what the water would avoid, and it's traditionally known as the falls, the Nuyukuk Falls. There is a portage trail. You can just make out the bottom end of it, and portage trail goes up through the trees there, and that's where you pull your boat out of the water, and that's where you dump it back into the water to avoid the falls. This picture was taken in the spring. I think we were at about 5,000 CFS, cubic feet per second. And this site fluctuates based on a USGS stream gauge that's been in place since the late 50s, I believe. It fluctuates from between 1,000 CFS to just over 20,000 CFS. This is the picture that's flipped 180. So now we've got the upriver end here, there's the falls, and here's the downriver end. You can see, and again, this is as the transmission depiction was, this is a conceptual design. This isn't what we have in mind. This isn't what it's going to look like. These are the parts that make up the plan, or if you will. It would consist of an intake up here, your tunnels to feed the powerhouse down here, your tail race to reintroduce the water. This depicts an airstrip, which would be instrumental in building the site out if it were to happen. And again, I'm surprised. I say this is the third time I've delivered this in 3 days, and the last two I did not hear anything about a dam, which is astounding, because that is something without fail we hear. And this is a diversion project that does not include a dam. That is the intake. You can see here that they spelled out a groin. That would be a highway divider, if you will, to check the water up if needed. And that is put in there in case it was needed. It's not not part of a hard plan, but that's conceptual site design. Okay, and here we'll turn it over to Corey Warnock online, and it's going to take a few seconds, I'm told, to get him up. So Corey should be jumping in when we can hear him.
Yeah, Will, can you hear me okay? You got me, Will?
Roger that, Corey.
Okay, cool. You can hear me all right. I'm assuming you're all still looking at the presentation?
Same one. Well, yep, sorry. 1 second, Corey.
That's all good. I look at you too much. I don't want to see you anymore. I want to see the presentation.
I'm just glad you could still hear me. And I haven't been heckled yet by Gray or Pete. Okay, you're up.
Okay. All I see is you still, so I can scroll through it on my end of my other monitor if that works. That's fine.
You got your summary of regulatory milestones?
Yep. We'll just go from there. So we're on summary of regulatory milestones here. I'm going to breeze through this pretty quick just to give you all a kind of contextual reminder of where we've been since our abeyance was lifted. We had an abeyance put in place during the COVID timeframe, both because of COVID as well as some other discussions that we wanted to make sure we had with agencies and the public to make sure we designed the best study program possible. So, since then we've had a ton of collaboration, both with our aquatics resource working group that's made up of a series of state and federal agencies, as well as local interests, tribal interests in the public. And that has really helped us refine the overall study program and make it as comprehensive as it needs to be. We filed that revised study plan with FERC, and subsequently they issued us a study plan determination. FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, is essentially the arbiter of this in the sense that they give us the formal go-ahead to conduct these studies once we've had all the collaboration locally we need to have. And during the period of time since this project has been in conception, October 17 to current, the cooperative has held over 110 informational meetings and presentations. So they're doing their best, and I've seen it firsthand to be as collaborative and communicative as possible. Next slide, please. So digging into the meat of it here over the past year, there's been a ton of work leading up to the point where we can actually say we're ready to go with these studies. So again, we've had a lot of interaction with the Aquatics Resource Working Group and the public related to all of the methods associated with the study plan that's going to be implemented starting this year. We've done on-site geotechnical analysis, which essentially allowed us to assess the rock quality on site and confirm what our suspicions were, which was generally that the rock quality in that area was such that we could bury the tunnels, no visual obstructions or anything like that, and they would be supported appropriately. Will has some specimens sitting somewhere in Dillingham if you ever want to come take a look at them. All of the natural resource study leads are in place. We have a very robust study program set up for fisheries, water resources, terrestrial, recreation and visual, cultural, and subsistence. We have all of the appropriate study leads in place to conduct that work, and a bulk of those leads are based in Alaska, ready to go, which is good, obviously, from a regional perspective, because they understand the types of issues that Alaskans face. It's also good from a cost perspective because a lot of those folks are relatively local to the area. Will has been instrumental in establishing a biological study camp at the site. To date, we have a cabin and a weather port in place. There'll be another weather port going up here shortly within the next month that will house our biologists as well as our camp manager while folks are out there on the site collecting the data. All of the natural resource permit applications have been submitted to the requisite agencies, and we have every indication to believe that those will be in place prior to us starting up. We're developing a series of models, both related to natural resources and the economics of it all. Those will all coalesce into one output once all of this work is done, and really go a long ways in assisting us in determining the feasibility. And then in addition to that, Will has worked a ton to develop cooperative agreements with BBSRI, BBNA, and ADF&G to help them assist us in conducting some of the studies where, to be quite honest, they have more technical resources and knowledge than we do. And it just makes good sense to collaborate to the extent possible. I already mentioned all of the meetings, and we're going to continue that collaborative spirit of meetings with the public and with the ARWG throughout the entire process, not only because it's mandated, but because that's the right way to do things. Next slide, please.
Just to let you know, Corey, we got about 5 minutes.
I'm screaming. So our intent of the study program, we want to make sure we document baseline conditions. The site is relatively, unstudied from a general perspective. And so we have to collect a lot of data to make sure we understand what's currently going on out there prior to determining any impacts. We want to make sure we specifically gain a better understanding of the aquatic species abundance and composition near the project area. Even though the bypass reach of this proposed project would be the falls, we're not naive enough to think that there isn't valuable habitat and valuable passage being provided through those falls now. And so the goal with this project would be not to impact that. We're also looking at migratory wildlife, vegetation, wetlands as a result primarily of transmission development. The reality of it is that the plumbing of this project, if you would, has a relatively small footprint, but we also know that any sort of connection to the outside would have to be tied through transmission. And so we're going to be cognizant of that as well. But, and as Will alluded to, ultimately, the deal here is to make determinations on the feasibility of the project. We're not getting ahead of ourselves. This 2-year study program is ultimately going to decide whether or not we move any further. Next slide. So I can go through these real quick. As I mentioned, if anyone wants to review these in further detail and give me a call, that's fine. But there's five components to this overall study program: fisheries, water resources, terrestrial, rec and viz, and cultural. Underneath each one of those headers, however, is a series of studies that gets conducted. So I'll just use fisheries because you're looking at it for the example. There's 6 specific studies under the fisheries component that will be conducted over the course of the past 2 years. And again, some of these studies are consistent with evaluations you would do at any newly proposed hydro project. And then the others are very customized and specific to this system in this location. So everything has been taken into account. Next, Will.
All the way on to next steps, Corey.
I'm still looking at study program.
Backed up. Page 2, study program.
Yeah, you're good. I ran through those.
Next steps, please.
Okay, next steps, 2023. I'm still not looking at it, but I got it on my side. In 2023, coordination and logistics, we're going to have those going throughout. We're going to set up a biological study camp that's already in place and run that kind of to completion in April and May. We have camp managers identified that will get out there in April and get things set up for us and kind of get ready to manage the camp throughout the year. We're going to do all the rest of the permits in March through May. We're going to conduct additional LiDAR and habitat mapping, the study program, and then ultimately at the end of the year, that all coalesces into data analysis and reporting and a series of meetings. And then 2024 and beyond, we're going to have a second study season. All those resource areas are going to be assessed again. Further geotechnical analysis will be conducted just to kind of really hone in on site-specific questions. The conceptual design will be refined a bit more based upon the study results we get. There'll be another year of analysis and reporting. And then I'm going to draw a line here real quick. And this is where things stop. Will, with the cooperative and all of us, sit down and we look at those study results and we say, okay, does this project look viable from a natural resources perspective? If the answer is yes, then we move forward with some sort of project licensing approach. If it doesn't, then that's where the buck stops. And I'll let Will speak to that a little bit further. But the only other thing I would say is that consultations, meetings, project updates like this are going to take place throughout the entire process to keep everyone involved and informed.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Corey. Okay, we're good to keep going. All right, it's working. Cooperative intent, genuine desire to be transparent, inclusive, proactive with feasibility evaluation. We realize exactly who we are. We are that member-owned cooperative, have been, and this is simply an intent to answer an energy question that we feel is already upon us. Make decisions on that feasibility with potential impacts to the natural environment at the forefront. I mentioned earlier, we are salmon region. And again, this is something I realized, our member-owned cooperative, I'm more comfortable with our member-owned cooperative making this decision than anybody from outside, anybody from not in region. That to me has always carried weight. Our members are ultimately going to make the call. Establish a more reliable power grid that minimizes, eliminates need for fossil fuel generation, provides potential for growth in public and commercial areas. Brian spoke to it, Eric and Chandler spoke to it. This is where we're headed, tying things together. And again, creating a more long-term cost-effective energy platform for the region. That's what that transmission line would do. Connect the villages. Nushagak, we are still the most efficient diesel generation plant in region. Through that transmission line that would bring the hydro down, if there were anything ever to take place, the hydro or if we needed to add diesel to supplement, we're using the most efficient plant to put it back onto that transmission line. So it's a win there as well. Create a more long-term cost, I read that. Potentially provide a supplemental but significant benefit of fiber optic upgrade to outlying communities. On that transmission line, we hang a fiber optic cable. We're presently executing a fiber extension from Levelock to Dillingham to bring broadband in and connect some villages already. This transmission line would carry a fiber optic cable to that site as well as any villages that we could connect. So with that, I think, Dolores, I apologize. We ran a little long there, but do we have time for questions? You good? No? And I will be around. 557 Kenny Run Road, right down the hill. If there are questions, comments, please come find us. We're giving this presentation all over the place. Next one's in Anchorage, I believe. So. Oh, we got a question in the back, David. I'm sorry. Is that mic working? Okay, I can.
Hello? Hello? Okay.
There it is. There it is.
I'm usually pretty loud, so,
I couldn't quite.
but yeah, I just had a question about the intake design.
Mhm.
On the intake design, is it that type of a design anywhere else in the world? And is it in an area where the winter is, prominent?
Mhm.
And I'm glad that you're doing the studies. Will there be someone based there during the winter as well as not just the summer months, but the winter months as well to do the studies?
Okay, thank you.
And then my last one,
Boy,
since you mentioned fiber optic,
Yeah.
what is the update on the new route from Dillingham to Leknigik? I wasn't able to make it to the Nushagak cooperative meeting because we had a city council meeting, but thank you.
Roger. Let me see if I can remember those in that order. To the design, there isn't one yet. That's what the studies will tell us. Again, I mentioned salmon, right? That's what we realize is at the forefront. I said it last night at our meeting, or I'm sorry, the day before at our meeting. This isn't, we realize we're not trading one resource for another. So it's not we need this hydro, regardless of what else is to come. We have questions to answer that will help design the intake. INN is the nearest, I think, example of a working hydro in region. George Hornberger over there, I had him present last year at our annual meeting. It was via Zoom, but George is able to speak incredibly favorably about their hydro site at INN. It's been working wonderful for them. He said his comment is once we got it figured out, it's been amazing. So with the winter, that's they deal with the same winter we do in all respects. It's no two hydro sites are identical, so the studies will help to shape what it is we do. And that's where we start the conversation. Once we have the information from the studies, we have conversations like that. What does it need to look like? You know, okay, we don't have winter studies right now because it mostly fish. And there's not a lot of fisheries activity throughout the winter, right? The smolt aren't migrating out, the adults aren't migrating in. But after the first 2 study seasons, then maybe we have a winter component that comes up that we do need to speak to. And it will get studied. And
I know it's not a design per se, but if it turns off, if it shuts off, it freezes and it shuts off,
Oh, yeah.
then you have how many, we dealt with it, not this December, but the December before,
that's right.
when our electricity went out for a week.
Yep.
And we really appreciate all the hard work that Nushagak crew did because, I still say, who are the linemen? They're the best linemen, Nushagak. So I appreciate their hard work that they did putting up the lines back up. But we were without electricity for a week. And it was harsh.
Absolutely.
But
That was a long week.
But those are the kinds of things I think about, because if you're connecting the other communities, that's,
Yep.
troublesome to me. But additionally, when you're talking about connecting other communities in the region, what kind of a plan or as you're thinking forward, because if you're going to take over the power, if you will, what sort of jobs are going to be available for them in the communities?
So it's not an effort.
So
to take
anyway, I know
over.
I'm jumping ahead, but these are things to
I
think
know, I
about.
realize I'm way over too, but it's not a takeover of anything, Gay. We would be a provider. So things could stay in place as they were. But to your winter question, and the ice up, INN is an example of a hydro site that runs year round. There are designs and in designs that work through the winter. So that we can engineer that out for sure. Yeah.
Hey, just real quick.
I apologize. We'd like to keep on track for the next session. He is available if you'd like to ask him questions one-on-one. Thank you, Will Cheney and Corey Hornock, for your presentation on the Nuypak Hydro project. With that, that's a wrap for this track. I'd like to thank you all for bearing with us while we've juggled all the breakout sessions and especially for shortening your breaks and lunches. But the next track will be here in the gym and we're going to take a quick break. But just so you know, we'll be back here at like 2:20 and we'll do some door prizes before we get started with the next track. Oh, and lastly, just wanted to thank Ocean Beauty Seafoods for sponsoring the coffee break here for you.
you gonna do it over there? Okay, you got a mic? All right, everybody. Whip out your door prize tickets. We're gonna take 2 minutes and give out a door prize and then start our next session. We have a new track, a new theme for the afternoon, education, employment, and training, with a lot of amazing information and being led by people doing some really good work in this topic area. That's good. All right, take out your door prize tickets. They're gonna announce what it is, and we're gonna get rolling. Little blue tickets.
Our first door prize is a $250 gift card.
Woo!
Ticket number 400817. 400817.
400817.
400817 going once. Going twice. All righty. No, he's like, again. Last chance. 400817 for a $250 gift card over at the registration table. Okay, we're drawing again. Go ahead. Next ticket number 400778. 778.
All right, Greg Marksmiller.
Come see us.
And then move the rest to the end.
Okay, next blanket, BBNC wool blanket. She said just do two. Next ticket, 400825. 825. 825. 825 going once.
There's a winner.
Okay. Come see me at the registration table. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're gonna move a few of the door prizes to the end, so make sure that you keep your door prize tickets. We're also gonna have some tonight at the cultural celebration and feast. But without further ado, I'm gonna turn it over to some members of the amazing planning committee who have worked on this topic area with us for education, employment, and training. Please welcome the Senior Vice President of BBNC's Shareholder Development Program, Carol Wren.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Unukalota kubanga atira isawakak kikiktaru mirunga chulio miunga. My Inupiaq name is Isawakak. My English name is Carol Wren. My family is originally from Kikiktagruk, which is Kotzebue, but I grew up here in Dillingham from a very, very young age. So I'm happy to be here helping with the workforce education and training track. So I'm really excited about the presentations that we have for you. When it comes to economic sustainability and what it takes to thrive, as we talked about and heard this morning, it is all about people, right? It's about our people thriving, and we can do that through education, training, and job opportunities. And we know we need a skilled workforce, both in Alaska and especially in our rural communities. So it takes strong education training programs and systems that really help us meet all those workforce needs. Throughout again, the experience we've had in the pandemic, The changes that we have in expectations around work, whether it's virtual, face-to-face, people wanting to work remotely, whether they can or cannot. And as people want to start small businesses and those job opportunities, we need to take all of those factors into consideration as we prepare a skilled workforce into the future. So while we're creating that system of a skilled workforce, we also know with the Infrastructure and Investment Jobs Act, there's a great opportunity for us in Alaska, but also in our communities and region to really fuel an economic recovery and really create long-term impact for people as well as for our communities. In order to really maximize that impact, we have to work together. Our organizations have to work together, our people have to work together. And I feel like we're really fortunate in Bristol Bay that we have people who are willing to do that, who want to work together to really leverage resources, leverage our talents in order to help youth all the way through professionals who are on their way to retiring and have skills and skill sets that they can impart and mentor to our younger generations of people that are moving into leadership positions. I really appreciated hearing, as we talk, you'll hear about a leadership program today. I appreciated hearing JJ's comment as well as Alexana's comment about they were put in positions, even though they may have felt like they were ready or they didn't have the skills, they were trusted to be in those roles, they were believed in, and then they had the support and the mentoring to go with it in order for them to be successful in their jobs. And my hope is that we'll be able to continue to see that more and more, right? So this panel, we're going to hear from a variety of folks who are doing amazing things in our region. So you're going to hear about some different resources and programs we have in Bristol Bay. Our ask of you today is to hear about what they are and figure out ways that you can get involved, right? We want to be able to engage our whole region, engage all the talent we have here in order to provide ideas for the solutions we need for a strong workforce in it across the region. Excuse me. As we have had presentations, I was just in the small business presentations that were here, and we heard about in the opening message around language and culture. In all of the things we're doing, there are job opportunities in it. And it's a matter of how creative we choose to be in really creating those jobs for young people, all the way through, again, to those who who are moving on and want to impart some of their own skills. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Casey Sifsoff. She also is with BBNC, and she's going to introduce each of our each of our presenters as they come up. And then I'll do a closing at the end of the track. So with that, welcome, Casey.
Thanks, Carol. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Many of you in the audience know me, but I'll introduce myself for those that don't. Casey Sifsoff. I am originally from Dillingham, and I currently work at Bristol Bay Native Corporation in shareholder development. My family ties are both to Dillingham and Clark's Point, so excited to be back home here today. The work that we do in shareholder development, a lot of it has to do with the topics that we're covering here, workforce development. And I supervise the team that provides all of our direct services. So everything that we do for workforce readiness in the form of helping with resumes, mock interviews, helping with job searches. And then we also do work experience programs through internships and OJT opportunities. And then with training, we do a lot in the realm of short-term training. So today, our first presenter, our presenters, excited to announce that we're going to be hearing from Julie Woodworth and Maddie Binkley, sorry. They're going to be talking about small business resources that are available through the McKinley Alaska Growth Company. And they are a partner of BBNC, which they'll talk more about. And Julie is actually, for those that might remember, she's not a stranger to Dillingham. She was a former resident here. And we're excited to have you back here today. So thank you both again for traveling and being here with us to share these amazing opportunities and resources. And with that, I'll hand it over to you. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here today. Before we get started, I just wanted to take a second to give a round of applause to the planning committee that has put all of this together. It's a big lift. It's a huge event to put on, so I think we should just give them all a round of applause. So Julie and I are really excited to be here in Dillingham and share with you a little bit about McKinley Alaska Growth Capital, our mission, and how we can help you develop a business plan, grow an existing business, offer training, or start the business loan process. First off, I'll introduce myself. Again, my name is Maddie Binkley. I'm a lifelong Alaskan. I grew up in Fairbanks, Alaska in the interior, and I worked in tourism as a riverboat captain for the past decade, but I recently joined the McKinley team as a community development associate and have really been enjoying learning about rural Alaska and all the ways in which we can serve and help these communities. So we're really excited for the opportunity to expand our reach into the Bristol Bay area, and I will let Julie come up and introduce herself.
Asleep at the wheel. I should have been up here already. My name is Julie Woodworth, and I am the lending manager for McKinley Alaska Growth Capital. And I can't tell you how great it is to be here. I have a special place in my heart for Dillingham, and I have been in the financial industry in Alaska for 34 years. And I started my career down on the corner at the bank as a teller. And Diane Folsom trained me. So if this presentation goes bad, we can blame her, right? But yeah, thank you. We really appreciate the opportunity to present. When we talk about challenges in our state, actually our country, workforce is a big one. And we hope that we can help businesses walk through that process with some tools for training, retention, and recruitment. But also, it's a great time to start your own business. There's a lot of opportunity in Alaska. There's a lot of resources and a lot of talent. So we try to pull those together and help people down their path to being their own boss. I want to talk a little bit about McKinley Alaska Growth Capital. We were founded in 1997, and we were the first BIDCO, which is a business and industrial development corporation in Alaska. And here we are, 26 years later, and we're still the only BIDCO in Alaska. That designation allows us to originate loans. We do have oversight from the state of Alaska, and our focus is business loans in Alaska. We do some loans out of state, but really our mission is Alaska based. We currently have about $114 million in our portfolio, and we have originated over $600 million in loans, and most of that has been in Alaska. So it's really a rewarding job to be part of business success in Alaska. I need to take a minute and talk about our staff. We're a small team. There's 16 of us, and that includes our accounting group, our management group, our community development group, and our lending group. And so we have 4 loan officers on staff. So to manage that portfolio, because we take the process from beginning to end. When you start applying, you talk to your loan officer, you work with them, they do the underwriting, we close the loan, we document it, and then we service it. So you work with us from the time you apply to the time you pay off your loan. So we really have a really qualified staff. Of our 4 loan officers and myself, we have over 100 years of lending experience, and that's in Alaska. So that's really impressive. We also have a number of employees that have been our processors, our service managers, our credit administration officer that has been in the financial industry in Alaska for decades. So the other neat little tidbit about our staff, over 40% of our staff members own businesses. So they aren't just behind a desk collecting a check. They understand the challenges that businesses have in recruiting, retaining, and training employees. We have the privilege of being named SBA's Community Lender of the Year 11 times. And we're a leading native CDFI, Community Development Financial Institution. And we provide business financing, technical assistance, and new market tax credits, which I'll talk in a minute. I'm going to hand it over to Maddie to talk a little bit about our mission and some of the programs that we offer.
Thanks, Julie. So McKinley Alaska Growth Capital is a mission-driven business. As Julie mentioned, we are a Native CDFI, and we participate in the Native American CDFI Assistance Program, otherwise known as NACA. So we receive federal funds for NACA as well as the New Markets Tax Credit Program, and we deploy those throughout different areas of the state. Our goal is to grow economic opportunity in communities across Alaska that would not otherwise have access to capital in the more traditional ways, like through traditional banking. In addition to offering loans and access to capital, we also provide a lot of training and technical assistance, which brings me to our next topic, which is our North Slope Marketplace competition. So our North Slope Marketplace competition is a program that was founded by Alaska Growth Capital before it was McKinley Alaska Growth Capital in conjunction with Arctic Slope Regional Corporation in 2009. And since its inception, it's actually deployed over $1 million in grant funds. So the winners of these competitions are awarded grants of up to $25,000 in startup capital for their businesses. We launched this competition in early spring. It's actually set to launch the end of this week. And through this program, we provide several trainings throughout the year, including financial literacy trainings, financial wellness trainings, information on how to brand your business, how to discover your target market or your customers, and information on running an e-commerce business. So once those business plans are submitted, our panel of judges picks 10 semifinalists to attend a 4-day-long boot camp in Uktiavik. And those semifinalists will be provided very valuable information on how to successfully run their new business. McKinley Alaska Growth Capital partners with several other community development entities to administer all the trainings I just talked about throughout the year. And this year, Spruce Root Community Development, too, I know has had a pretty heavy presence down here in Bristol Bay. They are helping to administer a lot of our trainings, including a financial wellness training that we actually have coming up on April 6th and 7th. It's going to be a virtual training, and if you're interested in attending that, it's free and open to anyone. So please follow us on our Facebook page if you want to register for that. And they're also going to be administering our boot camp, which I just talked about for the business plan competition. And then in addition to Spruce Root, we also have other community development entities that are going to be helping us administer those trainings, like the Anchorage Community Land Trust, as well as the University of Alaska Center for Economic Development. And like I said, if you're interested in attending any of these trainings, please follow us on Facebook. That's where we put out all of our information about these free trainings. And then one more thing about the North Slope Marketplace competition, it is just open to ASRC shareholders, but now that Bristol Bay Native Corporation is a minority owner of McKinley Alaska Growth Capital, we would love to potentially open up a marketplace down here in the area. So if you are interested or think it would be beneficial to run a marketplace competition down here, please reach out to me. You can send me an email or contact me on Facebook, and we can hopefully administer something of that sort in the future. And I will pass back over to Julie.
I'm ordering behind you. Thanks, Maddie. Before I get into our loan program, which really is the core of our business, we do, of course, the technical assistance and the North Slope Marketplace, which we hope to have a Bristol Bay Marketplace soon. But loans are our core business. But Carol's opening comments really resonated with me about young leaders. And I just want to take a moment and tell you how rewarding it is to come to Dillingham. It's been 25 years since we've lived here, and see these little girls that I knew as leaders in this community. It's really impressive. And I just have to commend them for their work ethic and all their mentors that helped them get there. So thank you. So McKinley Alaska Growth Capital, Maddie mentioned, we are jointly owned by McKinley Management, and then Bristol Bay Native Corporation has a minority interest. So that's a really exciting partnership. We're part of the McKinley family of companies, which includes McKinley Management, McKinley Private Investment, and McKinley Research Group. So there's really some good synergies there with those three companies, and we're proud to be part of that. Our core business, though, is small business loans, and specifically loans to business owners that maybe cannot get conventional financing for a number of reasons. Maybe you're just starting your business. Maybe you're growing your business. You've been here and you have a great plan to take your business on a growth trajectory. Or maybe you've been managing a business and now you have the opportunity to buy it. So a lot of different reasons, but if you have a challenge getting conventional financing, we hope you call us and give us the opportunity to partner with you. And it truly is a partnership. We do all types of loans, business acquisition, equipment purchase, real estate purchase. We have probably the best aviation lender in the state of Alaska. We do a lot of unique loans with unique collateral. The way that we can do loans that are maybe higher risk than conventional banks can do is that's with the support of two federal guarantee programs, the SBA 7A program and the USDA Department of Agriculture Business and Industry Guarantee Program. Both have unique parameters and benefits and guidelines, but the true benefit in these programs is the difference between a yes and a no when you go to apply for a loan. They have pretty stringent guidelines that we have to make sure that we work within those to ensure the integrity of the guarantee. But the nice thing, let's talk about the SBA program. That is great for folks that maybe don't have collateral to support the loan. Maybe you're in a service industry, maybe you do appraisals, and so you really don't have a brick and mortar or something to offer as collateral. That's a great program because lack of collateral in itself is not a reason for decline. So we do loans through the SBA program that do not have sufficient collateral. The USDA program is also great, and it offers some longer terms than conventional financing would offer. It has more conventional collateral requirements, but it does have a higher threshold. Our average loan size is about $1.2 million. When we get loan requests, 250,000 or less, we usually refer them to one of our partners, and we have close relationships with community banks, Spruce Root, Cook Inlet Lending, the State of Alaska Division of Investments. So there's a lot of opportunities, and we try to direct people down the right path for that. What do our loans look like? We talked a little bit about some uniqueness, rural businesses. We really focus on rural Alaska. We've done a lot of loans in rural Alaska. We've helped replace an entire fleet for a rural air carrier. We have done heavy equipment in rural Alaska. We've done loans in the fishing industry, tourism industry, and really some innovative business ideas. We recently did a loan for somebody who's starting tourism with drones. So you can do some wildlife watching with some additional benefit of drones. So it's really fun. I always say that we have the best job ever because we get to work with all kinds of different industries. We get to learn about industries, and we get that excitement of a new business owner or an existing owner that really has a new plan to take their business to the next level. The application process, like I said, we deal with federally guaranteed loans. So we did not get the memo on the Paperwork Reduction Act. There is a bit of paperwork, but the great thing is you have a really qualified staff at McKinley Alaska Growth Capital to walk you through that process. And we get to know you very well because we need to know what your qualifications are, what your weaknesses are, what you're doing to mitigate those weaknesses. Maybe you're really good at photography, but you've never processed payroll. So how are you going to pay your staff, make sure your payroll taxes are current and things like that. So we want your plan. We want to know who your competition is. We want to know what advantages you have over your competition. We want to know what your projected revenue and expenses are. And that's where we partner with folks like SBDC. They offer great consultative support in writing a business plan, preparing projections, and getting you on the right path. here's some of our past clients. It's really fun to be part of somebody's success, either in growing or establishing their business. And so we form really strong relationships with our clients, and it's really great to be able to go through and say, hey, yeah, we helped take a part in that. So we have really great portfolio of clients, and they've been a great resource for referrals to us as well. I threw this in only as a reminder for me to talk about relationships with your lender. It's intimidating to go in and apply for any loan, but especially a business loan, because the person behind your desk is really grading your plan, right? Can you execute this? How feasible is your plan? And so it's important to know, what does the lender look for? Take the mystery out of it. What is a debt service coverage? How do they calculate that? If you know some of those questions before you meet with them, it's going to be a less intimidating process. And that's what we're here for. We're not only here to originate loans, but we're here to take the mystery out of it and say, this is what we look at. This is how we calculate it. Maybe you're not here now, but here's how you can get there. And here's the path forward. So that's really all I have for workforce development. We talked before about every industry we talk to, they're struggling with keeping qualified help. And so we have been very fortunate at McKinley Alaska Growth Capital. We have a really great tenure and good retention. And I think that comes with engaging your employees and empowering them and lifting them up. Carol had mentioned putting people in positions that maybe they don't think they're ready for, but you have the confidence in them. That really helps people get to that next level in their career and makes them very loyal to your company. That's all I have. I want to really thank everybody for organizing this and inviting. It was a great opportunity to get back to Dillingham, and it's nice to see some friendly faces. Happy to answer any questions, and thanks for your time.
All right. Thank you so much, Julie and Maddie. That was great. For those who have specific questions for these ladies, they'll be here throughout the afternoon, but there's also going to be the help session that's going to be available starting at 5:15. So stick around if you do have specific questions. It's always great to hear about small business opportunities. I know we have a lot of small businesses here in town and more that are opening up every day. So we really appreciate you guys being here. So we're going to switch gears to talk about youth opportunities. And I'm excited to introduce Annie Fritzie, which she's no stranger to folks here. Annie is originally from New Stuyahawk. She made Dillingham her home since 1997 with her husband Todd and their 3 children. Annie is a lifelong learner. She's earned various college degrees, earned a master's degree in rural development, and has worked with youth in our region in higher education programs and also internship programs. We're very excited that she joined BB&C's team in shareholder development and is going to be talking about the intern youth pipeline that she's working on building. And so with that, I'll have Annie up on stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. I'm vertically challenged. So, like Casey said, I'm Annie Fritzie. I have several Yupik names, Agnasagak, Anashak, and I learned through a book from my dad's biography that I'm Mahak. And Mom just told me that I could be Tipik too. So I would like to honor and acknowledge my mother, who is here with me today, Masagamikpak. She is the elder of this Nushagak region river, the eldest elder. I am honored to be here to present the youth internship project, BBNC's Chalak grant. Chalak means work. Next slide. So BBNC received a 5-year grant from the Department of Education, and our key partner with this project is the Bristol Bay Region Career and Technical Education Program. We have 3 goals. Next slide. We have 3 goals. One is to create a regional internship and apprenticeship framework. The second goal is to create a regional workforce development consortium, which Carol will be talking about, and then increase our youth in career guidance and higher education opportunities for their success. So I partner with 4 school districts in this grant. We partner with Dillingham City Schools, Bristol Bay Borough, the communities in King Salmon and Naknek, Lake and Penn School District, all of those communities there, Southwest Region School District, and the communities there. So Chalak will develop a framework for principals, schools, staff, students, families, and industry partners to connect high school students with internships. Chalak will build a comprehensive and sustainable career and technical education, regional internship, and work study programs focused on high school internships in 22 communities in the Bristol Bay region. Chalak will also develop a region-specific career track framework. One of them is fisheries. These are the established CTE career pathways that Chalak will be working on. Allied health, education, construction, culinary, welding, cultural arts and rural entrepreneurship, business and entrepreneurship, commercial fishing, aviation, marine service technicians, and AFTEC marine training. So Chalak is in the initial stages of this project. One of the big, huge jobs that we are working on right now is developing the internship framework. This includes the policies and procedures, the handbooks, manuals, guidelines. We are looking at all of the labor laws that is associated with high school internship opportunities. We are also working with staff right now. We are hiring and will be hiring a program manager, a career development specialist, and 22 CTE internship liaisons that will engage students in the region in workforce development opportunities. Right now, I would like to thank BBDC and BBNA Child Care Development Program for sharing your company's internship and work program requirements. BBNC will continue to partner with our regional partners as we move forward to develop the youth high school internship program. These are the internship opportunities that our youth will be employed in this region: fisheries, trades, welding, construction, culinary arts, aviation, drone, tribal administration. Fisheries right now is a collaborating effort with BBRCTE with a new framework and a new career track for youth to get placed in internship opportunities. Commercial fishing is one of them. We will also be working on the tribal administration program for our regional partners and youth to be employed as tribal administrators in your communities. These are the other internship opportunities that our youth will be placed in. This is a really beautiful picture of our youth in Igiagik during their culture camp. They'll be enrolled in retail, healthcare, first aid, information tech, videography, business ownership, and cultural arts. Exciting news, internships will be launched in the fall of 2023. We're excited to work on all of the components to get our internships, our youth placed in internship opportunities. At the end of the 5-year grant, we will be hiring, next slide, we will be hiring 160 youth that will be placed in internship opportunities region-wide. That's a beautiful picture of the youth at the Youth Leadership Forum that was held in December in Anchorage. I work with a youth advisory committee. They basically advise me and the grant and the team in making certain that we're implementing the grant. I won't name the names of those people that I work with or the agencies. But right now, I would like to thank our regional partners in this grant, BBRCTE, BBNA, BBNC Ed Foundation, UAF Bristol Bay Campus, SAVIC, BBEDC, and the State of Alaska Department of Labor Job Centers. I just wanted to point out our shareholder development programs. I work under the direction of Carol Wren, like I stated, and those are the programs that we offer. So before I presented, I left information on your tables. I believe it's titled Survey Needs. If you could complete those for those of you that are interested in being an employer host, please fill those out. Submit those to my table in the back. You will then be eligible for door prizes. I thank you very much. It's been an honor. Like I said, this is a brand new opportunity for the youth in our region. I just started with this position 3.5 months ago. Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Annie. We're really, really excited about this program. You know, I'm sure all of you are familiar with Bristol Bay Career and Tech Ed program. They're doing amazing training across the region, but training is only one part of it, right? Experience that you get in partnership with that training that you've learned is the magic that happens that helps people to be qualified in what they're doing. So we are running a little ahead of schedule. Okay, I just want to make sure Christina's here. Okay. So our next area of this afternoon, we're going to be talking about leadership development. And I'm going to be introducing Christina Andrew, who is our next speaker. Let me pull up my notes here. Okay. Sorry, I have to adjust the mic, Annie. So Christina Andrew works for Bristol Bay Native Association as the Economic Development Program Manager. In that role, she assists tribal communities in their project planning efforts. Christina is of Yupik, British, and Norwegian descent, and belongs to the Chokoyong Tribal Nation. She was born in Dillingham, Alaska, to parents Leanne Andrew from Wyoming via Britain and Norway, and Peter Andrew Jr. of Nustrihak Tribal Community. Christina has a BA from the University of Alaska Fairbanks, Bristol Bay campus in rural development. Christina believes in putting people first and working together as a team for the betterment of our people and the region. She has a commitment to public service that benefits the entire Bristol Bay region, encourages partnerships, promotes tribal sovereignty, cherishes culture, values, and land, and develops in-region opportunities. She also promotes young people's engagement in the public process. She currently lives here in Dillingham with her partner Max and their 2 children. With that, I'll hand it over to Christina.
All right, is this a good volume? All right, Alex, Anna, this is for you. I always start anything off with a dad joke. If you've been in any of my salmon net meetings. So my dad joke today is, I know 25 letters, I just don't know why. Cheesy, I know, but I can't tell my good jokes here. This isn't the appropriate audience. So Chulistit Emerging Leaders Program. For those of you who don't know, Chulistit means to navigate forward based on where you come from. And this word really, it took us a long time to figure out what to name this program, but when we found this word, we felt like it really fit what we were trying to obtain. So what is Chulistit? Chulistit is a leadership program for young adults that are outside of high school, maybe not on track for college. It provides a internship opportunity. We build our internship opportunities based on the intern's interests and their skill sets versus trying to have an internship or a job already in place and trying to fit young people into that position. We also focus a lot on peer networking and cross-regional networking. And this really helps to promote collaboration across the communities and the region to help us keep, what's the word I'm trying to look for? Man, I'm totally like getting so nervous up here. I haven't presented to this many people since COVID. So I'm like, what do I do with my hands, Ricky Bobby? If you guys know that movie, Talladega Nights. No, so like when we can work together and team up, it helps our resources and our capital go further. And so really when we can foster those relationships, it helps us have a bigger impact. That's what I'm trying to get at. So we're currently we're funded by the Administration for Native Americans through the SEDS, Social and Economic Development Strategies Alaska program, which is a really good program. If any of you guys need funding, I really encourage you guys to reach out to them because it's a very diverse opportunity. BB&C and BBEDC help pay for our internship wages. And we also have gotten funding through the Nature Conservancy to help support the work we do. Like I mentioned, Chulistit serves young adults ages 18 to 28. We do serve all 31 tribes in the Bristol Bay region. We're not, because it's at BB&A, some people might think that you're restricted to compact funding, but that's not true with our program. We're here to serve everybody. We also serve BB&C shareholders and CDQ residents. So, and I really like this picture of the baby egg because I feel like this is our youth stepping out of their shell and coming into leadership. And I also feel like that baby leaving the egg sometimes myself. So, next slide. When does Chulistit take place? So Chulistit, like I mentioned, it's a winter internship opportunity. We designed it that way because there's a lot of stuff happening right now for internships in the summertime. And we wanted to provide a work opportunity for young adults that aren't in college in their villages during the winter time when there's less employment opportunities and people are not commercial fishing. The internship itself actually takes place from January through May. We started off with an orientation in January where we, you get to understand what it's like to be an employee of BB&A, and we set the tone for the cohort going forward. We have 2 in-person retreats that happen. We just had one the first week of March, and we will have another one the last week of April. And we do monthly check-in calls with our interns. And those monthly check-in calls, we focus on professional development. I start recruiting in August to October in that time frame. And then because we design our internships to fit the intern versus trying to shove a square into a round hole, it takes a long time to figure out those placements. So I use October through December to talk to the interns, figure out what their interests are, and then find an intern host, go through the interview process, and get them on payroll, whether they're working for an organization or they're working under BB&A. I don't even know what slide we're on anymore. I lost my note space. So where does it take place? Well, our first cohort, we were only able to do it via Zoom because we were still under COVID travel restrictions. So that was all online. The second year is this year. We had our first retreat here in Dillingham, and that was really fun. I'll get to some pictures coming up. And then we'll have our second retreat in King Salmon at the end of April. But if your community has an interest in hosting a Chillistit retreat, I'm open to suggestions. I really want to get our young people out into the region and get to see what it's like in different communities, because a lot of people don't get that opportunity to travel to all the different communities, even though we're so close together. So if you have space to house 15 people and have an ability to feed us, please contact me. I'd love to come and visit and bring young people to visit too. You might even be able to find new employees through this. So like I said, this is year 2 of our Chillistit program. We've been able to have 2 amazing cohorts. These are the young participants that we had in the communities that they represent. If you, our goal was to have 10 interns in the program each year, but we've been landing at 8 every year, which seems to be a really magical number for us. If you do not see your community on here, please encourage your young people to apply for Chillistit. We'd love to have them and empower them with the knowledge that will help make a difference in your community. And here, as I promised, some photos from our first retreat. This was really awesome. We got to, Katarina, who did the native dance performance this morning, came and taught some of our interns native dancing. And then we had Allison O'Brien, she's over there, come and talk to them about dating and prevention, domestic violence prevention. And then this is some of our interns really excited that I'm taking them to Tide Table. And this was really fun. The dancing, it was so cool some of them had never Yupik danced before, ever. And so it was really fun to watch them be really, really shy in the beginning, just like I was. My voice was kind of shaky and I didn't know what I was doing. And then now I'm like a little bit into the groove. So at the end of the dancing, they were all like glowing. It was so exciting. And it was, I don't know if I could find any other word to explain the experience of hanging out with these young people, but it was really an amazing experience. So why did we do Chillistit? Chillistit really started from a 2-way exchange with the Nature Conservancy, where they wanted to work in Bristol Bay more and figure out ways to help our local economy and help local stewardship. And so it started with collaborating with TNC and identifying projects that they have helped with in the past that we could learn from and build off of, and try and take some of the positive experiences in those programs and recreate them or make them happen here in Bristol Bay. And so November 2019, a small group of us from Bristol Bay, Judy, Joe, Alexandra, myself, and Clinton, and Kelly, who's moved on to greater things now. We got to go and spend time in Cake, Alaska, and Sitka. Oh, Rachel was there too, at Sitka. And we got to learn from the Sustainable Southeast Partnership. If you guys have not heard of them, I encourage you guys to look them up. They're really an amazing organization. But they started because they wanted to find new ways to look at their economy and help their economy grow and promote partnerships. Did I get that right? Okay, I'm very high level, 40,000 foot view here. It's been 4 years since I went to the retreat, and it's not my organization, so I don't feel comfortable talking about it. But so the four of us went, we learned a lot of great things. And what we came back with is we found we were really moved by the way everyone in SSP collaborated and came together and was really, really excited to work. I mean, like, I have never been to a retreat like that in my life where everyone was like, yeah, we're 100% in, like rolling up their sleeves, talk. Everyone was contributing to the conversation. There were no wallflowers. It was really cool. There was teasing, lots of teasing. Judy Joe just raised her hand in confession. So I also did some teasing. The collaboration was so amazing. And then we also saw some really, really amazing young people present to their regional Native corporation for a project idea. And basically the CEO of the Native corporation at the time was like, yeah, we're going to fund this. And so we were just blown away at that experience. And when we came home, we were kind of struggling to figure out how we could make this fit in Bristol Bay. And we got to talking, and eventually we figured out that none of us, when we were going through the public school system, were introduced in very great depth to the different topics that are very relevant to living and working in Bristol Bay, like Alaska Native governance. What's the difference between a shareholder and a tribal citizen? Why is there a CDQ? Why is there a city, a tribe, the state, whose land is what? You guys saw Alexandra's map earlier. I mean, it's like trying to put together a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle and everything's the same color. And things that are so relevant to us. And when you're in leadership, you know these things are relevant. And a lot of times we take on a job and we have to learn at a very, very fast pace, these very complex systems. And so we wanted to make it easier for the young people coming behind us and give them an opportunity to learn about these things in a safe environment where they're not like rushing to get a board packet together or having to go present in front of Congress and they've never done it before. And so during our retreats, we take them and we teach them about Alaska Native governments, resource management. We talked about community and project planning, cultural revitalization efforts, different things that we need to know about that are, for lack of a better word, just glossed over in schools. We wanted to also fill a gap. We noticed that there wasn't any programs out there for young people outside of high school that are not on track for college. And if you're too young for the Training Without Walls program, there's kind of like this waiting room period in your life where you're trying to figure out what to do. And so we wanted to fill that gap, provide the learning opportunity, and then also knowing that there's not a lot of employment opportunities in many of our communities, we wanted to create internship opportunities so at least we can get some money out into the communities and get people some work skills and jobs during the winter months when it's more scarce. And then we also, during the retreats, we focus a lot on team building. We do a lot of different games and exercises that helps them break down their shy barriers and gets them to open up to each other. It's really important going forward as a professional, I feel. I've seen a lot of internship opportunities open and they go unfilled. So we decided to look at a specialized internship opportunity where we sit down with the intern and we have like a half-an-hour discussion and figure out what their interests are, what their capacity is, where their skill sets are at, and then find a location that is willing to host an intern. And so far it's worked out really well that way. And we've been able to find internships for all the kids in the program. Again, we focus on Bristol Bay specific leadership skills and knowledge. And this is just understanding who the major players are and the different management systems that are relevant to us. And network. That's a big thing of our program because we wanted to foster that collaboration across communities. I don't even know what slide I am on anymore. More retreat photos. We got to work on resume building thanks to BBNC. They came in and helped our interns work on their resume and hone those skills. We got to make chiflic balm and or chiflic and yarrow ointment. That was pretty fun and easy to do. Most of them hadn't done that before. Unexpected outcomes. This is probably my favorite part of Chillistit. We've actually had interns. I didn't expect this to happen, but this is probably obvious to people who have run internship programs, is that they get offered full-time jobs afterwards, which is really cool. It definitely wasn't our intent. Our intent was more teaching them the subject matters that are relevant to Bristol Bay and also providing a place where they can learn to collaborate and be a team. One of our interns is now the tribal administrator for Pilot Point. A couple of our interns have been offered full-time employment, but they declined based on their interests. And then I think one of them is going to get poached by a tribe to start a cultural program that went from this cohort, which is so cool because, yeah, right. I wouldn't expect that to happen. And that was just from reading an intern's bio. They're like, this person sounds amazing. We must have them. So really exciting byproduct of the program. We've been able to leverage resources from other programs. We've gotten to work with the CTE program, BBEDC's other programs. Who else have we worked with? It just seems like we've been able to engage with a lot of different people that weren't originally on the planned scope. I have personally learned that HR is an extremely complex job. And if you have someone in HR, please thank them because that stuff is not my forte. I did not realize all the rules and regulations around hiring. And so I've learned quite a bit on that and refined our application process and timelines because of it. And if you are someone doing HR, thank you. Thank you. Really unexpected for me was the intense broad community support that we have gotten and the broad community excitement that we have gotten. Like, I haven't seen that with any of the other projects I've done. So it's really cool to see that. Again, we've had a smaller cohort than expected, but it seems like 8's a magic number. And I'm okay with 80% on my test, okay? So at least we didn't have just one intern. I was really nervous the first time we went out for applications. I was like, we sent them out and I was sitting there waiting and kept checking and like there was one person interested and I was like, oh no, is this something kids want to do? And then eventually, like all of a sudden at the last minute, like we got a flood of applications. I'm like, yes, there is interest. And it ended up being a really, it's been really cool just getting to know these young people. We've been able to bring young people back home and connect them to local people that they were disconnected from because their families have moved away when they were really young. So they've been able to reestablish with relationships with people in their communities and been able to access other resources that they need. And for me personally, it's given me a lot of hope for the future. Like I am so excited for the young people coming up behind me. It's going to be really, really cool to see what these guys get up to in the next 20, 30 years. Let's see. I really like this development model for anything. Thanks to Tim Pearson and TWOW for showing me this. It's given me a lot of confidence to just jump in and do things because really And I do explain this model to the young people. 70% of us, or we acquire 70% of our skills from just doing something. Even if you mess it up the first time, that's where you're building a lot of your skill sets. And really, a lot of our young people are wanting to do something meaningful. They just don't know how to do something meaningful, or they don't know who to contact to do something meaningful. And they just really need a chance to be able to have that opportunity to engage in the community, and given the support to know that it's okay to mess up the first time. It's okay to not do it, to not know what you're doing. It's okay to be nervous when you're giving a presentation in front of people, and all of those things. And then we also work on the, we do the classroom learning and the retreats, and then the near job training. That's us having experts come in and talk to our young people and give them advice based on what they know. And that's really all I have. I really like the Buzz Lightyear graphic because it feels like in building this program, we're looking back towards our youth, but we're also looking to infinity and beyond, because we want Bristol Bay for the next 8,000 years, is it? Questions?
Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Oh, any questions for Christina about this awesome program?
If you want to present. Thank you, Kate. You have a question?
Can you hear me? I just also want to say thank you so much for spearheading this program. We actually have 2 Chulistit interns, one former, Brandy Olson in the back, who did amazing work with United Tribes of Bristol Bay. And they're probably going to be mad at me, but I don't care. And our amazing Chulistit intern right now, Emma Wetter, who's played a huge role in making this event possible. We're just so thankful for this program and for these amazing young ladies for working with our organization. So we're just so thankful for this program and really look forward to watching it grow.
If any of you are interested in having an intern, please let me know. You might not always get one, but because I try and fit the intern, I want to meet the intern's need. But also, if you know young people in your community that are just not doing much in the wintertime, please encourage them to apply. We have a lot of fun. We teach them some things, and they end up making lifelong friends, which is really cool. This last cohort, or the last retreat that we did, I did a group text to let them all know I was coming to get them for coffee, and at the, well, just unprompted, just their own wants. They were like, everyone text their name into the group chat so we know who we are, so we can call each other and connect. And I'm just like, wow, you guys are taking this further than I expected and building relationships. So it's just really cool. I don't know how else to explain it. Yeah. To infinity and beyond.
All right, another awesome presentation. As I was listening to Christina talk, we have just created a really great opportunity and filled a gap that we've had for our region. We have different programs that are available to youth, different youth work experience programs. And through BB&C, we're working with adults and helping them along with their careers. So that program fills a huge gap for people that are needing that work experience. They're getting that mentorship and leadership opportunity that they're needing to get to the next level, right? So I really just appreciate, yeah. So to gain capacity. Yep, exactly. So what Christina was talking about is if your organization is struggling and you have a work need, that's also an opportunity. It's a mutual benefit, right? For both the intern and then also your organization to achieve what you're trying to do. So the other thing I wanted to talk about too really quickly before we move on to our next presenter is Christina mentioned the TWOW program, the Training Without Walls program that is with BB&C. And she's a current participant of the program and is scheduled to graduate here soon. I also wanted to just acknowledge that our presenters that we have lined up for this afternoon, Annie is an alumni of the TWOW program. Laura, I'm gonna introduce here in a second, is an alumni, and I see other alumni that we have that have gone through the program. And so my shameless plug is that I'm recruiting for TWOW if you're interested. Applications are due April 28th. I'm happy to talk about that program with anybody. It's a really great opportunity if you're interested. So we are going to switch gears to talk about tribal governance. And so let me pull up my little note here. So we do have Laura Zimmon, who is online. Checking for verification, right? She's tuning in online. Okay, perfect. So Laura. Oh. Wonderful interruptions. Okay. So Laura Zimmon, she is an Alutiiq from Bristol Bay region of Alaska. She has been employed by the University of Alaska Fairbanks since 2012. She currently serves as an assistant professor in the Department of Tribal Governance at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. She received her bachelor's and master's degree in rural development from UAF and is currently in the Indigenous Studies PhD program. Laura lives in Naknek and has been involved in the Bristol Bay commercial fishery for several generations. She has also served on the South Naknek Village Tribal Council and the Bristol Bay Borough Assembly. With that, I'll hand it over to Laura. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. And I'd like to also give my kudos to the Training Without Walls program. It has been an awesome resource for me, and I'm very fortunate to still be able to be affiliated with the program. It's always a learning opportunity every time I get to attend one of those sessions. So I was asked here today to present a little bit about the tribal governance program, but I'll tell you a little bit about myself first. My name is Laura Zimmon, and that's my alarm since we're a little bit early. Sorry. My name is Laura Zimmon. I'm a Alutiiq from the Bristol Bay region. I was born and raised in Bristol Bay. I am a citizen of South Naknek Tribe and a shareholder of the Bristol Bay Native Corporation. My father is Peter Lind from Chicknick Lake, and my mother is Darlene Lind from Igigik. My husband is Carl Zimmon, and he grew up in South Naknek. I am an assistant professor, as Casey mentioned, for the University of Alaska Fairbanks and the Bristol Bay campus. I live and work in the Bristol Bay region, and I'd like to thank the Indigenous people of this region for their past and continued stewardship of these lands. I'd also like to say thank you to the United Tribes of Bristol Bay for giving me this opportunity to give this presentation today. So I am going to share my screen, and hopefully that goes well. So the tribal governance program is run through the University of Alaska Fairbanks. And the tribal governance program was created in response to a broad variety of job-related skills needed by tribal leaders, tribal administrators, councils, and staff. Students who enroll in this program gain a fundamental knowledge of tribal governance, law, policy, and management. They also receive training in subject areas important to tribal governments, as well as academic and hands-on education. Students in our program work closely with their academic advisors to choose courses in areas of studies that target their employment needs. And you'll see when I go through the courses that it's structured a little differently. There's a lot more flexibility in the courses that you can take to meet the needs of your degree. Our tribal governance team consists of Professor Kevin Illingworth, Assistant Professor Deborah O'Gara, Affiliate Faculty Dr. Jessica Black, Affiliate Faculty Sigvana Topcook. Myself, I was going to change this photo prior to this presentation, but we're a little early. Assistant Professor Michelle Demmert, Associate Professor Carrie Stevens, you'll see her a little bit later in a short little video that I'm going to play. And then Program Coordinator Lori Trotta, who is the point of contact for the department. There are a variety of courses that are offered and available through the Tribal Governance Program. And if you look at our course list, this is found on the University catalog. These are courses that are offered throughout the department. Course topics include tribal management, tribal administration, tribal courts, federal Indian law, tribal justice. There's tribal natural resource courses. There's fundamentals of rural transportation, introduction to NEPRA, and just numerous other courses that you can take through this program. In addition to the course list in this catalog, we've actually submitted a couple courses that I think are more regionally relevant for us. We've submitted for catalog course numbers, so they're no longer considered just like a special topics course. They'll actually have a catalog course number, hopefully by next fall. And those courses are Culture and Science Camp. And then the other course is a Community and Tribal Leadership Development course. The Tribal Governance Program also has degree options that range from occupational endorsements to the certificate and the AAS and tribal government. The certificate program consists of 9 core courses. It's a total of 30 credits. So there's 9 core courses right here. But the way this is structured a little differently than other programs, you have a lot of flexibility when you go to choose those remaining 21 credits, because you can choose the remaining 21 credits from either this primary list of topics, or there's an optional list, and many of you have probably already taken credits from this optional list. You can take up to 9 credits from any course in Alaska Native language, Alaska Native studies, any course in applied arts, applied business, ENVI courses, rural development courses, rural human services courses. So it's very flexible that you can take, if you've already taken some of these courses, you're allowed up to 9 credits towards that certificate. And then there's a AAS and tribal governance as well. And the AAS degree is pretty much set up the same way. It's just 60 credits. And then there's 3 additional core courses, with the remaining credits coming from those optional programs and the primary course list. I wanted to play a little short video that interviews some students that have taken the tribal governance courses. So I want to make sure, I'm going to stop share for a second. And I just want to make sure I'm sharing my sound with you, which I wasn't. Let's try that again. I'm going to stop that a second. Can you hear the sound on that one? I can't see you guys. Can you give me a thumbs up if you could hear the sound on that?
Laura?
Yeah.
So when you're playing the video, the sound is pretty quiet and the connection, it skips a lot. So I'm not sure if the video is going to work.
Okay, we're going to skip the video. I was a little worried about that. That's fine. We'll just go back to the PowerPoint. We will just go right back to where we were. There we go. Back to the PowerPoint. So we'll skip the video. So the Tribal Justice Program, in addition to the certificate and your AAS degree in the Tribal Justice Program, there's also the option to obtain an occupational endorsement in Tribal Judicial Studies. And that involves courses in tribal court development for Alaska, children topics in tribal justice, federal Indian law for tribes, and then tribal court administration. In addition to that occupational endorsement, we have some concentration courses in environment and natural resources. And if any of these courses are in your interest, you don't actually have to enroll into the degree program or the OE program. You can take these courses anytime. In the environment and natural resources, there's the tribal natural resource management, there's cross connections, adapting and integrating. Then there's current topics in tribal natural resource management, and then also courses in NEPA and ANCSGA and rural land status. And then we also have some very, in addition to the degree programs, the Department of Tribal Governance offers some very culturally responsive place-based curriculum trainings and workshops. So some areas of focus for their workshops and trainings are tribal governance, justice and law, tribal stewardship, tribal administration and management, tribal policy and advocacy, and tribal economics. So those are actual trainings and workshops that can be requested. And then in addition to teaching the tribal governance core course, TG 105, which I teach in the fall semester, which is an introduction to managing tribal governments, I have been very fortunate over the last 2 years to have been able to work closely with in-region partners. And this is some of the in-region partners that I kind of just pulled quickly from some of the list of people that I've been working with. And I'm able to develop courses that are very specific to Bristol Bay and our region. And some of these courses have included a fishery funding course in which students developed a plan for entry into the commercial fishing industry. And then they identified in-region grant funding opportunities. They matched grant funding guidelines to a specific fisheries project. And then they created budgets and developed and implemented plans. And several of the students were able to successfully apply for grants that provided fishery-related quality improvement products. And at least one student successfully completed his first year this last summer as a captain and permit holder in Bristol Bay. And he directly attributes taking that class to giving him the confidence and the skills to move into the industry. And then I have also been able to teach courses in community and tribal leadership with partners, as well as rural development 492 level course. And it's a seminar course that focuses on building effective community and organizational leadership, developing strategic plans, workforce development, leadership and negotiation strategies. And then also we go over things like ethics and code of conduct. Additional classes taught in region over the last 2 years have been courses that are focused on salmon. So sustainable salmon and sustainable arts courses. And that's kind of this photo with the basket here. And this is this photo up here is fish skin leather that we were making fish skin leather out of the fish skins that had been scraped, and then the fish had been put in canning jars. So just kind of a total utilization of the product. So with these types of courses, we'd like to include talking about traditional harvest practices, learning total utilization of the product down to the utilization of the fish vertebrae, which can be utilized in earrings, and then even the fish skin, which you can utilize as making fish skin leather. The health benefits, we talk about the health benefits of the salmon, the importance to the daily diet, and then also talk about climate and the impact of climate and on our natural resources and our subsistence resources. I enjoy teaching those types of classes as well. When I teach these types of classes, I enjoy including our cultural beliefs because I think that's really important. And for example, when talking about when incorporating salmon into sustainable salmon arts class, there's always a discussion about our cultural beliefs and values in regards to wastefulness and the importance of total utilization of salmon in these various ways. This particular kind of course can actually cross over into an economic development opportunity course by including information about business startup, marketing, product development, and pricing, including the silver hand, information about the Made Alaska logo, as well as other relevant topics. So courses can really, when we're working with partners, courses can really be tailored to meet the partner needs as well as the university requirements for college credit. Also, the nice thing about these types of courses, especially the ones that I teach related to culture camp and to leadership development, they're excellent dual credit opportunities for students. And with dual credit, high school students, they can earn not only college credit, but they can often earn high school credits that will assist them with credit recovery. So they're building a college transcript as well as helping their high school graduation requirements. And then the tribal governance program itself has had more than over 1,000 students from over 150 different communities. We're reaching out to more and more communities, so that list is broadening quite significantly. This is our website open source materials, and I just wanted to show everyone this because I think Alexandra actually has it in one of her slides as well, if that's one she showed you guys today. This is a really great resource that's just out there and available. It's on the UAF Tribal Governance website. This is actual course that's TG 112 Introduction to Federal Law, but it also has all this great information that is open access. You can just click on it and you can find out what you would like to know. So if you want to know a little bit about early years in Alaska after purchase, you just click that link and there's a whole couple paragraphs of information on that. If you want to learn a little bit about ICWA, Indian Child Welfare Act, you can click on that and scroll down and there's all kinds of information on ICWA. And then some of these also have little videos that you can click that actually include more information. So this is a really great resource that is out there and available for anyone to use. And then I will go. Oh, this is going to. And then I wanted to finish off backspace one. There we go. There's our contact information for our department. If anybody wanted to get a hold of us at the department. And then also I can be contacted through the University of Alaska Fairbanks. I must stop sharing my screen because I look like I'm getting fuzzy. So with that, that was my presentation. So I just wanted to encourage that if anyone has some dual credit opportunities I'd like with their high school students, if you're interested in culture camps, that's something that I've been working closely with Bristol Bay Native Corporation on, and I'm able to offer credit for those programs. I work closely with Bristol Bay Regional Career and Technical Education Program. Actually, we'll be going into Anchorage for that program next month. So I enjoy just working with partners, finding out what their needs are and seeing how the Bristol Bay campus and the Tribal Governance Department can work with you to help fulfill those needs. So that's my presentation. Did anyone have any questions? And I was just thinking about the presentation prior with Chulistit, and I just want to say that that's a great program as well. I've really enjoyed all the accomplishments that have been happening there.
Thanks, Laura. Does anybody have any questions for Laura for the program that she covered? Do you want to share anything? Okay.
Laura, this is Alana Hurley. I just want to say this program actually changed the trajectory of my life. When I came home from college, when my grandma was sick, when I was 18 years old, I took an audio conference course, which was Tribal Governance 101. And learning about what a tribe is, what a corporation is, what our subsistence rights look like in the political realm, why things are the way they are, literally changed my life. And I am currently actually in Tribal Governance 201, 18 years later this semester, and I'm still learning. You can take one course, you can take many courses. I'm just so thankful for this program, and I would really recommend it to anyone who's interested in having a better understanding about why things are the way they are, why these laws that regulate our ways of life are the way they are, and how we can make real change. These courses that Tribal Governance offers through audio conference or Zoom are just literally life-changing. It was life-changing for me. So thank you so much for sharing about the program. I really encourage people to look at their website. They have amazing free resources on there as well. They really connect why history matters in order for us to navigate and make change today. So thank you so much, Laura.
You were way better than my video. So no, so much of what impacts us. I mean, even recently I was listening to a meeting and they were trying to repeat history on something when it came to the allotment statuses and the restrictions, the restricted native allotments. And you could definitely tell there was no understanding of the history behind that. And so I think it's really important that people just take the opportunity, even if it's taking one course, like you said, you took one course, 18 years later, you take another course. That's great. Take a look at that course list, look at things, take a look at the course catalog that's coming out for next fall. It's already out. I think it just came out last semester. Take a look at some of the courses that are offered there and whether or not they are something that you're interested in. I really strongly encourage you to maybe take, one course every once in a while to brush up on things. So thank you for that.
Awesome. Thanks, Alana, again for sharing. Anybody? Yep. Okay. Hold on 1 second.
Hi, Laura. This is
Hi.
Mar. I just wanted to thank you very much for your presentation. It really makes me very, very excited for our Bristol Bay region especially. And the one question I have is we have some tribal members here at the summit, and I know our Nusuyak tribal president and former president of the tribe are here. And my question is, can tribal board of directors together take courses, because there could be interpreters for some that are bilingual to understand a little bit more and assist each other. So could you give a little say on that for like for a tribal board of directors that do
so
also?
There's a couple ways that could be done. It could be done as a workshop where it's just a specific workshop for that group of people. Or they can take a look at that list of courses in the fall, I said, and then they could enroll in one of the courses. But the workshops are also available.
She said, thank you, Laura. Any other questions or comments for Laura? All right.
All right. Well, thank you. I was listening to Christina saying how it was okay to be nervous. And I have to tell you, this is the first time I've made this presentation, so I was a little bit nervous.
All right, let's give a round of applause for Laura.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're heading into our last presentation. Carol opened it up with that workforce development is about people, and we've heard from a lot of amazing people doing a lot of amazing work to provide, to create and provide opportunities for our communities. And so we're just so thankful. Switching gears to round out this session, we want to continue to do better, right? So we've heard from a lot of great programs, but we want to continue to partner and to do better. To create more opportunity, and a new initiative Force Consortium that Carol's going to be talking about here next providing a platform for people across our region in different capacities, in education, in businesses, in different sectors, to talk about what are the issues, what are the opportunities, and how can we work together more collaboratively. And so with that, I'm gonna have Carol come up on stage, and she's gonna share an overview of this group and some of the things that we've done to date. So with that, Carol Wren.
All right, thanks, Casey. Again, I just want to thank all of the presenters, Julie, Madison, Annie, Christina, and Laura. As they were presenting, I've had the opportunity to interact with many of them. And for me, what I saw was that it was people who have strong connections to Bristol Bay, providing solutions for our communities, by our communities and our people. And they each, within the programs that were created, saw a need. They worked with others to really design and develop what they're doing, and then they acted on it, right? And so the Workforce Development Consortium is this opportunity to continue those efforts for our people moving ahead. So this slide here, as we look kind of across the region, as you look at workforce systems, there's an Alaska workforce system, there are kind of nationwide workforce systems. And when you start narrowing down into Bristol Bay, we also have a great workforce system in place. We're really fortunate with the different resources and people we have here. And so we want to recognize that and continue the work of, as Casey said, continue to improve and continue to increase the opportunities we can provide to everyone. Within a workforce system, there are your goals are job attainment, job advancement, job retention, and then continuing to grow our young people into opportunities. And you do that in a variety of ways through providing an employment service. We talked about resume writing and job search. You provide education and training opportunities. You offer supportive services, funding, resources, mentoring, things that really encourage people to continue to grow in their own profession and career. You support and understand what the HR needs are. As Christina said, HR is not an easy profession to be in. And again, with our lack of workforce that we have, their skill set is even more in demand. You develop workforce strategy and different policies, and then you seek out the funding and the resources and support systems to really do that work kind of holistically. And so the Bristol Bay Workforce Development Workforce Consortium has many members across the region, where BBNC is just one of the members. We have folks from the campus, from SAVIC, from BBNA, from education workforce service providers. We have city and municipal staff. We have tribal councils, village and regional corporations. We have employers like GCI and folks from the healthcare industry. And again, we really want to encourage more industry representation in this consortium, as we need to hear from employers directly about what those challenges are and what the needs, and start coming up with the solutions we can to meet those workforce needs. Our goal within the consortium is to be representative of the whole region. So we need to have members from across our region participate, give their voice, give their ideas, and provide for us an opportunity to really talk about what those solutions are so we can prioritize and take action. The goal of this group is to take action on solving some of the challenges and then just creating more and new opportunity. So the consortium also is a great way for us to network, just like this event is. We get to see each other, we get to talk, new ideas are generated. Again, even just within the breaks, I've had lots of great conversations to think about what other things we could be doing together. And then the group itself only started in April. We're really new as a consortium. And again, our goal is to meet every couple months. We try to meet virtually, and then when and where we can, face to face. And the initial meeting we had really was to listen. We wanted to hear from everyone about what things they were facing in their communities, what challenges they had, what ideas they had, how they wanted to implement those things, what they think it takes to make it happen. And we have also been pretty data driven we wanted to collect a lot of information that would help the consortium members really think about those ideas and solutions. Some of that data comes from the state of Alaska through Department of Labor. We've had different presentations from the state of Alaska about the economy of Bristol Bay and the job opportunities. The Small Business Development Center has provided information and data to our group. BBNC conducted a workforce snapshot. It's basically an assessment of what the workforce needs are by employers. We interviewed the employers to find out what their needs were, what challenges they were facing. We also did a shareholder education employment survey of BBNC shareholders and descendants to get a sense of what their interests were and how we can meet some of those interests. Christina, in her work at BBNA, her CEDS, her community economic development information is really important, relevant to the ways in which we work together to provide job opportunities. And then more recently, I see Eric here from Denali Commission. She's been doing some remote work opportunity assessment as we think about the expansion of broadband and the work opportunity, small business opportunity that creates having an understanding of how our existing employers are approaching remote work, what actual jobs exist now that are really remote opportunities, and then really looking at what's called the global virtual job assessments. And so we have a lot of amazing data that we're really happy to share with anyone who's interested. We didn't print, it would be a lot of paper, so we didn't print those out, but I know BBNA, Christina has a great, she has a lot of links on the website at BBNA under the economic development tab that you can access this information. And then at BBNC, we're happy to share the surveys that we were able to do. Again, so it's only been since April that this group has met, but we've had a lot of great dialogue and a lot of great ideas that have come out and a lot of needs. So I'm going to share some of those with you. As has been presented already around small business, there was a lot of discussion about a need for more opportunities for small business. This week, I know that we have about 15 students that are in King Salmon. They're doing Alaska Business Week. So they're actually learning hands-on how to establish a business, all the different things that go with being an entrepreneur. And at the end of the week, they have to actually pitch their idea and their business to a panel of mentors that they have. And so we have that happening in Bristol Bay now through the Bristol Bay Career and Tech Ed program. So as I was listening to today, the small business panel, I was just excited to know that we've got younger students who are going to be in their shoes here soon as they start to learn these skill sets. They identified that there's a need for more grant writing resources. There are several grant writers across different organizations in Bristol Bay. And I know there was mention in some of the presentations early from the Alaska Municipal League, the AFN Navigator program and others. And so really looking at ways that we can connect those folks to the communities that are really seeking that service out. There was a discussion and identified need to increase cultural education and training in the areas of language, subsistence activity, traditional activities. And so I think that that's starting in a lot of different ways and is only going to continue to grow. So I'm excited that that's an area, and it also provides job opportunities for our folks. We've mentioned, you heard today from Christina and from Casey about the Training Without Walls program, the CHULISTIP program. My hope is through the Cheliak grant. They'll also be developing leaders. So we actually in the region have a youth development, youth leadership forum that happens every year. We have the Young Leaders program now. We have the Training Without Walls program, and there are management training programs through BBNC and others through on-the-job training. And so we're fortunate that those things exist. Our challenge is to continue to have the resources to support those and expand them. And so there's discussion about how we do that and who we need to bring together to make that happen. We also, there was discussion about growing the funding in training that's available to community members tied to jobs, and that we recognize that we are one region, but there are sub-regions that have unique situations to their sub part of the region, and that we should realize that and really hone in on identifying what they have in their needs and start coming up with solutions in that way. There's a desire to create more work experience and on-the-job training opportunities for youth and for professionals. We've started the creation of an asset map. There's a lot of resource in Bristol Bay. Hopefully, again, in events like these, you get to hear about all those things and connect with those people. So we're trying to create a visual that really showcases what all those assets are and the people you can connect with to learn more about it and to look at solutions you want to move forward. Let's see. One of the ideas that we want to hopefully work on is the creation of a region-wide talent bank. Many employment organizations or education training organizations, they all have systems they use to identify talent within their community or within their organization. Having a region-wide talent bank that allows us to identify folks relatively quickly for the jobs and possible training opportunities is a solution, an idea that this group has come up with. And then the other piece that the consortium has talked about is, as Annie mentioned, the creation of a youth development track, because again, youth and the needs that they may have may be different than those that have been in a career for a long time. And then also very specifically for the small business, having a different kind of group that's dedicated to that. That really kind of in a nutshell is kind of what the consortium's been up to. We want your involvement. If you want to be on our email list, if you want to attend the meetings, if you have resources and information you want to exchange, we send notes out, we send opportunities out in that way. We're trying to figure out the best communication tools to use, whether that's through social media or Google tools or et cetera. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions. I'll note that our group was very efficient and quick, and I think we're going to end up ending a little early. But again, we're happy to answer any questions for you. If you want to be involved, please let us know. And then many of our presenters will be available after this to talk a little bit more detail if you were interested. So thank you, guys.
Were there any questions or comments for Carol? All right. Alana, I'll turn it over to you.
I'll just go up there. All right, everybody. Wow, we're going to end early. Thanks for that very efficient track. Give it up again for the ladies from shareholder development and all the presenters. With that, people are going to get quite a bit of their evening back to them. I just want to say thank you to everyone who's still here for hanging in. We know that it was a tremendous amount of information shared today. Just a reminder that we do have the action planning and support session. I think we're going to just leave it for 5:30 to 6:15, just to give presenters as well some time to decompress and everyone else to take a break. But we will have the speakers back here, the ones that can participate in the action planning and support session tonight from 5:30 to 6:15. If you want to get some one-on-one time with them, get certain specific questions answered, it's a really good opportunity to have some more interaction time with a lot of the presenters from today. With that, just a couple last announcements as well. We'll run the shuttle early for folks that need to ride back to some of the lodging locations. It'll be a white van. Andrew Larson is our driver. If you'll stand up and wave so folks know to look for him if you're going to take a ride in the shuttle back to your lodging location. Thank you, Andrew. Tomorrow, we'll get started at 8:30 back here in the gym. We're going to do door prizes tomorrow, right at the end of breaks. So you want to be back on time from your break or when things start. We have a lot of great door prizes. And I think with that, we might get the ladies up here to do some door prizes. Ladies at the registration table, you guys ready to do some door prizes? Sally, Emma, Dolores, Judy. Are we ready? All right. So we'll do some door prizes. Please take out your blue tickets. While we're waiting for them to get that going and get the mic, I also want to just give a really quick thank you to all of the planning committee that went into this first day. There was a lot of information, a lot of amazing things for people to take away from today. So give it up again for all the speakers and people who put today together. While they're getting set up for door prizes, I also want to give a huge thank you to our tech wizard, Gabe Tegusic of Talking Circle Media. Stand up, Gabe. Especially those who are attending virtually, it literally would have happened without Gabe. We would not have had virtual presenters, and the sound probably would not work. We'd be hollering right now. So thank you so much to Gabe and Talking Circle Media for making all of this actually work for us today. And big thank you to Molly for also helping out with the tech. Are you ladies ready for door prizes? Cool. So I will turn it over to them to give away some awesome prizes. Nope. Not here.
Okay.
Oh, she's a virtual.
Are you gonna check if she's on, Molly? Okay.
Checking to see if the virtual participant is on. She's actually, nope, not one of our virtual, she's not here. Sorry, Annie. Go ahead.
Okay,
What are you guys drawing for?
next one, we've got swag bags. We have 4 of them and a camping bundle, but we're doing the swag bags first. So the next swag bag is 400739. 739.
Woohoo! There's a winner right there.
Alrighty, next swag bag is number 400784. 784. Next swag bag is ticket number 400720. 720. 720 going once. 720 going twice. All right. Next swag bag. Martha Anilin.
That's virtual. No, Martha. Sorry, Martha. Pick another one.
All right. Next swag bag. Let's see. 400734. 734. All righty. Okay, last swag bag. Let's see. Paul Thompson. Is Paul Thompson here? Nope. Okay. Next one is 400761. 761. All righty.
Summer. Woo.
And the last store prize for this round is a camping bundle. Number 400821. 821.
What's in the camping bundle?
The camping bundle is this sleeping bag, a camping chair, and a tent.
Ooh.
821. All right. All righty. That is our door prizes for this round. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. And just a reminder, 5:30 to 6:15, the speakers will be in the action planning and support session for individuals to come talk to them one-on-one. And hopefully we'll see you tonight at 6:30. We have a couple amazing dance groups signed up to perform for us. And we have a really amazing dinner that's going to be catered by the sisterhood. So we'll see you back here if you're coming to the action planning and support session at 5:30. If you're just coming to the cultural celebration and feast, 6:30 in this same room. New tickets tomorrow. And for those that are coming to this cultural celebration and feast, we'll have more door prizes there too, with different tickets. So we'll see you then. Virtual folks, we're signing off until tomorrow. Thanks so much for joining us via the internet.